brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't paid for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody doesn't pray for us. Nobody doesn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. So just said we had.
Man, honestly, I've been listening to the live and I kind of understand a lot of the points that you're coming with, the whole delineation movement. But I feel like what you pushing is kind of, it's like has a negative connotation. I could just feel it from the comments. You feel me? They call it
like what? Like what do you mean? Like what do you mean?
Ticks, parasites. You feel me? I feel the whole delineation movement. The Caribbeans and the Africans coming over here trying to discredit black people as if they didn't have a real struggle in this country. I feel that. But at the same time, we can't distance ourselves from them acting like they not going through their struggles too. You feel me?
But what does that have to do with our lineage?
No. The lineage is cool because I understand saying that our lineage is different than theirs, but at the same time, we all still a part of the diaspora. Because no matter what, however people look at us, we all black. Nobody knows, oh, this is a black American, unless, you feel me? Nobody knows, oh, this is an African.
Then why does everybody come around waving their individual flags then? Why do they do that?
No. I respect the black American heritage flag, you feel me? Rep your shit, but at the same time.
Okay, but I am not talking about that. But other people come over and they throw their flags in our faces, which is cool.
We could.
But nobody ever stops them. Nobody stops them and say, "Hey, man,
they're wrong." And they're wrong for that. But that's why we need.
No.
We need to have better conversations around it though, because now we get into. All right, so let me ask you this: what's the?
Okay, hold on, bro.
Right.
Let's slow down. You ain't got to rush. What diaspora are we a part of?
The African diaspora, the black diaspora.
Where? Where? Africa? Where? What are we a part of in Africa?
African Americans are multiple different nations of Africa. Well, I should say tribes, because nations weren't even born. You feel me? Black American history is older than most African nations. I feel all that, but at the same time, that doesn't erase blood, though.
What are we a part of in Africa? What do we have going on in Africa?
We don't have anything going on in Africa, but are we not of African descent?
Everybody on the planet is of African.
You're talking about distant African descent. 400 years is not as
we are distant with us too. It's distant.
400, 500 years is not as distant as thousands of years.
Distant,
all right,
that's
so
still distant.
Multiple Africans mixing and mingling with each other, and now today we have Black Americans. That's still Africans. They're still
Everybody has African ancestry, but everybody don't have foundational ancestry.
And you're right about that.
That makes us unique.
And you're right about that. The lineage.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Lineage is not DNA.
Right.
But let me ask you this.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? DNA is vague. It's like whatever. DNA don't really tell you
So
anything. It tells you
so you
where
say,
there's some distance, yeah, the DNA can tell you there was a caveman somewhere 1,000,000 years ago in Europe. Okay.
and
All
lineage
right,
can
that
tell,
don't tell
and
me
lineage can
anything
tell
about
you, oh, my grandmama said this, my granddaddy said that. That's no real.
right. Lineage.
That's not real
Yes,
proof.
lineage is important.
That's not real proof, considering the fact that most Black Americans, especially from 100 years ago, but listen to me, Black Americans, especially from 100 years ago, couldn't
What?
even read or write. So what do we?
Yes, they could.
Most.
Yeah, we could read and write,
You're
sir.
a cat, brother.
We would learn, bruh. Where are you from? Where you from?
I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Where's your family?
Where's my family from? My dad's Black American, my mother's Liberian. I'm African and Black American. That's why that's why I'm so tapped in with this conversation. Yeah, there it is. What?
Okay. Sir, yeah, you don't really know our history.
Oh no, I love our history. I know my history, and I was raised in North Carolina. I was raised in North Carolina. One thing, if you know about North Carolina,
slow down.
You know,
slow down.
And like I said, I don't mean no disrespect. I'm just trying to come across and just trying to see where you're coming from.
Man, first of all, you said most of us, we know how to read. We would learn how to read privately. We would have our own little makeshift schools in the forests and in the woods and in the swamps, and we would go out there and teach each other to read. We created a language called Tutnese where we would teach each other to read. A lot of us knew how to read. We just
Tutnese is a base off what language?
You can base it off any language, but we base it off English.
Yeah.
We can base it off Spanish, but we base it off English.
That's not what the South Carolinians say. Trust me, I'm right there at the border. You think I don't know what? Bro, come on now.
What? What do you mean? That's like you got other languages like Spanish and Italian that's based off Latin. So what's the point? There's different languages that's based off other languages. That doesn't negate the language. So what are you saying, sir?
Let me get back to my point. I just got one question for you. At the end of the day, the delineation movement is complete. What's the end goal? Because there's still.
How could there be an end goal to delineation?
What do you mean?
How long you gonna? My lineage is my lineage, sir.
How long you gonna be pushing
me
this
acknowledging
movement?
What's wrong with me acknowledging my lineage?
There's nothing wrong with that, but at what point?
All right, so where's the end game? Why would there have to be an end game?
How will you know that your mission is complete?
What mission?
Your mission is to delineate from the rest of the Black community, the black people.
We've already done it. We've already done it.
If it's already done, then what's the point of getting on here?
Delineating means acknowledging your unique.
You get on
lineage.
here consistently and try to push this narrative as if, oh no, we not them. Okay, so then how long you gonna be pushing it?
We're not. I'm not an immigrant, sir.
You're not. You're a foundational Black American of African descent.
Right. So where's the hostility from? That's a historic fact. That's not hating. That's a historic fact, sir.
If I'm agreeing with you and I'm literally telling you, I feel where you come from. The immigrants are coming over here and they trying to sit up there and act like black Americans didn't contribute to society as if they didn't do anything.
That's a different argument.
No, it's not a different argument. I'm saying if I'm agreeing that if immigrants are coming over here and they're saying Black Americans ain't shit, that's flawed. But at the same time, understand that if you sit up there and say you're not of African descent, that removes a whole part of history as if we never came over here.
What happens when we're not saying we're not, I'm not saying, let me speak for me. I'll speak for me. There's 43 million foundational Black Americans.
Facts.
Some say, I ain't got no African in me. Mm-hmm. Most of my shit is native. We just Black indigenous. Okay. And talk to them about it.
All right. Facts. That's really where the problem is coming from.
That my brother George making unmute.
Yeah, I did a video, man. You got to review this, man.
Wait, why can't George? Hold on 1 second. I don't know why my headset's not connected to this. 1 second. Let me just click the headphone. All right, see something now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I did a video today. I posted it today. I was waiting for you to go live because I don't have your email. You got to review this video.
So in the future, my it's a real easy email. It's blackthinktank@yahoo.com. And yo, I was not gonna go live. I was chilling. Yo, but I was watching Q Butter replay. Man, I was so disappointed, man. And I went, yo, my title is based off their title. You dig? I'm so disappointed. But
I know,
anyway, brother, go
you know,
ahead.
I want to stay out of that because you know I love both of y'all. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, of course, of course. I mean,
that's
but
my
you
brother.
you know
Yeah,
what?
you know, I
You know
love
what?
you. Yeah, I'm gonna stay out of that
But
one.
but yeah, but guess what?
Mm,
I like like when you talk, it's music to my ears. When he talk, it's like half and half. Even with Zion Lex, like I mean not Zion Lex, Lex Vortex, like he listen, hey, George Megan,
uh,
I'm a guy who can disagree philosophically, right?
right, right.
But that don't mean I could like be really shouting at you online.
Mm.
But in real life, yo, what's up? Where the barbecue at?
No,
Like that's
I know.
yeah. So
But
I don't
I
have a
got
problem with
yeah,
Lex in real life. I see him. It's not like nothing personal.
yeah.
But it's philosophically and
It's
like where
internet.
we
It's
at.
the internet. It's
Right, right, right,
philosophically internet stuff. I got you. Hey, but
right,
listen,
right, right.
I was on a panel, Dinah's panel. I was on a panel with it was like 4 Africans and 3 FBAs. Man, I came up there, sprinkled some of that ancestors on them, man, and made them. I sprinkled some of that ancestor truth serum. I mean, listen, them. I got. You know who was the coon up there?
Oh,
A FBA Pan African up there just
oh my
going. Listen,
God, man, they
listen.
are the worst, bro.
I posted this video for you to review. You got to review
Okay,
this. You
all
gonna love it.
right,
You gonna love this one.
all right.
I'm talking
I'll
about
play it to you.
this brother from you can pull it up because I can't stay on. I got my grandkids, so
Hold on, let me pull it up.
I watch it while you reviewing it. But I posted so you can see this because this brother from Sierra Leone, he destroyed Ghana and Nigeria and told the truth. I'm
Mm,
talking about. I mean, to the point where I just sat back, got quiet, and ate popcorn. I mean, it was just, and
wow.
this was another dude. They was talking about Ghana and how crooked Ghana is, and Ghana always want to be the front runners. Like Ghana sit back and don't help whenever Africa get invaded, but then they'll go to the front and act like they was the ones, getting everything popping. So they were saying like the only
Right,
country to
right.
practice any form of Pan-Africanism was Burkina Faso and Niger and Mali. He's like all them other
Mm.
countries get the like they was going in. We listen, we was on a panel like, well, damn. Like when you I'm saying it secondhand. When you hear this, you're like, damn. I mean, it's just the ultimate nail in the coffin.
I'm on your channel right now. Which video?
The last one I put up, the last one.
Okay, so is that I'm sharing my screen right now? Is that the one where it says Ghana uh president live in Philadelphia? Is that
No,
one?
no, no. Hit videos. Go to the thing where videos at. Click on videos.
Okay, the archive ones, the
Yeah,
uploads.
click on videos. That's right there. That's the last one I just put up 2 hours
It's right
ago.
here.
Yep.
All right, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, review that man to the crowd, man. I put that up because I wanted you to see it. Because I'm telling people,
All right,
I don't care if you're African, Pan-African. This is from their mouth. This ain't us antagonizing them. This ain't us saying
right.
bad about them. This is them saying this is them getting at other Africans for being disrespectful to us and disrespecting Africans.
All right. Yeah, and look, and that's all we wanted. Yeah, listen, George. We know it has to be a balance. Like we know some FBA is going to be whatever, and some aren't. That's called balance. But at some point on that other side, like they gotta have a balance too.
Mhm.
Somebody got to call out them because you could say some FBAs are going crazy. Hey, you could say the FBAs are going too far, and I can agree. I heard it,
Yeah.
but but on their side to pretend nobody's over there ODing, it's like
And that's the
that's
same thing
wild.
I said. I'll be 51 years old. I'm not
Yeah,
online. I know we got radicals on both sides, and I leave that up to the young people.
of course.
I'm old enough to have an intellectual conversation with a Jamaican, an African, everybody. And we don't, we just talk. We
Right,
talk because at the end of the day, I don't hate you. What I want
right,
y'all to do is stop lying as if y'all don't do nothing wrong, and then throw rocks and hide your hands. Let's just have an honest
right,
conversation.
right. And look, I'm with the same thing. As a matter of fact, when you shared some information with the other thing with the Conjure tribes and all that type of stuff, do you
Mhm.
know like people came after you and was
For
putting me
real.
on game? I was like, thank you, but George already had a
And that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
But think about it though. What have I said or done? I don't disrespect none of them. I just put the information out.
Right,
Me from the Conjure
right.
tribe. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
I'm not online cussing
Wait,
nobody out.
one second, chat. 1 second. Hey, Dallas, you can go chat. Hey, George, listen. All somebody got to do, and chat, this for you too. All somebody got to do is just show me something. I guarantee you, I will not be in denial. Like, for example, like let's say Tariq Nasheed said some crazy something, and somebody played it. Y'all want to test my integrity? Play it to me. I'm like, yep, that's wild. I disagree.
Yeah,
See, it's that simple. Is that good, Chad? It's that simple.
nah. All I was gonna say is, you can't forget Julius Malema when it comes to Pan-Africanism, because when they was in South Africa, deleting and unaliving other Africans for being in South Africa illegally, he got on them and said, "No, Africa is a place for Africans. I don't care what part of the continent you come from. If you're here, you're home." And then he was like, "We should get these Europeans out of here." And he said, "Until y'all say that, y'all can't talk to me."
Yeah, yep.
Mm.
Yep.
Hey, George.
Huh?
George, let me say this. Okay, so I know you're staying out of it, but if you can arrange a conversation between me and Q, but I would love it because he came on the panel a few times, but he didn't talk to like what we talking about. Like he just said his own thing, right? Okay, but when I go to his channel, he engages with FBAs who he believes is light work, right. And he'll talk to them and confuse them, whatever. All I'm asking, and like he be in the chat sometimes over here, I just want to have a conversation with him, and not just him. Dr. Ruxpin, Chad over there, he be talking real crazy, and he came over here. He came over here too.
That is. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Okay, so that is Dr. Dennis Asar Winkler. He's the guy that's okay. He came over here, but guess what, Chad? He talked to everybody but me, and when I was trying to engage him with delineation, it ain't his fault. My sellout panelists stepped in and messed it all up. So it's not even his fault. I can't even say.
I'll say this.
Yeah, that was by design.
Yeah, I'll say. Yeah. I'll talk. Cause see, on the online stuff is online, like offline, like Q. Like that's my brother. You know what I'm saying? That's my brother. Yeah. We broke bread. We do things with the children together and all that. Like we do.
I actually support.
Yeah,
I actually like and support what he's doing. Yeah. With his school, I like it. Listen, George. Look, I'm so unbiased. I watched it. I watched what he's doing. I like it. I support it. You feel me? I like it. I actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say this. I'll say this. Like he good dude. He come from a good family. I just think that sometimes it's hard because this internet, like people, like it get crazy.
Yeah, but why we just can't have a?
I try to separate. I try to separate the internet stuff from real relationships.
But George, why does he have these conversations with everybody but me? And he's been over here. He been in chat.
Know, my brother.
Okay, right. So if you can set that up, because the chat, the viral podcast way, whatever that is, hey yo, when he was talking greasy about FBAs, hey yo, street me, George making street media TV, yo, his people's called in and made him like Chad. Were you there? Hey, George, they made that dude come on my panel, bro.
Oh yes,
they're from California. I wasn't there for that, but I wish I was.
Yeah, like a lot of.
Okay, hey George.
Right, I'm listening.
Wait, hey George. Let me say his last thing. The way the California politics are, if I'm witnessing, like they like, nah, you gotta address him, not the weaklings you've been talking to. And yo, they made George, that dude, they made that dude pull up, bro. I mean, I say made him, they literally made him pull up. They said, nah, dude, you have to come on FBA News Updates. That dude came on and got absolutely cooked. All right, so because you know why? Because they said, yo, you're not gonna make Cali look. They said you're not gonna make Cali look bad. So they made it. So I'm saying like that needs to be the code. You feel me? So if I talk trash about somebody, and that guy's calling me out. Hey, yo, FBA got to be like, yo, I'm biased. You got to go. You said that dude name a few times, and he's calling you out. You got to, and I got to take my ass over there.
I feel you. I
okay, but I'm listening to Q Butter talk about, right. So I'm hearing him talk about delineation, and I'm watching the conversation. He's live right now, and he's being very disingenuous. Yeah, like his own panel, his regulars was like, yo, dude, you wildin'. So I'm like, dude, at some point, come on, man. Like, what are we doing?
That's why I said I stay away from like the internet, because it get personal and it get serious, and that's not something that I want to be.
But it ain't
I don't want to be involved in
but it ain't gotta get but it ain't gotta be serious.
No, I
We're
know that, but listen what I'm
exchanging
saying.
information.
Listen what I'm saying. I get what you're saying, but once I see it going that way, I just stand down because
Yeah,
I'm
guess
not
what?
here for it. I
It never
stand
went that
down.
way. Me and Q Butter has never been in a confrontational nothing.
I feel
Nothing.
you.
There's no history of me and him ever doing nothing with each other. Now his panelists, I got in with them, but with him, it's been very cordial and respectful. So I
Mhm.
want to have a respectful conversation about what he's talking about right now. So we're talking about the same shit. Like my title right now is based on his title. Delineation. It's like, dude, it's not that hard to comprehend.
I didn't know he was live.
Yeah, you lied. You dig? So I'm like, dude, let's just talk about it, my guy. And I've been tagging him in my videos. I've been tagging him, and the dude, True Story, and like that guy is like, dude, pull up.
I will look if you because I got my grandbabies and they all in my face. I'm gonna get y'all stuff in a minute. If you get it, if you can review it because I put
Oh
it in,
yeah,
you can see it.
I'm definitely gonna review that tonight. And
Yeah.
if you can get him on here for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 minutes, I'll take it.
All
I'll
right, but
take it.
make sure you watch the whole thing because it's informative. You got to hear all of them when they talk.
I got it. It's good. It's 37 minutes.
All
That's
right,
nothing.
all
That's
right,
nothing.
all right,
Appreciate you, bro.
all right.
All right, go ahead, Chad. You there, Chad? You on mute or he on mute? Okay, so my
Yeah,
thing
yeah, yeah,
is,
yeah.
okay,
I'm on mute. I'm in
okay,
the store. I'll be with you
okay.
in a few minutes.
All right, cool. My thing is, people are out there having live broadcasts, acting like they can't understand delineation. It's very simple to understand. Matter of fact, let me just tell you our stance. And his panelists, the people who is with him, Pan-Africans, like, dude, was trying to explain it to him, and he was like acting like he disagreed with them. Like, yo, so FBAs tell you, Pan Africanists tell you, and you're still like acting like it don't make sense. Like, dudes, you got to stop. Okay, so in law, hey, okay, knock it. So we delineate. Why do FBAs delineate? Stop. Okay, stop. Yeah, okay. So why do FBAs delineate? Because we understand that policy follows definition. Okay, so in law and public policy, the people who qualifies, right, for whatever harm are the people who's supposed to benefit. So in law and public policy, the people who qualify are the people who are supposed to benefit from whatever. So if a group is too broad, like this whole African American thing, right? That's a problem. So let's talk about African American. Who is under the African American banner? We got descendants of U.S. slavery. We got ADOS. We got FBA freedmen. Also, we got recent African immigrants of the motherland. And then we also got Caribbean immigrants. Okay. But here's the issue with those two groups I just named, those African immigrants and the Caribbean immigrants. Those two groups both did not experience the same harms in the U.S. as we did. So if we don't delineate policies that were meant to repair specific historical harm, it gets diluted or misapplied to people who were not intended to benefit from it. And it's not just Caribbeans and the Africans who are misapplied, that's being this being misapplied to. It's also Hispanics and European immigrants. All immigrants really are benefiting for things that was meant to repair specific historical harms for foundational Black Americans only. Okay, so reparations require a traceable harmed group. So if reparations requires a traceable harmed group, then we gotta raise our hand. Okay, so if everybody's in the crowd, we got Foundation Black Americans, we got the Caribbean, we got Africans, we got Latinos, we got Asians, and we got Europeans, all immigrants besides us. If we're all in the crowd and they say, hey, these reparations are going to go to a traceable harm group, we have to raise our hand. Okay? So because we raise our hand because reparations isn't charity. It's a compensation for a specific lineage legally recognized harm. So for us, Black Americans, that harm includes chattel slavery from 1619 to 1865, at the very least. No other group can make that claim. I mean, come on. Black codes, Jim Crow, redlining, the HOLC, FHA, the GI Bill, all that, the GI Bill exclusion. We talking about zoning laws. You talking about hiring out, clearing the land. Like, come on, man. And then later on, mass incarceration disparities. All right. So courts and lawmakers, they're going to ask this. This is why we have to delineate. So when people act like we shouldn't delineate, like they are immediately our ops. The courts and lawmakers will ask, who actually was harmed? That needs to be answered. Okay. Okay. And if the answer is wrong, if you're involving, if you're adding immigrants in any sort, the case is dismissed. And they're going to ask, can you define the harm clearly? Yes, we can. Okay. So that's where lineage delineation comes in. We have to do it. So our government is being slick. Our government is saying, hey, this got to be addressed. And when we answer the question, it's like raising our hand in class. Some folks know the answer, some ethnic groups don't. FBAs understand the question. FBAs are going to raise their hand. Okay? Caribbeans can't raise their hand. Africans can't raise their hand. Asians can't raise their hand. And European immigrants can't raise their hand. They don't know the answer. Only we do. Let's talk about data distortion, right? That data distortion problem. This is very, very important. When everything is labeled Black or African American, look what happens. The median wealth stats are affected. Education stats are affected. Income stats are affected. None of them speak directly towards FBAs. And don't forget, the FBA argument is we are disproportionately being affected. Okay, we are disproportionately being affected. All right. Let's go on. So what gets skewed upward by immigrant populations who often arrive with education, which I talk about a lot. I talk about I'll talk about that a lot. Okay. You got Africans that come over here, Nigerians specifically, Asians, Chinese descent, Indian descent, and come over with education. Okay. Um, they are, I call that, well, not me, but it's called highly selective. Okay. Um, they get admitted through visa systems and they have different starting points. They come over here highly educated. They're on par with some of our greats to represent us because that means that they're above our median. All right. So that when they come over with that type of starting point, highly educated, we're not highly educated. That's because of white supremacy, systemic racism. That's why we're not highly educated. So these folks come over highly educated. Okay. Now, what does that do? It make it seem like we are doing fine overall because they get lumped into minorities. They get lumped into colored people. They get lumped into Black Americans or African Americans. So it overrepresents us. It makes us believe we're doing better than what we are, but they're not us. Okay, so now that by them come here over representing us, misrepresenting us, making us look better than than we actually look, that weakens our reparations arguments, our policy urgency. All right. So that's why legal strategy is the key. You gotta know that courts don't operate on vibes, okay, like you guys do. They require defined class, specific injury, casual link. So a broad racial category like Black African American, it makes it a weak legal claim. A delineated lineage group makes it a stronger legal claim. So we have to delineate if we want to right the wrong that happened to us. So anybody who's against delineation are literally our ops, no matter how they look. Skin folk, white folk, don't matter. Asian folk. If you're against Foundation Black America's delineation, you become our op. Period. No debate. You're op. Okay. So, and by the way, what I'm talking about, that's not new. Many groups have done the same thing. Okay, let's talk about what I talk about a lot over here. I talk about the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, Japanese Americans, World War II internment, right? So their reparations was part of a 1988 Civil Liberties Act, and it only applied to Japanese Americans that were interned or displaced during World War II. That even though Japanese people are part of the Asian race, that reparations, that 1988 Civil Liberties Act did not apply to. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Okay. No. Sit down. All right. So, family, my fault. That was FBA elder giving me my props to give my. He said, "Yeah, last time I heard you, I muted it because I was going to ask something random. But if you heard any of it, he was giving props. He said, I heard you breaking down it before, information. So you said, I can say, I'm outside, man. You dig? I'm out here. And I like Dennis Sperling model. I gotta make it part of my sound effects. So Dennis Sperling said this. He said, if you learned something, then he needs to earn something. So if you learn, so I like that. I like that. So if you learn something over here, I need to earn something as well. $ unbiased Ron or super chat. It could be $1. Whatever. But it's great motivation. Okay. All right. You might want to lose 100 goddamn pounds yelling like that. All right. So Japanese people are of the Asian race. But that 1988 Civil Liberties Act did not apply to all Asians. You had to be Japanese descent, Japanese American, and you had to prove you were displaced or in an internment camp. Okay, so that wasn't for all Asians, not even all Japanese people globally. So you were in Japan and you got thrown in an internment camp in the UK or Nova Scotia, whatever. That got nothing to do with America. That got nothing to do with the 1988 Civil Liberties Act. So there's no one for all type shit. Nah, this is real life. That's called precise delineation. How about the Native American tribes, right? Their benefits were tied to tribal enrollment, blood quantum lineage. Not all indigenous looking people qualify. You dig? So that lookership didn't go nowhere. How about Holocaust reparations in Germany? Those payments were made to specific survivors and their descendants. Those payments were not made to all Europeans because we know that those people, Jewish people, are European. And it wasn't even for all Jews globally without connection. You had to prove connection. So when you see people who look like us of African descent of the Caribbean or Africa, and they are opposed to what we're doing in America, these are absolutely ops. They wish no good for us. They wish nothing but bad for us. What about post-apartheid South Africa? Those policies targeted those who were harmed under apartheid classification systems, right? But how about this? Let's get more specific. Y'all remember 9/11? What about the 9/11 Victim Compensation Fund? That required proof of presence and proof of harm. Not all, but they were Americans, right? But not all Americans affected emotionally were due that victim compensation fund. You dig? Specific group that was affected, and you got to prove that those Americans had to delineate from all of us who are American. They had to say, no, we were directly tied to 9/11, and they had to prove it. Right. So every successful reparations or targeted policy in history required a clearly defined group. There are no exceptions. Okay, so why do some tethers oppose it, which is stupid? Right? Whatever. Now this part where I'm about to break down is very sensitive, but we got to keep it 100. Okay. All right. So the reason why they oppose the delineation, this is the real reason that you guys don't want to embrace a lot of Pan-Africans and tethers. They don't want to embrace what we're claiming because of resource competition. Okay, so what do I mean? If policies are delineated, that means benefits may go to specifically FBAs. Now, if tethers are benefiting only because they're sold into what's benefit. If tethers are benefiting from things that were solely directed for just us, but somehow they got a olive branch connection where they're benefiting from it as well. Well, if we delineate, that means that olive branch falls to the ground and they are no longer benefiting from things that had nothing to do with nobody from the Caribbean or Africa. These benefits were supposedly only for, and not just them, Latinos and European immigrants. All right. So if these benefits were really designated for FBAs, and we're delineating, not only are Africans cut off and the Caribbean is cut off, but so are Latinos and immigrants from Europe. They're all cut off. You dig? And only we will be the beneficiaries from such, harm, compensation. Right? So yeah, so they're hanging on from a limb out of pure hatred. It's not that they wish that we got what's due to us. They're like, hell no. If you guys are getting what's due to you, which is rightly due to you only, and that means that everybody else get cut off, nah, F all that. We want it, so let's keep it the white supremacy way. So these people are team white supremacy. Get back over there. So from their perspective, if these resources and monies are narrowed, they understand they might not qualify and the finesse is over. Right? Okay. So here's the fact that some people don't want to deal with. Some immigrants benefit from being categorized as Black African American in the U.S. So as a result of that, they qualify for diversity programs, affirmative action stuff. You right? Now, what does delineation do? It changed how those benefits are distributed. You dig? Now let's talk about political framing and media narratives. Some narratives frame specific resources, specific money, right? That's out there, it's available. They could frame that as divisive, right? Um, Even when it's actually a legal strategic classification issue, they still see it as xenophobic because they're not getting something that's not due to them. It's like, yo, why are you benefiting from this? Why you don't just come to the country and pull up your bootstraps and just work hard, right? Why do you need these resources that were not designed for you? Why not just work hard and pull up your bootstraps? Why do you need resources that had nothing to do with this? Unearned resources, unearned income. Okay. So, for the record, delineation is not about exclusion, it's about precision, or even, let's say this, you can't have unity culturally, but policy has to be specific legally. Okay. So, now we can unite, no problem. Caribbean, whoever want to unite with us, Europe, Latino world, Latin America, Africa, we can unite, but we're not going to give up policy that's specific legally towards us. So if uniting with you guys means we give up what belongs to us, then we rather just stay separate. All right. So every group that successfully got reparations defined who specifically was harmed. So reparations is about who was harmed. Japanese Americans didn't say all Asians. Holocaust reparations didn't go to all Europeans. If you don't define the harm group, you don't get the money. You don't get the bag. So people don't want us to get the bag. And these people become our ops. So Vendetta TV, you got something on that? And then once you're done, I'm gonna finish the videos. I got a bunch of videos to play, by the way. So I'm letting y'all know right now. Got a bunch of videos to play.
All right, brother. What's going on?
Yeah, brother.
You're talking about why are we delineating, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Outside of what you were talking about, delineating preserves identity. It outlines traditions, beliefs, language, customs, groups, all of that, right? So members understand who that identity, who we are. They understand who we are and who that, and basically who that identity is referring to, so that all the things you've mentioned, it's clear who things belong to. It set boundaries, right? Establishing what belongs within the culture, what does not. It strengthens our community, right? When cultural practices are clearly defined, ceremonies, roles, and our values, people can participate more confidently and consistently. And this shared understanding strengthens the group cohesion, right? So, for an example, all of these other people are already delineated, and they've been delineated for their entire existence. When you go from one group to the other, whether you're talking about Africans, whether you're talking about Caribbeans, wherever you go, right? They're quick to point out who they are, their cultural practices, what they do, and how they're unique, and how they are unique people, even within the larger racial category. So they've been delineated for their entire existence. Um, Also, it protects sacred and important elements, some cultural knowledge, rituals, and spaces that are meant only for us. We have a right to preserve and protect things that we created and developed for ourselves, and keep that for ourselves. It's almost like people believe that no matter what we come up with, any and everything we come up with has to be shared with everyone else. But no one else has to do that.
Nobody,
Um,
right?
there was this African professor lady who got into some controversy last year about I think selling trips to Africa. So I forget her name right now, but she was all over social media last year. I forget her name, but I seen a video with her yesterday. They were playing a video of her yesterday, and she said this out of her mouth in the video that the diaspora. She was talking. She was euphemistically talking about FBA. She said the diaspora is the gold they're looking for.
Mm.
She said specifically the diaspora is the gold. Our mindset, our intelligence, our vocational skill sets, and our access to monies and credit is the gold. I said, God damn.
Yeah.
So this is why they don't want us to delineate. And delineation kills that way of thinking for them. They're chasing us like we're the diamonds and the gold in the ground they can't get to.
Right.
So so um, delineation, it protects us from all harm. And anyone who has a problem with us delineating, I look at as you said, they want to do us harm
Yeah.
for their own
Yeah.
benefit, but they want to do us harm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, even though people got their schools going on and kids learning, like, Ancient Mama Maya got the same thing going on. Kids learning, whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going. What I'm not going to do. This is why folks like trust me so much. What I'm not going to do is sell out a whole lineage. I'm not going to sell out 43 million people because of 12 kids learning some bullshit. You dig? Nah,
Yeah,
nah,
that's
nah.
ridiculous.
What I'm gonna do is preserve and save 43 million and shut down that school with 12 kids learning, right?
Fact.
Because the FBA, because Pan-African FBA got so much hatred for us. We're gonna shut that down, and then those kids will be redirected towards a better school, probably ran by FBAs.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I don't do. So when I met my man live, and he be having 10, 12 hour lives. I mean, this dude is desperate for views. You dig?
Mm-hmm.
10, 12 hour lives. And I was gonna just play his video, like, but the nigga he never stopped going live. Like, god damn, bro. Like, what the hell, man? Like, how long you gonna be live? So, and then look, I got so frustrated. I started chatting there, like, hey man, just what's up? Let's just talk, man. You
Who
pull up
this
my
one
channel,
you
like,
talking about?
nah, this is Street Media TV boy. So I'm
Oh,
like, yo, bro. Yeah, so
okay.
I'm like, yo, so pull up, like this, pull up. Let's have this conversation, my guy. Cause you over here on your panel, pulling authority. The dude is cooking them. I can't wait till they end their lives so I can play some of that video. The dude is cooking and the
Mm,
dude is getting cooked on his own panel.
mm.
So I don't gotta say nothing. I just play him. He's cooking the guy. And he's still so it's like, dude, like, again, I don't care what people do in real life. Op is an op to me, and that's why like my energy, even though folks don't know me, like my energy is just familiar. Like, yo, I got no bias. It's like, yo, it's the code is the code. I
Fact.
might like you, like I like Lex, but Lex started to get off cold. He started to cape for John Rick Clark, and John Rick Clark's a piece of shit. You gotta go,
Yeah,
my guy. You not see. Some
got
people
it.
can be bought. Yeah, some
Mm,
people got a price before they sell out the lineage. And Lex
mm.
Vortex price was John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben Johannesburg. Those were his prices. He couldn't call them out. So he said, all right, oh yeah, okay. When it comes to them, I can sell out the lineage to preserve these Pan-African line as historians. I ain't got
And
a
you know
price
what
like
though?
that.
I'm gonna tell you something. I remember a long time ago we was talking about when we started defining the code a bit and understanding how the code has yet to fail in outing individuals who either are are Manchurian candidates or individuals who side with FBA, but they low key got other things there that is all code. It pulls you out. It shows who you. At some point, it's going to reveal who you really are.
Right.
Because see, when you're off code, you're into. You have a price. If you're off code, you're into what you call that? People worship, right?
Yep.
You're into people worship. If you're off code, you are into you're into what's popular, and if what's popular is being promoted by the people you like, you'll follow that trend.
Right.
You can't be on code and be like that at the same time. The contradiction is glaring, and there's no reconciliation in it. They don't like it. It's uncomfortable for them. You know what? Being on code is like a worm wiggling through salt. You get me? When you take the code, when you take the code and apply it to anybody that's off code, they become insanely uncomfortable to the point where they're very angry.
Right. Right.
Anybody that's not on code doesn't get angry at the code.
Right. And the thing is, man, all they got, I've been watching some of this stuff. I watch it for you guys. You ain't got to tap into their channels. They don't need no more views. They ain't doing shit. But I watch their channels and family. Is nothing there. You dig? Like it just hate for Black America. I mean, like these guys, don't worry, because they got to end their live soon. V4, they got to end their live soon because these guys 10, 12-hour lives. Don't worry, I'm gonna be live all night, and they're gonna end their live soon, and you're gonna hear these guys for yourself because they got to end their live, and once they do, I'm gonna play their bullshit. But you're gonna hear for yourself, man, the hate they have for Black Americans, saying, "Yeah, we're Black Americans only. Everybody else is just who." Look, this ain't divisive. This ain't hatred. This ain't xenophobia. We're saying we're Black Americans and you are you.
Facts. But here's the thing. They don't realize. Let me tell you how stupid they are, right? Here's one of the basic things they never asked themselves. You're a so-called Pan-Africanist, right? And you hate FBAs. FBAs are a psyop. FBAs are any and everything negative you can stand, right? How are you going to reconcile that with individuals who see and who see themselves as and accept their culture and they call it FBA? You're not really a Pan-Africanist then.
Right.
You're a liar. You are an absolute liar if you think that at some point you express that you hate me and then you're going to convince me to be on your side. That's what they.
Right.
That's
doesn't
what.
make
Exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, listen.
Yeah.
Listen. Also, I got a plan I'm sticking to. Don't worry. I got a plan. And I had told people, out off the line, off the internet. But as long as I found a plan, everybody will be exposed. Okay. So we're at 92 live right now. Family, as long as I stick to my plan and nothing goes crazy, I told everybody by August, September, we're gonna be at 1.2K, right? 1.2K. Like, so we're at 100 right now, live viewers. We're gonna be one of the largest platforms, right below Tariq Nasheed going live. I got a plan, and we're gonna get there as long as people, stay, stay rocking. We're gonna be in the thousands, so don't be shocked because when we get there, I won't be shocked. So when y'all call him like, "Yo, I'm biased," I ain't gonna be shocked. Like, I already told you this was the plan. I'm staying on course. So we're gonna be at 1K, and when we're at 1K, wait, hold on. When I'm at 1K, that's when we're gonna expose. The expose is gonna start to happen. Like who's really with us and who's not. Okay, but right now I'm too small, so I'm not gonna say nothing.
I'm gonna tell you how I know you're gonna get there, because this is one of the very few channels that you put information out there for the FBA to go figure out, to go find out for themselves.
Right.
Right? A lot of these guys, when you watch their channels, they just running their mouth.
Right.
They
No
just running
facts,
their
no
mouth.
history, nothing going here, nothing going
Yeah.
on. You ain't learning much.
Here, you can actually say, all right, let me go look this up for myself. Like, for example, when I pushed that shit, when I pushed that video about that African lady, you immediately went over there and I seen you with the yesterday what I posted on your joint. I said, I knew you was gonna get it.
Yeah. 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 I'm
Immediately.
saying, yeah.
You
Y'all put me
introduced
on
it to
her. I
your
said,
wife.
all right. I watched her. I said, oh, this is good shit. Now I went live. And yo, by the
Mhm.
way, I had no intentions of going live again yesterday,
Mhm.
but I was like, yo, I gotta play this one right here. I got to, and I did it. I just played it.
Yeah, and now that lady's been introduced to the chat, right? Who knows how many went back and watched the whole thing for themselves, and wherever they
Right.
go, they got ammunition of like, you're a liar.
Right.
I got
Yep.
facts
Yep.
coming out your own
They can say
people's
unbiased.
mouth.
They can say
Mhm.
unbiased. You edit this, you chop this out, you bullshit. Nope. They go back and say, yo, everything you played, that's what she said. Hey, she got other interviews too, by the way. It ain't
Facts.
the only one.
Yeah,
She
she
got
got a
many
few
interviews.
interviews. Yeah, she got a few
And
interviews.
her stories are very consistent.
Very. And this is not an average African. That's one thing I want to say. She's not an average African off the street. She's part of the educated class of Africans, telling their
Right. I about to
Ghanaian.
say she had doctors. She got a, let me say, family, you gotta like the video. Okay. You guys are here. We got like 100 people watching, or 80, 90, whatever watching, but the lights got to match the viewership. That's all. But
Yeah.
she has education. She has a doctor's degree. Okay. Now she ain't like that woman king woman. Okay, that's on AC6. Her doctor's is in what she actually does. See,
Yeah.
the woman king, King is Inga. She got a
Yeah.
doctorate in engineering, and she's faking like a historian.
Yeah.
Okay, this woman, she got a
Mhm.
doctorate in her profession. She's doing that. She's not a fake doctor. She's doing what she has her degrees in.
And not just that, she's traveled the world to conduct her research.
Right. She tells you she spoke to actual kings at
Hmm.
that has tied to those dynasties, those kingdoms. So yeah,
Yes.
like you said, she does. She don't sit in America and sell DVDs. You dig? She get out there and she's active.
Facts.
You dig?
So the very thing,
She's a real
like
Pan-African.
now, here's one thing I would love to do. Take her and then ask somebody like Teddy Ruxpin, now how do you reconcile this?
Right. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Because it's like, yeah. So is that considered
It's what you
xenophobia?
say,
Is that considered like,
xenophobia.
yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that considered being divisive? Right. And yeah, he's gonna be silent. And that's why when he came over here and when he was talking with us, and when I went to hold him accountable, my panel they let
They
him off the
wild
hook.
order. They wild order.
Yeah. Nah. They changed the topic and
Okay.
they went where he wanted to go, where he was
You know what
most
you gotta do?
confident, most comfortable, and he stayed right there. And yeah, I'm like, all right, whatever.
You
But
know what you gotta do?
it's no big deal.
You know what you
Mm-hmm.
gotta do? When you got somebody like him that you need to pin down, pull the panel up later. Get at him first, one on one, and pull the panel up later. You know what I'm saying? Let the
Now
panel
look,
up
the
after
panel's
you.
already there though. But the
Oh,
panel's already
he
there
came after the
before he
fact?
hopped on. Yeah,
Okay.
people already called in. Then he called in. Yeah.
All right.
So
All right.
he actually picked on the panelists, right? He
Oh,
because they had like little flaws in their rhetoric, so he was picking them apart. Yeah, don't forget this
okay.
guy has a doctorate degree, you dig? So
Yeah.
if you ain't sound, you
Yeah.
ain't legit, he gonna kick your ass, and he
Yeah.
decides to start kicking ass.
Yeah. But
Some
you know
Bruce
what?
Lee shit. But
That's
I'm like,
another
so
thing, though.
I try to get him back on code.
Yeah. 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 But that's another thing. That's another thing about the code. The code, when you stand on code, right? It protects you from being picked off like that. You know what I'm saying? You
Right.
gotta, if you don't know what you're talking about, Don't say nothing.
Yeah,
Let
stand down.
stand
The
down.
dude, like people thought, like, listen, you can't just say what you want to say. Our chat is smart. A lot of people in America are smart. Like, just because you're FBA don't mean everything you say is right. Okay, it
Mhm.
don't mean it's historically accurate. Yo, you say something, you got to be willing to defend it, but it has to be accurate because the dude was kicking ass. I was mad as hell. But just fall back and say, hey, man, yo, I think Unbiased Ron want to talk to you, man. Talk to him. You call his platform.
Mhm.
You talk to him. Like, do that. But when folks decided to just step in my way, I'm like, oh, well. And people got slaughtered. And guess what? Yeah, he went live. And he went live and replayed that shit. Like, I was so embarrassed, man. Like,
Oh
oh, my
man.
God.
I
He made
seen
a
him
live
yesterday.
and replayed.
No, it wasn't yesterday. It was the day before. I think he went live. He was talking about Tariq, but he mentioned you as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
He
yeah,
mentioned you as
yeah.
well.
Yeah,
And
but you
I'm
see,
like,
when he
yo,
mentioned me, but no, when he mentioned me, it's never out of. He ain't talking crazy.
no, he ain't talking crazy. He,
Yeah, he
but
ain't talking crazy.
I'm like, this is what I don't like about stuff that they do. He was what you call it, disingenuous, right? They mentioned how I don't know. They mentioned how Tariq said that Marcus Garvey got ran out of New York, right? And the other gentleman that was on his live said he said
He's
that
the
was
president.
false because yet you and I he said that you and I was too strong. They would have had problems basically, right? And I'm like, you're taking what he's saying out of context, right? Like the individuals that he was talking about that ran him out of New York, there wasn't on no gangster stuff. You talking about people like A. Philip Randolph. They wasn't coming on no
Nah.
gangster stuff.
Yeah, A. Philip Randolph, Chandler Owens, W. Du Bois, and even Marcus Garvey, own right hand man, and Heber Harrison did. So, but listen,
Yes.
listen, listen. If they wanna have the Garvey talk, okay, it ain't with Yvette, it ain't with Tariq. You got to come here.
Yes.
Okay, I'm the Garvey guy, not Tariq, not Yvette. Is me. I'm the Garvey guy. All right. So now let's see, because I lay some bait out for him. I lay some bait out for the guy. Let's see if he take it because I want to talk to him.
Mm.
And if I get him, oh my God, yo, I'm gonna do the reverse, but he did to us. He did when they called
Mm.
him my panel. Yeah, but I want that guy because I'm gonna make him agree. Mark, now
Mm.
he's the president of the UNIA. I'm gonna make him agree. Garvey
See,
was
that's the
scamming.
thing. So let me show you something, right? This is what I'm saying. People like myself and yourself, right? We were impacted and influenced by the Nation of Islam, right?
Yeah,
When you said you from Jersey, right?
yeah,
I'm from Brooklyn, New York. Between a lot of people don't notice if you're not from the area, but Jersey and New York has a lot of crossover between the two, culturally speaking.
yeah.
Whatever goes on in one, it's the same thing going on in the next door. And
Right.
so back when you want to say the late 70s going through to the mid 90s, NOI and then 5%ers were heavy in New York and New Jersey. Right or wrong?
Yeah. Facts.
Now, I said that to say this, to ask you this question. Growing up, did you see a peep from, was there anything to suggest that the UNIA was a viable option anywhere in the tri-state area?
Zero.
They
Zero.
had
Like
zero impact.
I didn't I didn't even know they had chapters until this guy. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh shit, like yeah, existed past Garvey. Like I never knew that.
yeah. Yo, me
Yeah,
reading
that's like
and
news to me.
learning about Garvey and Garveyites, the way the literature discusses them, like they're defunct and there's no more of these guys. Yeah. So I'm asking, right? Where were your presence and what were you doing?
Yeah,
It's
nah, they had
impossible.
zero. They had zero. Like you can see a lot of 5% of language, you know, throughout the tri-state. You can see this Islam influence of the tri-state.
Facts.
I listen. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know anybody in my entire life. Okay, my entire existence in New Jersey repping the UNIA or Marcus Garvey. I don't know any influence at all. Everything I ever learned was me just looking it up. You dig? I never known anybody to represent that stuff.
Nothing. And here's the crazy thing about it, right? Let's go back to the 80s. You had X-Clan running around, right? And other smaller groups like that or whatever, right? But I never seen any group in any large function like we repping UNIA. Where's that? What y'all doing? What y'all got going on? What y'all got going on?
Nah, I haven't seen it, but I heard like little black nationalist, Black Panther things going on, but I've never heard of a UNIA movement outside of Garvey, Yeah.
I never seen a chapter nowhere. I never seen them posted a rep. I seen more Israelites than them.
Yeah, the Israelites were very visible. I even like the Black Panther. I seen those guys around. Well, I seen them on the internet. I ain't seen them in real life, but I seen Israelites in real life. I've never seen the UNIA. Never.
And then, like for anybody that wasn't what was the group that Dr. Khalid Muhammad had started when he left the Nation of Islam?
Well, he joined the Black Panthers with Malik Zulu Shabazz.
So anybody that wasn't even, if you wasn't aware of the Panthers still being around, when you still was aware, became aware when Dr. Khalid Muhammad joined.
Right.
So again, you cannot tell me you are a group of people that mattered, that were getting things done, and nobody never heard of you.
No.
Yeah, that's sad. And that's sad because I'm on the East Coast, and it ain't just me. You can ask anybody. Listen, when Revenue call in, he's in New York. I ask him, does he know of any UNIA chapters in around his area? Like they're like non-existent.
He was running around with the rosters.
Right, they're like non-existent.
He was running around with the rosters, man.
All right. So V4, let me finish this video because I got to leave from where I'm at. Yeah, let me play this video. The rest of it I could play at home, but let me get. So we're talking about delineation, and what does it really mean, apart from what a Pan-African or tether try to redefine it as. So yeah, so let me just play a couple videos, and then I could leave where I'm at, because I got a whole playlist, but these videos right here are not part of the playlist, and I don't want to make them part of the playlist. So let me just play these, and then okay. So give me a second.
Sir.
Let me get back to my point. I just got one question for you. At the end of the day, the delineation movement is complete. What's the end goal? Because there's still.
Why would there be an end goal to delineation?
What do you mean?
Your lineage is your
How long
lineage.
you gonna?
My lineage is my lineage, sir.
How long you gonna be pushing
me
this
acknowledging
movement?
what's wrong with me acknowledging my lineage?
There's nothing wrong with that, but at what point?
All right. So where's the end game? Why would there have to be an end game?
How will you know that your mission is complete?
What mission?
Your mission is to delineate from the rest of the black community, the black people.
We've already done it. We've already done it.
If it's already done, then what's the point of getting on here?
Delineating means acknowledging your unique.
You get on
lineage.
here consistently and try to push this narrative as if, oh no, we not them. Okay, so then how long you gonna be pushing it?
We're not. I'm not an immigrant, sir.
You're not. You're a foundational Black American of African descent.
Right. So where's the hostility from? That's a historic fact. That's not hating. That's a historic fact, sir.
If I'm agreeing with you and I'm literally telling you, I feel where you're coming from. The immigrants are coming over here and they're trying to sit up there and act like black Americans didn't contribute to society as if they didn't do anything.
That's a different argument.
No, it's not a different argument. I'm saying if I'm agreeing that if immigrants are coming over here and they're saying Black Americans ain't shit, that's flawed. But at the same time, understand that if you sit up there and say you're not of African descent, that removes a whole part of history as if we never came over here.
What happens when we're not saying we're not, I'm not saying, let me speak for me. I'll speak for me. There's 43 million foundational Black Americans.
Facts.
Some say, I ain't got no African in me. Mm-hmm. Most of my shit is native. We just Black indigenous. Okay. And talk to them about it.
All right. Facts. That's really where the problem is coming from, because let me ask you.
That's not even a problem, to be honest.
No, because what?
That's not a problem.
Listen.
Listen. That's not a problem because if their family member or ancestor was listed as black in the 1800s or whatever, they're still foundational black Americans, no matter how that black got on that census, because it could be very well that they are part Native American and they were reclassified. That did happen. I don't negate that argument. Nor do I even engage in it, because we had an ethnogenesis. No matter how your name got black on the census form in the 17 and 1800s, you became a part of the ethnogenesis. That's my thing. How it became black, now that's debatable. But the fact that there are black people listed on the census forms and on documents on this land in the 17 and 1800s, like my family, that right there makes you foundational. Anything other than that is debatable, but that is not debatable. If you are black on a form or a document, 1800s on this land, and there's a continuity in lineage and you still here, that is foundational. All these other things are speculative and debatable. Got it?
I love how you said part, because then that distinguishes the fact that you know that it is a difference between black people and indigenous people. So being part, so what? Let me ask you this: what is being black then? How do we base being black if it's not skin color? Because we know there's light-skinned monoracial black people. What is being black then? We base being black off your African ancestry. That's how we know who's black. Because if that was the case, we would accept any and everybody to be black. All the biracials, all the people who say that they're part black. You've seen us being watered down on the daily. People who are a quarter black saying that, oh, bro, I got a voice in the black community. Everybody can't be black.
So why did they go over to Asia and get people who were full-blooded black Asians? Why did they call them negritos, which is black in Spanish? Why did they call them that? Little black people. Negrito means little black people. Why did they call them that? And these are pure Asians, by the way.
Pure Asians? I thought you just said all humans come from Africa. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, everybody has an out of Africa story. Everybody has an out of Africa thing. That, like I said, everybody came out of Africa at one point. But these Asiatics, these are Asian people. And they call them negritos, these dark-skinned Asians, they call them negritos. Why did they call
them negritos? Because if negritos from Spain, it's a Spanish word. Why would they go to?
I know that. I just said that, sir. That's the Spanish word for little Negroes. When the Europeans showed up, they called them these are little blacks. In the Philippines, all the way in the Philippines, the Aboriginal people are little blacks. You see? So the phenotype does dictate what the title will be. Just like in Europe, they call those people Moors. Moors was another variation of the word black. Culturally, what made blackness a thing culturally was us. During the Harlem Renaissance, we made blackness a cultural identity, not just a skin color, but a cultural. Right. You see what I'm saying?
I've been understood what you're saying. I came on the live and said FBA is different than the rest of the diaspora, but we are still a part of the African Diaspora family.
Are we though?
We are. Because then you still haven't answered my question. How are we distinguishing what's black?
How come they're so tribal over there then? How come they have a gazillion tribes?
Because Africa always been tribal, the same way the indigenous Americans always been tribal. Every nation has been tribal. Nobody claimed nation. That's another thing. We need to get out of this nationalist complex because these nations weren't even brought up until colonialism came. Honestly, a Nigerian shouldn't give a fuck about being Nigerian. They should care more about being Igbo or Yoruba. Because that was before that these colonizers came and gave them their name, gave them their flag. Africans should delineate from their nation.
All right. So you've proven our point. You got these people with respective tribes, respected different groups, even though they have melanin and woolly hair, they have different tribal groups and ethnic groups that should be respected individually. Why can't ours be respected individually?
There's nothing wrong with that. My main argument was y'all coming over here calling people that look just like you parasites and ticks and all this. It's just like we're not going to get further along in progressing if we continuously are battling with each other. There's more issues to worry about in America as a black person than to sit up there and worry about what's going across seas. If we know that, all right,
we're not worried about what's happening.
Since I've been listening to your live, you ain't talk about none of the stuff that's really going on in America. How black women are reported missing on higher rates more than any other group of people. You're talking about Africans. You're talking about Africans and Caribbeans consistently.
That's not true.
Name some other topics that.
Yeah, now you're doing what a stereotype. You're lying. You're not telling the truth. I've always talked about black women missing. You're not going to sit here lying. See, that's the problem. A lot of y'all from these different lineages, there's a culture of lying. Y'all just start saying stuff which causes distrust, and we don't want to build with that. Yeah, don't do that. Don't start tapping out, getting emotional, and just start lying when you feel like you're losing an argument. Don't do that. We talk about everything. We don't give a shit about what goes on overseas, to be honest. We don't talk about that. We talk about the people who come here who try to undermine us. That's where the problem is. We ain't got no problem with what's going on over there. What makes you think we care? Esco, unmute your mic, sir. What makes you think we really care about what's happening over there? Come on, we talk about it every day. No, we don't. Unless somebody comes up here talking crazy.
Nah, notice how one time I ain't talk crazy. If I over talk, it's just a lot on my mind. But at the same time, I'm trying to give you time to speak, and I expect the same. You feel me? But
where did you get that? We sit up here and talk about. You don't hear people call us up talking crazy. Only time we'll talk about them is if we're responding to them.
I'm reading the comments.
I don't like that selective. I don't like that selective ass hearing, because these folks call us up saying everything under the sun about us. We check them. Oh, we beating up on Africa.
And I check them too. Mind you, me as being from somebody, because I could just tell by the comments, these are black Americans who do not hang around Africans or Caribbeans. You can just tell off their energy how they tether babble. He's not one of us. My dad is a black American. I don't have an African last name. I don't have an indigenous African last name. But
is your dad black American?
I mean, what I gotta do? Post pictures? I mean, yeah, my dad's black American.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know how true that is, sir. I don't know.
So you could believe that my mother's African, but when I say my father's black,
I know that. We already know somebody's African.
Okay.
We already know that just by your get down. We already knew that.
And there's your assumption.
A lot of people try to do. I'm African, but I got a such and such parent. Are they though?
I mean, the same way I feel that your name is Tariq, and people pulled up videos of you being pro-African a few years ago, but now all of a sudden you're trying to
pro-African now.
How are you pro-African? You're trying.
That's not
You're literally trying to be divisive.
Pro-African now.
How are you pro-African and you're being divisive?
I'm pro-African now. I just left Africa. I want them to do good. Yeah. I'm pro-African now. So what is the point?
All right, somebody could be racist and go to Europe and go to Asia and go do whatever they want to. That doesn't mean that they're pro these people.
I'm pro.
White people spend their money with us and they go listen to our music and show up to concerts and they still say, nigga, they still got their views on black people. So that don't mean nothing about spending money over.
It does mean, yeah. I wouldn't go over there if I didn't like him. I wouldn't go over there if I had a problem. I went over there and had a good ass time.
And I believe you could.
They love me and I love them.
And I'm glad you did that.
I'm pro all of these people. I want you to do great. And I've helped a lot of people over there out of love. I want people to do great, but I'm also going to make sure nobody's going to undermine my lineage here. Ain't nobody going to come over here and fuck us up.
So we on the same page. I didn't disagree with you on that. I want the best for everybody, especially all black people across the world, because we all going through hell. So at the same time, how could you sit up here and try to be divisive and say, man, F them people, F the ones,
divisive how?
F the ones who are talking bad, because the same way Africans go talk out their neck, I go address them and let them know the brother.
Divisive how? No, you're not going to say that. Divisive how?
Are you not reading the comments that everybody's sitting up there talking about tether, babble, parasite, this, that, tick, and bro, like, oh, bro.
You said me though. You not then you switch to the comment section. I'm not even looking at the comment section. I'm talking to you. I'm looking at the screen. I can't read and talk.
I'm doing both.
You said I was divisive. What did I say divisive?
The whole conversation is divisive.
How?
Oh my God.
Man. You sitting there trying to gaslight me, brother. It's sorry, because I really didn't come over here.
I ain't trying to. You said it. If you say something, you should be a man to stand on what you're saying, sir.
Oh, I'm definitely a man. I'm just explaining to you how.
All right, you said something. You should be able to elaborate and stand on what you said. What was divisive? What did I say?
When you're talking,
what did I say divisive? Because you just made it up. You just made that up, sir. I didn't say anything divisive to anybody.
You just muted me and called me a liar and tried to discredit everything that I was saying. That was how you. So I have.
You just said something that wasn't true, and now you're filibustering.
I know I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything that wasn't true. Mind you, I never said that you did.
Okay, what did I say divisive? That's why you can't answer the question. If I said something divisive, what was divisive?
Brother, I just told you. You just go, bro. What are you talking about? But anyways, like I said, you could be talking about many more issues that's going on in Black America than to be speaking on a delineation movement. If the delineation movement already started and it's already happening, it's already in progress. So then now let's get to deeper conversations. If you really are so focused on a Black American,
clearly,
if you're so focused,
what I have to
if
say
you're so focused on Black Americans, let's get to the next topic. Forget the Africans, forget the Caribbeans. Forget the Africans, forget the Africans, forget the Caribbeans. What's going on in America?
No, sir. Right now, people are kicking and screaming and upset because of delineation, and we're having a conversation on here as to why. Right now, we've already delineated, and now there's a major pushback from a lot of people who's upset and they're crashing out. And we're explaining why. That's a very relevant topic.
And when I came up here, I told you I agree with you on why. It's how immigrants come over here and they try to make it seem like they're better than Black Americans. So I understand the delineation movement, but you cannot put on all immigrants who come over here. Some immigrants genuinely come over here with.
Nobody said that. That's a straw man.
No, I'm not. I'm not, and I didn't say you. I didn't say. I didn't say you. I didn't say.
None of us said it. Nobody in here said it either, sir. You're just saying stuff.
Cap, brother.
You're not being honest, brother. You can't do that. You can't be dishonest, brother. You cannot be dishonest. Why are you crashing out? Why are you so upset?
Y'all trying to put that shit on me? It's all right, though, bro.
You crashing out, brother.
I'm really not. I'm just having a passionate conversation.
You are crashing out. This delineation is kicking your ass.
Nah, it really means a lot to me, though. I ain't gonna lie to you because I want to see the best for all Black people, brother.
On all of that, we all part of the and then y'all can never name what the hell we are part of. When we go over there, we foundational Black Americans, we're treated as foreigners over there. We can stop all that bullshit. We are treated as foreigners there, up and down, top to bottom, and I'm cool with that. But just don't try to sell me on the.
Now we're having two different. Now we're having two different conversations because yes, you do get treated differently over there because they can tell you're Americanized, but that doesn't mean that you do not have African blood. When you take a DNA test, it says 40% Nigerian, 20% Senegalese. So you are of African descent.
And I am of European blood, and I am not European, and I am not a continental African, sir. All right? Same thing applies. I got European DNA. I got like 20% something, some shit up there.
I don't know what's wrong with your connection, brother, but I'm here.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear
Nigerian, nigga. I'm not even Nigerian.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? All right. Family,
DNA
can y'all
tests
hear
are
me?
not entertainment purposes, gang. They literally had to say educational.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Oh, this is my live now because I can't hear Tariq. What's good, y'all?
Okay, they can hear me. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, let me double check. Esquire, I muted you for 1 second. Y'all can hear me, guys? Yeah, he said he couldn't hear me. I had to. Okay, we hear me. Okay, they hear me. Okay. All right, Esco, unmute your microphone, brother.
There's so much more to talk about in our community.
There you go. Yeah, and this is one of the main things. And obviously a lot of people.
Shut this man live down. What's good, y'all?
Okay,
Block in with me, tap my page. I'm finna drop some more content.
Okay, he can't hear me. Okay.
Bruh.
Okay, they said it's his tether phone. Okay. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. I'm telling you, this delineation is whooping people's asses. Yeah! I don't even think his dad is from here. I don't think that. If you're dishonest about one thing, you're going to be dishonest about everything else. I think this guy's full tether. I think he's full tether, ladies and gentlemen.
Bruh.
Yeah. I think he's an African Caribbean.
Easy.
You understand? Whining about delineations. Why you divisive? Divisive how? Notice they can never answer when they say divisive. Divisive how? Us recognizing our lineage, they look at that as divisive. Why? Because it divides them from leeching off of us. That's what they mean. That's why they can't articulate it. When they say we're divisive, what that means is, damn it, we can't leech off of you if you're running around here saying foundational. Do you understand? That's all it means. It don't mean nothing else. That means, damn it, we can't leech off of y'all. How come we can't leech? We all in the diaspora. The diaspora means we can come over and leech. I'm telling you, that's all it means. See, the thing is, they don't have a problem with African American. They can leech off that. They can leech off that. They can leech off just plain black. They can leech off that. If you say, hey, this is for black people. Oh shit, I can be black for a couple of days. They can leech off that. They can also leech off American descendants of slaves or descendants of slaves. They can leech off descendants of slaves. They can leech off that. See, that's why that term, that wasn't a strong enough term. Because the Caribbeans could leech off that. They can be like, oh shit, I'm a descendant of slaves and in Jamaica. So yeah, I'm a descendant of slave too. Yeah, I was enslaved in the Bahamas. So I'm a descendant of slaves too. So they could leech off some of those terms. So they could tolerate some of those terms. But one thing, they cannot leech off foundational Black American. That's the one that kicks them in the ass. That one right there shuts it all down. Foundational Black American is extremely specific. And they can't remix it and they can't parasite off of it. That's why they have such a problem with it. They got a major problem with that term. Because foundational means you were on this land from the beginning, from the foundation. And you were Black and American. So you were foundational on American soil from the very beginning. So that puts you on soil, that puts you in a certain timeline, that puts you in a certain racial status. And that can't be remixed. And that's the thing that bothers them. It excludes. That's divisive. It's not divisive, sir. That's a historic reality. That's not divisive. I'm not an immigrant. I didn't come from any. Wait, how'd you get over here? From Africa? It don't matter. There were some aboriginals here. There were some blacks brought over. Whatever. It doesn't matter. There was an ethnogenesis. We were here, documented as Black. 1700s, 1800s, going some 1600s. On paper, documented. We are a unique group. All that other stuff doesn't matter. Well, we could talk about something else. Don't matter. That don't change lineage. What it mean to be Black means African descent. I pointed out, sir, there were Asians that they called Negritos. Those are little Black people who were Asians. All that shit. All right, let's stop the games. And when those Europeans came over here, they saw Negritos here too, and they named them Negroes. You look at some of these documents, there were Black people here. They were calling them Negroes for a reason. All right, get the book Jack Forbes, Blacks, African Americans and Native Americans. I think that's the name of the book. They talk about how those Spanish came over and they were reclassifying Native Americans as Negroes, left and right. Y'all see me bring up several court cases. Who were enslaved were going to court saying, hey, I'm Native American. Hey, beloved, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What's happening over there in the UK?
The other side of that is that it prevents us from understanding that this is our home and fighting for everything and fighting for. If you believe that you're going to one day be in Africa and this is really not your home, you're a little lost, dumb Negro in America. If you believe that, then what inspires you to fight in America? Nothing. This is not your home anyway. You are a lost African. If you believe that, when anything bad happens, you give yourself permission to be lazy because you can just say, hey, I ain't from here, no way. I'm really an African. Let these white people fight. Your power is anchored in your home. Once you realize that, hey, this is what my mama, my mama and daddy, grandmama and granddaddy, great grandmama and great granddaddy, great grandmama and great granddaddy, everybody that I know has been born here. And even if I didn't know, and everybody who comes after me will be born here. So this is my home. This other stuff is fantastic. It's kind of like I told somebody, I said, y'all will know. You will know about African voodoo. You will know about Mufasa. You will know about Mansa Musa, but you don't know your great grandmama's name. And you don't know your great granddaddy's name. But you'll know about all of this stuff. But you won't know about your history right here.
With my friends, and legitimately, and I'm genuinely curious, do you think the Black experience with someone who's Ethiopian ethnically, compared to someone who's just been who compared to a Black person?
Stop the cap. No.
There's no such thing as an Ethiopian having a Black experience. The Black experience is only an experience that was experienced by Black Americans. There's no such thing as an Ethiopian experience. Okay, the Ethiopian experience is an Ethiopian experience. You dig? It doesn't change because you come to America. Your experience is uniquely your experience, my guy. Stop trying to tether onto our experience. You dig? It's okay to be Ethiopian. Okay? It's okay to be Ethiopian. You ain't gotta be Black. We ain't trying to be Ethiopian. You ain't gotta try to be Black. Go with the Ethiopian experience, my guy, not the Black experience. Stop with the cap. All right? We don't appreciate that. We don't appreciate cosplayers that can't respect it. Nobody can respect that. It ain't just Black Americans. Nobody can respect cosplayers, my guy. You're Ethiopia. You don't know about the Black experience.
Person who's originated from here, from slavery.
Right.
Do you think, yes, there is a disconnect in the sense of ancestry? Like, they don't know. I mean, they know where they come from in the sense of like, hey, they came from Africa, but like, they don't know their roots. Does that make sense?
How do we as foundational Black Americans, we know our roots in the Black group on the planet?
What do you mean? Because, I mean, I'm sounding offensive.
No, I'm not offended whatsoever. But our lineage is very well documented. I can trace my lineage back to the mid 1700s on paper by name. I know the name of the relatives. I can go down to cemeteries. Yeah, I can show dates. That predates damn near every modern African nation state today. And we know exactly where we're from. And now Ethiopia is different because they've been a nation state for a long time. That's the only one that hasn't been colonized physically, been colonized economically. But we are
we've been colonized economically and land-wise. Like, if you go to Ethiopia right now, you'll see quite a lot of Chinese people.
Yeah, right. So yeah, there's a misconception that we don't know where we came from. No, we're from here. We came from here. This whole thing where we're supposed to know some non-existent African tribe or some kingdom that no longer exists in Africa. That's a ridiculous thing that we're supposed to be held to. That's ridiculous. Because none of those nation states, they did. People there in most parts of Africa didn't even get last names until the 1880s. So yeah, we pretty much know where we're from. We know pretty much who we are, and our culture is more deeply rooted than a lot of people over in Africa. That's a reality.
And what do you mean by deeply rooted? Like, define
deeply rooted because we've been in the same spot for centuries.
So have my people. Like
right, to a certain degree. To a certain degree. Because you're in LA now. All right.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? So yeah. You've been uprooted from your ancestral homeland. We haven't. We've been in our homeland for the last 500 years at least, and some of us have indigenous ancestry.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I was born and raised in LA. I mean, can I not claim this as my home?
This isn't your homeland. Your homeland is
the
Ethiopia.
guy
That's
now
fine.
wants
That's
two
your
homelands. So if
ancestral
you leave here
homeland.
and go to Australia,
And
that's your
hold
homeland
on.
too.
Are you saying
dude.
that?
That's called tethering, my guy. You're Ethiopian, dude. You have a homeland. It's Ethiopia. These guys are so quick to detach or eject from their homeland. What is wrong with y'all, man? Be proud of who you are, man. Damn, you're not one of us. This ain't your homeland, Dusty. Go build Ethiopia up and be proud of that. You over here making us greater. You dig? Come on, man. Leave here for making us greater and go make Ethiopia greater. And brag about Ethiopia, man. Cosplaying as musty tether.
Okay, so you have some indigenous blood in you.
Yes,
for the sake
yeah.
for the sake of this conversation.
Yeah, almost all foundational Black Americans do. It would be impossible for us not to have it. But go ahead.
Like an indigenous blood as like Cherokee, like that type of indigenous blood, or are you talking about indigenous blood in the sense of just like what do you mean by indigenous blood? Explain by that.
There is no way that we would not have mixed in with the indigenous population, us being here so long.
So
it would be impossible for us not to mix in with them.
So you're saying that you're indigenous to the land because you have Cherokee, or not Cherokee, but you have indigenous as in like you mean you know what I mean by Cherokee. Like I'm using that as an example. I don't want to sound offensive. If I sound offensive, I apologize.
There were thousands of different tribes here, so Cherokee wasn't the only one.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just using that as an example. I apologize. I don't want to sound offensive.
No, it's not offensive, sir. Listen, you realize when the Spanish and the Portuguese and people like that came over here, they favorite talk. I mean,
Apologize.
The tribes, they enslaved them. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Right. So you do acknowledge that they were enslaved. When they were enslaved and put on plantations, they were mixed in with Black people. People from Africa were mixed in with them on those plantations, right? We do acknowledge that, right?
Yes, I acknowledge that.
Right. So what happened on those plantations, everybody just got labeled Negro, okay? What do you think happened to those people who got mixed in and classified as Negro?
I mean, yes, they not interbreed, but they like, sometimes they force bred with other people. Like I'm aware of this. This is not something that's new. Like I am aware of this. What I am simply saying, are you claiming that you're are you claiming that you're an indigenous to the land because you have indigenous blood, or are you claiming you're indigenous to the land because you are a foundational Black American?
The
Does that make sense?
claim is there was an ethnogenesis. Are we African? Us, the foundational Black Americans, are we African?
Yes, ethnically you have African blood inside you.
Got it. Then why wouldn't we be Indian or indigenous as well?
Well, I mean, for your case, because you are a descendant of slavery,
Right.
right? So you have African blood inside you, right? Like you your great ancestor came straight from the boats from Africa, right? Then later down the line, they had a child, or they had some relationship or with someone who's indigenous to this land, and then later down the line you came out, right?
Mhm.
That's your claim to the indigenous claim. That's your claim to this land, right? For the indigenous, or they had some relationship, right, with someone who. Does that make sense? Or because I'm generally trying to understand, because I've been watching your content for a while, and I had many conversations with my professors, and they never could have answered the question fully. So I genuinely want to ask someone of your caliber to explain, because I try to ask like Dr. Umar, and he couldn't really answer the question.
No, we're answering. We're answering, and you're answering it for me. You're kind of answering because we're just using logic. There were.
By the way, my mic is not on. I'm not recording. I'm a Black man. I'm looking at the comments because people are saying, "Oh, he's recording. He's recording." He's like, "No."
So, if we're African, you say we're African, why wouldn't we be indigenous as well if we have the indigenous bloodline as well?
I mean, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying your claim that you don't have indigenous ancestry. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Right.
I am. But my only question is, are you claiming that you're indigenous because you're a Black American? Like when this country got started, you were one of your ancestors were the first people to come to this country when this country got started. Are you claiming that side is indigenous, or are you claiming the side of you being, the indigenous American as we know?
The claim, my claim, is that we had an ethnogenesis. What? Can you say that word?
Ethnogenesis.
Right. Do you know what that is?
No, I do not.
Ethnogenesis is the formation of a new ethnic group. That's how ethnic groups form. One group gets with another group, a different group forms. It's like you get some flour, you get an egg, you get some sugar, you mix that together, something else happens. A cake happens. Now, is a cake flour? No, but it has flour in it. Is a cake an egg? No, has an egg in it. We, foundational Black Americans, we're not continental Africans, but we have African genetics. Are we Indians? No, we have Indian and Aboriginal genetics. And that formed a new ethnic group, which is foundational Black Americans. That's the argument. All of that other argument, I don't even get into it. I only focus on the ethnogenesis. We are foundational Black Americans. Now, how much indigenous ancestry? That's like, well, how much sugar went into the cake? How much African genetics? How much flour went into the cake? What? I don't give a damn. At the beginning of this country, there was a cake here, and that cake was foundational Black Americans, and that cake fed this nation. That cake was the foundation and the lifeblood of this nation. That's what we're talking about. And that cake has been here consistently and culturally and politically since the beginning to this day. That's my argument. That makes sense?
Okay, now I understand. So out of genuine curiosity, someone who is Ethiopian, ethnically Abasha, and who's American, can they say they are a Black American? Would you accept that claim?
No. Here's the thing. That's a very interesting
Hell
question.
no. You're not black in any sense, my guy. No way, my boy.
Because I've met several Ethiopians, Sudanese, East Africans who told us they weren't Black.
Okay, because I know what they mean by that.
Sir, not only did they tell us that they weren't Black, they told us they were actually dark Caucasians. We've had East Africans literally tell us they have more in common with Caucasians than they do with us. Not only that, they would refer to us with the N-word with the hard ER. So your fellow East Africans were the ones telling us how Black they were not. All right? And they would say things like, I ain't Black, I'm Ethiopian. I ain't Black, I'm Sudanese. And we're saying, okay, cool. Right?
No, what I'm simply saying is, I've heard I met Ethiopian claims Ethiopians are not Black Americans. So again, when someone says Ethiopians aren't Black Americans, I clearly disagree with that. Ethiopians are Black Americans. Like, I am as Black as you, Mr. Tariq Nasheed, and I was born and raised in America.
That's the thing, man. We ain't Black because we're dark. The hell wrong with these people, man? I'm gonna need Tariq to come around. Okay, we're not Black because we're dark. We're Black because of the ethnogenesis. That's the name we called our ethnogenesis, my guy, in the 60s, okay? And it was recognized federally, nationally in the 70s, okay? And we ain't Black because we're dark. You got Mariah Carey, you got Prince, right? These guys are not Black. They're not dark. Dark. When I say Black, they're not dark. Okay, so that's nothing. So that's why these tethers think they're Black, because they look at Black as a dark gang. No, my guy, you're not Black. Ain't no gang, ain't no dark gang over here. You dig? You're Ethiopian. Okay, so be proud to be Ethiopian. And the fact that you're calling yourself Black and you know you're not, because ain't no gang, you're a tether now. All right, because you're trying to tether onto our identity.
Right? Am I not a Black American? Like I said, Ethiopians are Black. Right? We are Black.
No.
We come from Africa.
Not from what y'all told us. Not from.
You
told us.
You'll have a subset of people who are older generations who came during a time where there is a difference between, hey, I am an immigrant who is Black, but I do not want to be associated with.
You're not going to put that on the older generation.
It is the older generation, because that's how
Myron Gaines ain't the older generation. Y'all got a Myron Gaines problem, sir.
Hold on. Man,
hold on, nothing. Hold on. Y'all got a Myron Gaines problem.
His father. No. Prime example. And I'm glad you mentioned that. If you listen to his story, his father, right, who Myron Gaines said played a big influence in his life, right? Who probably said
do the Arab thing. Go ahead. You about to go to the Arab route?
No, I'm not about to do the Arab thing. I'm simply saying. By the way, once again, I have no problem with Myron Gaines. I don't want him to look. I don't want him to look at this and him call me out or say something. This is what Myron Gaines said. His father played a big influence in his life.
Yeah, so he wanted to make sure he clicked in with Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines, don't look at this audio and look at me. Tether.
But when I say by the older generations, Myron Gaines, someone who is his father, would most likely be, my father's age as well, or my uncle's age as well, who would have told me the same thing, who came during a time in America where there were immigrants, and when they witnessed what they witnessed with Black people is not what they wanted us us to be. That's from the older generations, right? And they made a clear indication, be like, hey, we are black, but we're not with that shit.
Dude, you're not black. You're Ethiopian, Myron Sudanese. That's it, man. And when you come together as African people coming together in America.
We're
okay, you're not black. Stop trying to hijack black. We're not over here on this channel. We're not allowing that. You're not black. You got to prove you're black. The link's in the chat for anybody who can prove that somebody of immigrant origin is black. Click that link and let's talk about it. I'm open to hear the argument. You dig? It's all good.
Okay, and here's the problem with that.
Now that's the claim that older generations
that's
told
the
us.
problem right there. You can't sit up and say you don't want to be a part of that shit, and you over in your homeland washing your hair with cow urine. That's the problem. So yeah, we're different because these cats come over here from third world nations,
and they statistically do pretty well when they come to America.
Bro, they're highly selected. They're supposed to. They represent the top 1% of their country. All right. That's it. But
they don't.
Hold on. But the average of you guys are pieces of shit, my guy. You guys don't be productive nowhere. Nowhere y'all go. Y'all be a burden on everybody's society, including your own. Okay. He's bragging about his top 1%. That's like us bragging about Michael Jordan and Jay-Z to represent Black America. Like, dude, you don't want to do that.
Talk about.
Look at what's going on in Minnesota. Is that all them scams doing well?
I'm not mistaken. I don't. I'm not.
Is scamming?
I haven't looked at
massive scam. Is the Leering Center doing well? Your daycare center where you're funneling and laundering money and you can't spell the goddamn name of the place right, doing well, sir?
Look at Fairfax. That's a prime example. That's a thriving community right there.
Fairfax is one damn city block of damn Ethiopian businesses, sir. It's one block, sir.
Look at Las Vegas.
It's a block. It's one block, sir.
Look at Vegas. Look at Washington, D.C.
What about Vegas? What y'all got going on in Vegas?
We have a thriving...
Fairfax is one block. Stop it, sir. I'm from L.A. Fairfax is one block.
He's talking about the Africans who are highly educated in Africa, right? They didn't go through, the shit we go through in America where education costs $1 gazillion. A lot of these guys' education is free or damn near. So he's comparing a piece of shit musty tether with access to free education or damn near being taught by their own people to us where education costs us a fortune, an arm and a leg, literally. You dig? And he's bragging about a handful of these dusty buckets coming over here getting a job, by the way. They not doing nothing really significant. They're getting a job, making maybe 6 figures at a job, 100, 200 grand. And he's bragging about that. They're not really in powerful positions in America or even in their homeland. Okay. And they're definitely not, these handful of tethers are not superseding ours. So look, let's compare the top 1%. Let's compare your top 1% that come over here and let's compare our top 1% and let's see who's doing better. That's how we got to talk to these dusty, musty, roach, rat infested, dirt cake eating bastards, man. They're very disrespectful. And look, and what he's saying right now about these piece of shit musty dusties coming over here being more successful Black Americans, no Pan-African. Dr. Ruxpin, that King and Zinga woman that's in HC6, none of them will resent this and call this guy out. They'll act like they never heard it before. That's why they're ops and agents.
Of damn Ethiopian restaurants.
Washington, D.C.
What about Washington, D.C.? Y'all work in the parking structures out there.
And we've built a financial structure.
No, you haven't. You work in the parking structures out there, sir.
And what did they do in that parking structure? They built a financial
cars.
And what did they build from that? A community of financial success.
What's the financial success in you parking cars?
having a company, passing it on to your
Name
son?
the DC area with wealthy Ethiopians. Name the wealthy Ethiopian area in Washington D.C.
I don't know the exact name.
It's called nowhere, sir. We can name Prince George County, where the Foundation of Black Americans are doing phenomenal out there. They've always done phenomenal out there, sir.
Which I'm not disagreeing with that aspect.
Not to play apples and oranges. Not to play apples and oranges. Where are my DC people? Where are my DC people? All right, where are my yeah? When I go to DC, I see y'all parking cars. No disrespect. I see you parking cars. No disrespect. So y'all not gonna sit up here and pump fake like you're doing something that you're not really doing, sir. All right. All right. Well, now what else is happening, sir? What else is on your mind? Let's go ahead and get to the point.
I mean, not other than that. That's it, sir. Thank you for.
It's a good conversation. Hold on, we want to get away. Django wanted to get up, but Django, you can't. Okay, Django, you got a janky account. Some people wanted to get up. He has a janky account. Why people say you're a white man? I don't believe you're white. I think you're Ethiopian for real. Can you get on camera just to show that you're not a white man? Just 2 seconds. 2 seconds, just to let us know that we're talking in good faith. You ain't got to, you can cover your hairline up. We're not going to clown your hairline. Just 2 seconds, just to let. There you go. Okay, boy, look at that hair. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I told you. I knew he was. I told you he was. I didn't doubt it. I didn't doubt it. Hairline and everything, right? Everything.
Yeah, my hairline's kind of receding.
The whole package. Boy, he come with the whole tether package.
Hairline's kind of receding. Yeah, but I
he said he come with the whole. He come with the whole tether package. Yeah, listen, man. I can't, man. I can't. He come with the whole tether package, yo. He gotta stop. Tariq gotta stop, man. The whole tether package. Dude. Come on, man. I'm trying to take this tether seriously. Uh-oh. All right, hold on. All right, damn. All right. It looks like I'm going to reel in the big fish. It looks like I'm going to reel in the big fish. I'm going to cook a big fish. It probably won't be tonight. Probably tomorrow. Okay, so I gotta but it looks like I'm gonna cook a big fish, and they are going to be mad. They're gonna be very mad. It won't be tonight because I'm doing my own thing. I'm not in a rush. I'm doing my own thing right now. I'm having fun explaining delineation. You dig? And matter of fact, let me play. George Macon said he had a video that he want me to play, so I want to play that. Okay, 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. So, before I come, I got to switch my phone. But I got people texting me. I got the big fish texting me too. So I got him on a hook, but I ain't reel him in just yet. Okay, you ain't got a date until she get in the car. You dig? So I ain't got the big fish until he's on record. Until he's on the platform. So, so far is looking really good, and none of these guys can do nothing with me. All right. They get their big grandest leader and they can be nothing with me. Yeah. So what's up? Back up. Yeah. So we're definitely gonna continue the show. I'm just, before I go to my phone, I don't want to play the George making video and got to stop. Damn, he keep texting me. All right, so let me play a little bit of George making right now while we waiting. Yo, that Pan African group, the one that caused me to start this show. Listen, me some background. So this Pan African crew, these people clicked in with George Macon. They was pretending they don't understand delineation, and I know they do because they be over here. So we know they do. So that means that they're purposely deceiving people. Now they come over here, but they don't directly talk to me about what we're talking about. They'll change the subject and again, I don't want to seem like a bully because everybody gonna paint their narrative against me, because already people say, hey, he mute people, don't come over there. So then I'm being a bully. So I'm trying to, clean up my image a little bit, have a good image for people to want to come over and click the link and get cooked. So I'm trying to, play politics a little bit. But I do want them to come over here and have this discussion with me. What delineation is. They was talking about African American, Black American, and when I play it, you guys gonna be mad because this guy is gaslighting. He's pretending he does not know, and it is very like I can't rock with nobody. Like like listen, the way I am online, that's the way I'm in public. And people who know me in real life that's be on my panel, they know I call them out when I think they're bullshitting. And they be kind of mad at me, whatever, don't speak to me for a few days. But the way I am online, I'm like that in real life. I can't hang with nobody being disingenuous. So if I catch one of my homies somewhere else being disingenuous with somebody, I'm be like, yo, what's up with that? Like, you better let me know that's your strategy for something else. But if that's who you are, I can't rock with you. You dig? Now, hell no, nigga, I ain't rocking with that. Like, you on some bullshit. So, yeah, I can't rock with. I don't give a damn what you do in real life, school, whatever. If I see you living a double life in real life, you're like legitimate trying to teach kids, but online you this troll, this lying guy who's trying to go against the lineage and make the lineage look bad. I can't rock with you, dude. I see that's me. In business they say cut your losses short. When you got a double minded person, I cut you short, dude. I ain't about to do that with you. Cause I gotta know. See, for me, it's a simple rule, family. For me, you have to be predictable. I gotta be able to predict who you are and what you will likely do in any given situation. When I feel like I can't predict your actions, I can't rock with you. Cause I'm not gonna let you line me up for some bullshit, either intentionally or unintentionally. You ain't gonna do that. So everybody I rock with, um, I gotta be able to predict, the outcome in any given situation. That's who I am. So I can't rock with liars, people the flip floppers, the switch upper, the ancient mama Maya people. I can't do that. You got to be consistent or get out my damn life. Yeah. One second. Like and subscribe. Good. Good. Tariq Radio. Tariq Radio. Tariq Radio. Okay, that's 3 times. That's it. Okay. Say good night. Good night. All right. All right. Say on code. On code. Say B1. B1. Say keep it real. Keep it real. Say FBA. FBA. News and updates. News and updates. We see you later. We see you later. Okay, good. Okay. All right. So now I'm gonna switch over, family. I'm gonna switch over now. Wait. Yeah. Hopefully the big fish don't respond back tonight, because I really can't. I'm too hungry to be rocking with him tonight. And you know how it is when you hungry, man. Uh, the tolerance isn't there. I'm gonna snap on him too quickly. Hold on, family. All right, so let me play the George Macon video. He said it's pretty good. He said he got some FBAs and got some non-FBAs from Africa. So I'm really interested to see what this dialogue is about. He part of broadcast now. Huh? I got this microphone. He be wanting to talk so badly. Huh? Okay. No. No cloud chasing. All right, so you don't cloud chase either, all right? I hope everybody kind of blame my own son. No cloud chasing. Cause the microphone is like how many lights on it, so he knows when it's working. When it's not working, it says dark, no lights. And when it's working, it's like, so no cloud chasing. You see what George Macon got going on?
I was on Dinah Samir's channel. I've been going back and forth on his panels the last couple of days, and I've been having dialogue and conversations with continental Africans. And some of them been cool, some of them been just downright liars and just not telling the truth. But in this segment, I'm gonna demonstrate just how you have some sellout FBAs, right? FBA Pan-Africans that don't find no fault in Africans, but they don't have no problem criticizing us, right? Tearing us down, right? But then you're going to hear some Africans really going on Africans, and it's going to be one African.
And I'm saying, George Macon, your boy is part of that entourage. I think you looking too much at what he does with the school, and you appreciate that, where you're like being blinded by the same hypocrisy. You dig? It's sometimes family. There's a saying that I was taught by DJ Focus that, a real elder. The people who are the closest to the water fountain don't get wet. Okay, so look at this. You're gonna run a red. You gonna run a stop sign? You goddamn tether, illegal tether. Yeah. So the people that's closest to the water fountain don't get wet. So George Macon, if you're listening, dude, you're too close to the water fountain. You don't get wet by your entourage, the people, your friends and stuff. You don't see. You're not affected by the hate. So the Duke Q Butter is definitely a hater of the lineage. Like that's no cap. And he got some explaining to do, and he can click the link and come over here and let's have a dialogue about delineation, Tariq Nasheed, whether FBA is a cult, because he was saying some crazy stuff. And also I want to talk about the website. Since you want to talk about the website, hey Q Butter, I'm calling you out, my guy. Let's talk about the website. Okay, so I'm not shying away nothing you brought up on your platform. Let's talk about it all. Let's talk about Tariq Nasheed. Let's talk about his website. Let's talk about him coining the term FBA. Let's talk about African American. Let's talk about delineate. Let's talk about self or explicit representation. Let's talk about all that stuff, my guy. So I don't respect you guys who cherry pick who you talk to. Like these guys cherry pick people who FBA but don't really know the talking points that well. But those who know the talking points that well, like myself, they don't want to talk to us directly. The Ruxpins, the Q Butters, all these guys avoid us. The Dr. Mayas, they don't want to talk to us directly. But they'll cherry pick and talk to people who got good hearts but don't really know the talking points, not really deep in the research and history like I am and Tariq and other people. They tend to avoid us and they cherry pick who they talk to. That's all I'm saying. I don't respect that. So the people who George Macon is talking about, I'm saying the people that he rock with, that's Pan-African, they're also part of that right there. And again, when you're too close to the fountain, you don't get wet, so you're not going to see it the way me in the chat can see it.
to Africans, and they're going to destroy Ghana and say that Africans are not practicing Pan-Africanism, and they're going to be echoing the same sentiments that we actually been saying, right? But this is very informative.
Yeah, Africa does not practice Pan-Africanism. Don't forget, Pan-Africanism was a definition that sprung out of America, and those Pan-African works involved Black Americans. So it's impossible for an African to practice Pan-Africanism and don't involve Black Americans, because all of Black American so-called Pan-Africanist works, right? It involves Africa as well, the Caribbean. So how the hell can Africa practice so-called Pan-Africanism but don't involve Black Americans? It just is, again, the Pan-Africanism thing is like, it's so many definitions. It's so confusing.
And I was explaining to them that, first of all, when we first started this, we weren't even talking about Africans. It was about the Hispanics overrunning our communities. It's not.
Wait, hold on. Let me just make sure that the audio is being shared, because I hate to show this whole video and the audio ain't being shared. And so I just want to give me a second just to double check. So let me just stop the share and then share, because a lot of times I don't double check, and I wasn't really sure if I selected audio on that one. So I don't want to go too far in the video, and then I look to see only 2 people in the live chat and be like, yo, what the hell going on? Oh, all these people saying, hey, we can't hear. So all right, so now I know for a fact it's the audio's been shared.
Communities. We were upset with the tethers that was coming here joining W supremacy and talking down on us. It wasn't about having smoke for Africans or anybody in the diaspora. It was about just those tethers. Some reason y'all put y'all nose in our business that had nothing to do with y'all. We wasn't talking about y'all at all. Y'all just got in it and start running your mouth and getting this stuff that didn't apply to you, right? So now we're here. Now we're in this space where it's turned into Black Americans versus Africans and Caribbeans and all that. Well, all y'all had to do was stay out the way and let us do what we do, right? So now I'm on Dinah Samir's panel, and man, it's just getting crazy. So what we gonna do? We're gonna share the screen. We're gonna get into this thing, man, because this thing got real. Man, it got real crazy, man. It got real crazy. But let's listen to some of this stuff, man. Let's turn it up. And let's turn up, as my man Topcaster say.
Let me ask you a question. Fight for this country was what? Nigeria.
Hold on, CD. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, I would love to be in these circles talking to these Africans, yo.
Let me ask you a question. You talk too much. Let him ask a question.
Yeah. This is me as a Black American, right? And this is me talking. I can't speak for Africa because I'm not there. But here in America, for the most part, in the last 25 years, when most Africans come here, especially over here in the East Coast corridor, they're not practicing no Pan-Africanism. They building communities away from us. They're not coming joining us. So a lot of times when y'all hear things about FBA, because I grew up, when I was growing up, the part that's disingenuous to me, and I'm gonna ask the question. If you go back to the 80s and the 70s, everything was about Africa. All of us grew up damn near, unless you was in the South, grew up damn near through Pan-Africanism. The rap, the music, we was wearing the dashikis, we had the red, black, and green medallions. Everything was about Africa. And then we start seeing Africans come over here. They wasn't practicing nothing we was taught to practice. So this is where a lot of the divisions come from. I respect Dinah's because way before there was all this internet stuff or something like, I remember Dinah's on Facebook years ago. Dinah's been on this Pan-African tip, but Dinah's come from the culture that this is what we were doing. But when I'm encountering Africans, they ain't practicing that. That's why a lot of times we not respecting, and it shouldn't be like that, but that's why a lot of times we not respecting y'all, because y'all, a lot of times they come here on this African tip, but we like, man, y'all not even practicing that. So now
that's a fact. That's true. That's 100% true.
Now I'm over here holding court with these Africans, and I'm forcing them to tell the truth. But the thing is, listen, let me just say this, right? because I'm a grown man. I'm a 50-year-old grown man, so I'm not really online arguing and going and cursing people out. And all. I leave that up to the younger generations on all sides. I'm not really doing it. I had my time of doing that. I know a lot of Africans that are beautiful people, right? Good people. They rock with foundational Black Americans. They love our culture. But our aim was aimed at the ones that come here and disrespect us. And this is why I'm holding court with these Africans. And we actually had a good conversation, right? But let's continue.
People don't even go back home. They left their country for 20 years, 30 years. They've been in America. They never even go back. And they want to come here and talk to people about Burkina Faso, Mali. They never went back in their life.
Yeah.
You ask them about their own country, they have no idea what is going on.
And they had nothing building a cohesion between the Black people in America, the Black Africans, and the Black Africans have migrated to America.
So they're right now saying they come here talking trash to us, but they never even went back home. And they built nothing. They tried to build no bridges between Black Africans and Black Americans, but they got so much smoke for us. This is them telling the truth.
And the Black Americans, they should have cohesion between them. That's what we had.
Tell you this, Africa. I will tell you this, right?
George,
a lot of these Africans don't even go back to Africa. I met Danis on a flight on my way to Africa a couple of times. You know,
most of them are often younger. That's another thing I've noticed. Because
one more time, Anthony, I couldn't hear you. Say it one more time.
Sorry, because somebody was talking. My apologies. Okay, let me start from the beginning.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying, but the thing is that I can only relate to it when I talk to older people. That is true. But when you talk to younger people, it's a bit more different. I'm not saying they're more Pan-Africanist. It's just that they grew up with a more connected world, meaning they actually got to see how other people live. Most Africans don't know Pan-Africanism. You're right. That's true. But most Africans didn't know about anything when they left. My generation, my parents' generation, I mean, they didn't know anything about that. Okay, so all of this is mostly new to the younger generation. And the thing is,
but it doesn't. I don't think it's about.
I'm not talking to you. Okay, and another thing is that the Africans who do come here, oftentimes are no different from the back then. Are no different from the Asians, for example, or the Indians who come here. They usually do come there as their own communities. But the thing is that not all. I would also say there are also Black Americans who do, when they do well, they also leave. Now, why is that? Is it because they don't want to be around? Most of the time, it's an economic issue. And
but
that's
the
what
majority of us
that's not true.
We stay in our community.
Yeah, that's not true. Even our wealthy people don't leave either. What are you talking about?
We stay here, bro.
We don't go anywhere.
the way we work each other, it's like building a website. Sorry, guys.
Africa, this sad part is when you come here, we somehow travel to Africa all the time. I met Danis on a flight, right? The JFK. I saw him at JFK with some ladies on the flight, introduced myself to him. I met him a couple of times, but I didn't show myself to him. I go to Africa every year. But some of these people that come here, they pretend to be Pan-African. They never even go back to their country. They never, since they left, they come here, they ask you.
He said some of them come here and pretend to be Pan-Africans, but they never even went back to their country. They don't represent nothing when it comes to their country. This is me having conversations with Africans, right? So when you get these tethers that come here and they leave stupid comments in my comment section, I'm outside, right? Having conversations with Africans, I've showed you, and I'm on the panels having conversations, right? Right? So there's a distinction. And let's proceed.
Good people.
Crazy. Yeah, brother Bishop, it's absolutely crazy. And also, exchanging knowledge. And
hey, guy.
Now, watch this. You about to have a foundational Black American Sambo Coon about to come in and uplift this fake Pan-African stuff, but while at the same time denigrating Black Americans, while he is a Black American. Watch this.
I got to read this super chat. Tariq 3897. Thank you for $5 holla. African Americans are not the only that was a slave. Most of the slaves went to Brazil. Brazil was also the worst form of slavery. All right, let me back. Hold on, Bishop. You want to say something, Bishop?
Yeah, what I was saying was, it's like we're getting held to a standard that nobody else is being held to. Like when dealing with this Pan-African, like those different tribes. When you go to Africa, if you fly from Ghana to Uganda, you a foreigner. Like those tribes ain't getting along, or it's not. We was led to believe that Africa was this big utopia and everybody was together. That's why when you came to America, you was on the black stuff. We opened up our arms. That's how you have a Farrakhan and you have a Marcus Garvey and all those different groups, because our arms was always open when you came here on some black shit. We found out that Africa ain't practicing that. So that's where a lot of vitriol and a lot of issues is coming. The second part is, you know what I mean, Africans I done told me I wasn't African. They said I was mixed race. I'm not African. I've been told 1,000 times by Africans. They tell me I'm not Wolof, I'm not Mandingo, I'm not Ashanti, I'm not none of those people.
That's crazy.
The same way you got a Puerto Rican. There was no Puerto Ricans in the 1500s or Dominicans of these groups. We've been created here with different mixtures of periods of time. So when Africans come here, a lot of them don't even think we Africans, and we got to be honest about that, because the Africans know that that's what's being said.
And that's a fact.
I mean,
that's true.
If I can make this one point,
Here you go. Brother. Watch this. Remember I told y'all our biggest detractors are going to come from other FBA people. Those are going to be our biggest detractors.
Bishop, there are Black Americans right now in Ghana who are doing exactly what you're accusing the Black immigrants of doing, keeping to themselves. They have their Black enclave. It's just not Ghana. They don't do this just in Ghana. They do it in Costa Rica. They do it in Brazil. They do it in the Dominican Republic. Black Americans keep to themselves. They play Black American music. They eat Black American food. They do all that. So I think it's kind of, no disrespect, but it's kind of
you out of context.
All right. So these filthy so-called FBAs are filthy. Well, first of all, we're not. I mean, what is the argument? We're not saying Africans that come to America for a better opportunity got to link up with us. They don't got to link up with us. Just don't disrespect us. Don't try to represent us. That's the thing. So those foundational Black Americans who are in Ghana living their best life, they have the right to stay to themselves. That's not the problem. When they start to represent Ghanaians and talk against Ghanaians' polities and things like that and misrepresent them, then that's a problem. I will cook these Africans or the Pan-African FBAs, man. That's called a false equivalence, man.
Even close, bro. Watch this.
I'm just saying.
So hold on. Let me go, Bishop.
I'm just saying.
Let me go, Bishop, because when
Black
he just
Americans do the exact same thing when they live in.
No, we don't. This is how I know you
making it up. I know personally.
Yeah.
Now here go another FBA about to get it. I love. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, and the Africans are gonna get them too.
I know personally too. You're not the only one that travel.
Black Americans leave America.
No. So here's what he's leaving out. We all know how those countries feel about Black people when you go there. It's specifically about Black Americans. You think you as a Black American go to one of these other countries and just fit into their culture? You have to be separate, because that's what those cultures do. I don't know why you're making it seem like we have a choice. When we go to other places, we don't go to disrespect people's cultures. We don't go there to criticize their legal system. We don't go there to tell them, yo, you people should do this and you people should do that.
You see that, family? That's just common sense. He's saying everything I just said. So that FBA Pan-African coon, he's off code on purpose. Okay, come on, man. For what?
We don't do that kind of stuff. We don't do that. We go there and we do what we do as Black Americans. Now we try to be friendly with everybody.
That's my point.
Just like we're friendly with everybody here, but we're not accepted like that. So don't make it seem like we're the ones who separate. This is the truth in every. I've been to over 40 countries. Ain't none of them, even the Black ones, treated the same. As soon as I go to Jamaica, as soon as I go to Cancun, as soon as I go to
They're not Black countries, man. The confusion gonna always be there as long as they keep calling them Black. When I have these same conversations with these people, I don't call them Black, and the conversation goes more smoothly. There's less confusion. But once you start to call them Black, that's when things get stupid.
But Brazil, they already know I'm not one of them, no matter how dark my skin is. So don't make it seem like that's how we roll because we like
talking about.
that ain't us.
I'm referring to the Black Americans that actually live there. They don't visit; they live there, just like Black Americans. That's like Black.
Right, but they have to. They're not part of the culture. Right, but they're not part of that culture.
There's nothing wrong with that as long as you live in peace.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, don't make it seem like, but he making it seem like we do it because
practicing their culture. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with it. So why did you bring it up as if?
Hold on.
Go ahead, Bishop.
Now I'm about to get it. I'm about to cut it. Right. I'm about to get all that. I'm gonna bring it home for Jerome, baby. This is the disingenuous part. We're not in those countries getting into their politics and telling them what they're doing wrong. They're lazy, and building communities where we're making it known that we're separate from them and doing things that's diametrically opposed to. We're not doing that. So stop being disingenuous.
I agree with that also.
They're Black Americans.
Can I just make one very valid point? What you just said, right? In the UK, we have
telling them.
This Pan.
Yeah, George Macon was being real
hard body out of his way to defend these Africans. Watch this African from the UK. Watch what he say. They all agreeing with me. You know why?
But you know what's crazy? I agree with George Macon. The reason why Africa even have a stance the way they have, it's because of Foundation Black American Pan-Africanists, starting with John Rick Clark. That's why I got a George Macon. That's why I have to cook the fake elders. Elders spelled with an L apostrophe DERS. The L represents losers. Okay, they stay taking L's. All right, that's why I got cooked the elders, the Pan-African elders, because all of it stems from them. They're parroting their talking points. So I show my audience, like, look, this is where it all comes from. These lying ass elders.
Because when you walk in the right spirit, the spirit of ancestors, man, I'm not coming in the spirit of vitriol or violence or hate or none of that. I'm just being honest, right? And it forces them to be honest. Watch this.
Them that the Ghana should change their politics to make citizenship faster. So don't tell me they don't get involved in politics.
First of all, no, those are two different arguments. When a lot of the immigrants are coming here, I'm gonna tell you what it is. A lot of immigrants are coming here when we have they go against a lot of our politics and they're joining.
I think it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag.
One thing I learned about a lot of those immigrants and a lot of things that we may be ignorant to. In those countries, they're the majority group. So when you in Jamaica or you in Africa, a lot of times when they look up, they see white people different than the way we see white people. So they come here and ingratiate themselves to them white folks in the way we trying to get away from them. They join forces with them a lot when they come here. So let's stop the lying. Like, can we just be honest?
Bishop, the only place I understand, the only place I agree with you on, like if, for example, I notice the African politicians in the UK, they tend to align more with the anti, how do you call it? For example, most of the politicians that we like, the current leader of opposition we have in the UK, is more aligned with the far right, racist, hardcore, and anti,
Yes, they come right over there in the line with them because they can't wait to put their nose in some W cooch or get the Pink Panther in their womb so they can have some mixed babies. Yes, let's go.
Reparation. Because in fact,
that's one example you're using.
She just said, that's an example. That's an example, okay?
What
she just actually said yesterday. Let me finish. She just said yesterday that the UK should have actually refused it instead of abstaining. They should have voted against reparations instead of abstaining. And that's an African person who have no clue, or maybe she probably does, but she don't have no sympathy was the African American or the Caribbean cause of reparation or slavery. Yes. And you understand? So we need to attach, we need to look at those things also, okay?
He said that they put these people in positions of power, even in the UK, that listen, these Africans in positions of power that don't care nothing about the plight of the diaspora. They don't care nothing about foundational Black Americans or the Blacks in the UK that came there in the Windrush era that was part of the diaspora. They putting these Africans in positions of power that go and got the Pink Panther running all through their womb. They got their nose all up in some W cooch, and they don't give a damn about anybody within the diaspora. This is what this brother from the UK is saying, right? I'm on there kicking up dust, right? And they listen, the truth is coming out. I went over there and sprinkled some of that truth serum, right? And now it's coming out. But you got an FBA Pan-African boy. He fighting me tooth and nail. Thank you for being honest, Africa. Thank you.
Kimmy is a sellout. There's sellouts everywhere. I know what he's talking about. Kimmy is a sellout.
I'm going to drop over.
Ghana. Oh, go ahead. I'm gonna pass it back to Bang. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the whole thing is Ghana is complicit in somehow in slavery. They should not be making money in that slave origin. They should return all that money to African Americans. You know, Ghana is not Pan-African country. I will tell people this all the time. They always try to show the image that they are Pan-African country, but they are not.
Say it one more time, please.
They are not Pan-African country at all. I'm telling you right now. But for the fact that they get a lot of promotion from African Americans and they have a lot of attention and people say Kwame Nkrumah, but the reality is Ghana is not Pan-African country. I would tell you this, all the civil war they have fighting in Africa, whether in Sierra Leone or Liberia, Ghana hardly contribute troops to go and fight. I will tell you this, they never contribute troops, but they will always try to come on the forefront and gain and try to gain the whatever glory that people will try to gain from this.
He said that whenever something going down in Africa, Ghana ain't taking part in nothing, but they always try to run to the forefront. Man, these Africans are about to destroy Ghana. Man, listen, my brother FBA News, you got to review this. My other brother, Black Alpha, all y'all, listen, they about to destroy Ghana. I'm gonna be sitting on the sideline listening. Watch this.
From Pan-African, but the reality is not a Pan-African country at all. They are not. That's the reality. And first of all, the country is so expensive. So Ghana exploit even other African countries. That's the fact.
Is there any Pan-African countries in Africa that
yes, they have. Well, some of them are French-speaking countries. Like Guinea. Do you know Kwame Nkrumah was living in Guinea as a co-president?
Listen what
it was Sibu Touré that took care of him.
Okay.
But Ghanaian hardly speak about that.
Okay.
He died in the hand of Sibu Touré in Guinea. When he got sick, he sent him to Romania. It was Sibu Touré that saved Kwame Nkrumah. He was living with him there. In fact, he said he gave a position to him to be a co-president of Guinea. He was living with him. So these were real Pan-African leaders, right? But Ghanaians hardly speak about that. But they always use Kwame Nkrumah as an image to say, well, this is where Pan-African.
So he's saying they always using Kwame Nkrumah image to push Pan-Africanism, but they push them out and they don't practice nothing Pan-Africans. They always run into the forefront. This is an African talking about Africa. But let's proceed.
Pan-Africanism started from Ghana is the face of Africa, but the reality is they are not Pan-African country. First of all, before you do this, how can one leader live from, first of all, Mahama, he's not a head of ECOWAS. Madabu is the head of ECOWAS, right? So if you're doing something like that, why you can't take someone who is the head of EU or OAU or someone who is head of ECOWAS to come and make this presentation?
So he's wondering why he's the one speaking, but that's going to get answered in this. That's going to get answered. So I'm letting the Africans, so they can't say, well, y'all FBAs is being xenophobic and y'all no. I went and sat down and talked to some Africans that's going to keep it a buck, right? That's going to keep it a buck.
So he did it without a consent of other African countries. A lot of Africans don't even know why they did this. But the reality is they always want to be on the forefront to capture that image of African Americans so they can get more terrorism over there, they can get more money from African American. That's the
How would
reality.
you qualify a Pan-African country first?
What's that?
No, the core person asked the question, Pan-African country. How would you qualify one? I guess because I can.
Those that's working together to actually make Africa better and working with the diaspora, where you can actually see it working in real time, something that's tangible that people can benefit from it. I don't see it, and I think the Pan-Africans are doing a horrible job in actually displaying it, if it actually exists, because I don't believe it exists.
Yeah, I don't think
it doesn't. And other countries.
Hold on, let me ask a question before you go. Let me ask a question. Why does it always start with us, FBAs in America? I hear it pushed here more than anything else. Why does it always start here? How come it's not starting in Africa? Can anybody actually tell me?
But that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
We have
give an
54
example,
countries. Ghana, that's a good question for the Ghanaians. Why he came in and did this? I mean,
all African countries, truth be told, I mean, I don't see it anywhere.
No, but that's what I'm saying. We have there's several organizations in Africa. Right? We have OAU, we have ECOWAS, we have East African, community. So if you come in and make this kind of claim to United Nations, you should consult the other leaders, right? But I didn't see the representative.
Guys, let me. Well, CD, you got 30 seconds. I gotta pass the mic.
So I didn't see the representative of other country that came along with him to make this presentation, right? And then what the other guy was saying, that after making that presentation, claiming that, well, they deserve all the reparations, and then he ran in the hand of the European to protect Ghana. So which one it is? They all will try to get the both side,
So, and that's the African holding them accountable for the same things that we were saying, but we was called xenophobic for it. We was called divisive for it. But the Africans, and watch when this dude from Sierra Leone come up, right? Man, he gonna come up and just light the whole panel up.
And they want to benefit from both sides. They want to claim that they are Pan-African country, but the reality is they are not. Ghana is not Pan-African country.
Okay, let me pass the mic. Go ahead, Bang.
Now look how the FBA Pan-African got no smoke for the African. But that was one of us. Man, he'd have been arguing like hell.
How's everybody, man? Can you hear me?
Hey, Bang, but why y'all causing trouble in Jos in Nigeria? Why y'all causing trouble in Jos? Why y'all?
He about to go on the Nigerians first. And let me say this, being from the East Coast and being from Philadelphia. Most, for me growing up, most Liberian and people from Sierra Leone was cool, right? Most of them was cool growing up. They really ingratiated themselves. They really came into the culture growing up here in Philadelphia. So we know that a lot of Black Americans was sent back there, right? During the 1800s and stuff like that, and they built towns. So there's a connection, but they came into the communities and really just integrated into the communities. So when this guy go off, he's going to go off on the Africans. I'm talking about light they behinds up. And he gonna go off on the Nigerians first, and then he gonna destroy Ghana. Right? Watch this. And this is coming. So as FBA, I just sat back, ate my popcorn.
I try to cause trouble, Bang. Come on, Bang.
No, because people attack the Fulanese, and then later when the Fulanese attack back, and then they spread the news. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth, man.
Okay, why y'all causing trouble in Jos, man? Come on.
I'm not lying to you, man. They start trouble, stealing cows, and then do some other things as well.
Stealing cows?
No, because hold on, Dennis. I'm telling you the truth. Like me, I don't sugarcoat it, man. I don't sugarcoat it. Everywhere in Nigeria is corrupt. Everywhere it's corrupt. It's corrupt. It's corrupt as hell.
Oh, so it ain't Black Americans, it's Nigerians.
Oh, Nigerians. I call them Super N.
Oh, so they worse than us, huh?
Super N. Yeah, Nigerians is a Super N. Like, this is how it is. So what they do is now they attack these people, and then later on when the police then regroup and then come back and attack them, and then they spread this so-called on social media as the victims. That's what that's how it is.
All right, go ahead, Bang. Go ahead.
But anyway, let me get to this, right? I always said Ghanaians, you can't trust them. They're elites and the government. I've been saying this for the past couple weeks now, a couple months now. People did not want to believe me. People came and attacked me, and it's kind of surprising because I already knew when I saw this so-called UN speech and everything. Cities okay.
Somebody got some feedback.
They were supposed to what you would call it, consult ECOWAS.
Now I want y'all to listen to him. Watch what he do.
Come on, City man. What is ECOWAS? Let's be honest with ourselves, man. No. Let's be honest with ourselves, man. Don't try to sell ECOWAS as Pan-Africanists to Black Americans, man. Come on, man. Be for real, man. Be for real with yourself, man.
He said, don't try to sell ECOWAS as Pan-Africans to Black Americans. Be real with yourself, right?
Okay. Why is Ghanaians selling the AES as well? Why is
Now, by the way, I spoke on ECOWAS here many times over and over and over. That is the African countries who got together, who brought in the white man. So it cannot be Pan-African. They all like how you Pan-African with the Western Europe and with you, Europe and French and whoever else. And then when a few of those broke off from ECOWAS and did their own thing, it's called the Sahel Alliance, the Burkina Faso, the Mali. Well, guess what? That ain't Pan-African too, because they linked up with Russia. So how are these countries Pan-African and they're all in bed with the white man, Western white man and the Eastern white man? We got to stop. But again, only over here you learn this. A lot of people know that. You dig? But Dennis Sperling said, if you learn something, that we should earn something. Cash App, $ unbiased Ron. You dig?
Ghanaians try to pretend as if they about to give a reparation to Black Americans, which is completely false. I said it before. It was all a distraction. It was all a distraction because lay down the foundation, right? If you look at March, right? I think it was March, right? They passed a defense secretary a defense a bill with the European Union, right? They couldn't put it with put it with France. Because technically, if they would have said France and Ghana signed a defense secretary bill, it would have, like a big alarm. So what they did was they just attached to the European Union as well. I was saying this thing a couple weeks ago when those tree groups attacked those farmers. They were laying the foundation for it as well. And then a couple weeks later, the defense secretary of Ghana flew to Ukraine to sign what? A defense package. How many defense packages Ghanaians need? They already have the U.S. base over there to teach them how to fight. And at the same time, they brought the so-called French military to come teach them how to fight within, illegal mining as well. And then you fly all the way to Ukraine, in a country that's losing about 30% of the territory as well. Make it make sense for another defense package. And you signed a deal with the European Union for another defense package. How many defense packages do y'all need as a Ghanaian? But then y'all go around and call yourself Pan-Africanists. I always knew Ghanaians were fake. They're not Pan-Africans at all. They not at all. Then you don't come out and say exactly what they are. But we don't have no country in West Africa currently. These ECOWAS countries, they're not Pan-Africanists. Look at my country. Drugs have destroyed us. Our president sells drugs. I benefit off of APC. I benefit also, as a PP. Damn. But I'm not gonna come out here and talk about my country's doing good when it comes to development. No, we not. Our president is a drug dealer.
Now, see, he's up here being honest. And at that time, while he was talking, you had the Africans was in the comment section telling him to shut up. They was in the comment section calling him all kinds of names. They was destroying him. But he was up here and he was up there. He was being honest. This is not an FBA. This is an African calling them out on their hypocrisy, right?
Our president is a drug dealer.
What country are you from, bro?
Anybody. Man,
what country?
From Sierra Leone. Anybody who says Sierra Leone, building houses now, they're drug dealers. Under the same current, party for the past 8 years they're in power. But you don't see some of these Africans that come up here and tell you this and say they want to, sugarcoat it and stuff like that, right? I don't care what nobody says.
The Africans mad at you right now in the comment section. They cussing you out.
In West Africa that has the balls is those 3 countries. That's why you see the white masses surrounding them. That's why you see Tinubu so.
He talking about Burkina Faso and them other nations. They the only 3 African nations practicing any form of Pan-Africanism. That's why the Europeans is surrounding them.
Legit. You know, that's why you see, Ghana sold Burkina Faso. You understand me, right? Abraham Traore said it a couple weeks ago, a month, like 2 months ago, whatever it was. Black winter is coming. They knew exactly these countries were going to sell them out. That's why they said Black winter is coming. The Black winter was exactly for Ghana and Nigeria, because during this time, Nigerians and Ghana were just playing. We especially Ghana. Ghana was just pretending. Oh, we love our neighbors. We love our neighbors and stuff like that. No. Behind closed doors, what they were doing, working with the white people to come and unalive, innocent Burkinabés as well, so then they could unalive a president that don't do what the West says. Everything comes back to do what I say. If you don't do what I say, I will come and unalive you and put somebody else in it. That's how the West operate. Just say
He said, this is an African telling you how it operates. If you don't do what I say, you African leaders, we'll come and unalive you and put somebody else here. But y'all come here and say that we're xenophobic when we're calling this stuff out.
Exactly. So you got, but they'll look at us as a problem. We're the problem. But then they'll say that they'll admit that too. It's like, okay, which one? Are we the problem? All right. But I don't even believe that. Like, they're just cowards.
This is an African saying this. This is an African saying this, right? Not Tariq Nasheed, not me, not any FBA. Africans exposing this.
It is, but I don't know why some people come up here and try to sugarcoat it. Donald Trump said it clearly. We invaded Venezuela to steal their oil. We started a proxy war with Ukraine to steal Russian oil. What else do you want? I mean, the people that run this country saying it openly now. But I don't know why some Africans come up here and still tell us, oh, democracy, like, military and stuff like that. That's what I don't understand, though. Up to this day, the people that run this country right here, so-called, greatest country in the world, right? They're telling us now openly what we do in other people's countries. We go out there to steal their resource.
Keep telling the truth, bro. Tell the truth. Keep telling the truth. Shame the devil.
I just don't get it. How up to this day, Africans, that's what I said.
Y'all hear me in there starting trouble. I'm in there antagonizing. I'm in there messing with the chat because them Africans was pissed. I'm talking about flames coming up. Man, they was pissed because you had Africans on the panel finally telling the truth. I went up there with some of that ancestor potion, start sprinkling some of that. You know what I mean?
Don't trust an African. The only way you can trust an African, you have to trace their family last name. It's what they love. Their family to this day, African. That's what I said. Don't trust an African. The only way you can trust an African, you have to trace their family last name. It's what they love to this day, African. That's what I said.
Listen.
Don't trust an African. The only way you can trust an African, you have to trace their family last name. It's what they love.
He said, don't trust an African. You have to trace their family. Watch what he said.
Family last name tells you how corrupt they are in Africa. Any African you see, they come up here. You have to follow their family last name. Their family last name takes you back to their country. Their country tells you how well they are connected within the corrupt society of their country. How powerful they are. So the money connect to politics, the money try to twist things. They come up here and tell you this, oh, democracy, this and that. Exactly. And who they work for. Because yesterday, right? Oh, that stupid guy, he called himself Elvis, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Why would you come up here, right, and said, oh.
Hey, bang, you got 30 seconds. Got to pass the mic.
I'm an English person, right?
I was enjoying this, Diners.
Yeah, but I got like 3 people on the panel.
I don't care what any African come up here. The only boss president we have in Africa are those 3 countries, those AES. That's why you see they're being surrounded by who? The white European that you said that committed the worst.
Yeah, but all of the AES Sahel Alliance countries, they're also in bed with the white man. They're in bed with Russia, all of them. Okay, let's tell the complete truth. You got the ECOWAS in bed with Western Europe, Europe, France, and those guys, and you got the Sahel Alliance, the AES, who's in bed with Russia, the European white man. But all of them are in bed with the white man. So you let me know what version of Pan-Africanism is that?
Crime ever.
This is my favorite African
Immunity,
right here.
Yeah, exactly. How you call them to come and save you in your own country at the same time? How many defense packages do you have to sign? Oh my God! At least Nigerians got big mouth. At least Nigerians they got big mouth. But the Ghanaians, oh man, they're the devil. They're the devil, man. I do not care. Ghanaians, man, you're the devil. I hope I'm gonna end this fight. I hope in the World Cup that's coming up, right? I hope you.
This is a Sierra Leonean.
Have a quarterfinal for the group stage. I hope you have a quarterfinal for the group stage. I'm telling y'all, man, because the way they did this thing is shameful. It is shameful. It is shameful. Very sneaky and devilish. Ghanaians elites, man, and politicians. At least Nigerians can tell you, you know what? I don't like you openly. But Ghanaians, oh my God, oh, they stab you in the back 50 times, man. You won't even know who stabbed you.
So listen. That was me in an open discussion with the Africans, and you had the Pan-African on there, man, going against me. Now he was saying that Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are the only African nations practicing any form of Pan-Africanism and standing 10 toes down against the European, the parasitic elite, and they're surrounded. And now you have African nations turning on them because they're puppets, right? So we've been calling this stuff out, and when we decide to separate and build our own stuff, we start getting pushback, right? And we was talking about the Hispanics, but then these Africans put their nose in our business because they were sent. I told you guys that Ghana's president was sent. I told you. He was sent by them people, man. He was sent by them folks. Because, like I said, they're using Ghana as a security post, right? Ghana and Algeria as a security post where they can keep their eye on their interests in West Africa, man. It's not, and all throughout Africa. They tried the same thing in Kenya, and Botswana, the president of Botswana turned Trump down in the meeting because they wanted to put an embassy there. So now, man, we on FBA business, but as FBAs, what goes on around the world is our business as well. So we have to pay attention to what's going on around the world, man, but while at the same time focusing on what we need to do and getting these these tetherists out of our communities and out of our business for good, right? So, man, listen, if you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV. Everybody watching, hit the like button and hit the hype button. Everybody, the more comments you leave, the more it gets out to the algorithm. So everybody, if you respect my content, say something. Just say something to push it out to the algorithm. So remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
Joining us, former Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs and MS Now political analyst, Rick Stengel.
All right. So let's get back into delineation. Good job. Good work there. Good work there. Good work. From my brother, George Macon. You did good information. Good to know that there's some Africans who are willing to stand on some type of truth. You did good work there, my brother. Thanks for letting me know about the video. I want to talk to some of those Africans, though, man. If I can talk to those Africans, I would really, really appreciate that. Okay, so we are right. We're right. Are we here? Oh, no, we're not there. I see where we at. We're right here.
One of the other signs.
All right, but before we go here, because remember, the whole theme today is delineation, right? Let me first, before I get started here, let me see if that Pan-African group into their lives, like they be having lives I mean, no lie, family. Almost all of their lives are 10 to 12 hours. Those guys are chasing views, man. It's not that serious for real. So let me see if they still live. Yo, they are still, they've been live since, god damn, this morning. God damn, man. They still live. Embarrassing. All right, family. So we're gonna get back to the live with Tariq. Secret sister, I gotta mod you up. You an elder that fought to get them here. And please accept my apologies. Pan African is dead. But nah, it ain't your fault because we had a pure heart. Dr. King and them boys had a pure heart, believing that when they come over here, they'll be on code with us. They had no clue that these guys would be tethers. No clue. So don't be too hard on yourself at all. Okay. Good, great video by Street Media TV. Definitely enlightening. Gonna just prove that all Africans are not, a monolith. All of them are not. On some hate FBA, you got some of them that want to keep it real. So that's great video, man. Good shit, good journalism. All right, so let's get back to delineation, and then once that Pan African cult group channel is there live, we can take a peek on what they were saying. I mean, some straight hateful stuff towards the lineage. A black eye to FBA Pan-Africanism for sure. Okay, so now let's go to the playlist and let's get it cracking. Don't forget the prompt. The prompt is delineation. What is delineation? That is the prompt today. Okay, here we go.
One of the other signs that we knew that it wasn't about George Floyd, as far as the protests for for people to start getting down, at these pull-up sites. But in Chicago on Magnificent Mile, 2 whole months before George Floyd. Now George Floyd happened like in
Dude. And shit, I mean, what you gonna think? If somebody don't know who she is, and she's in the bathroom with this a big old light-skinned nigga in a bathroom, and like, hey, sir, can you leave? I'm not. Hey, I got to push her down there. What you talking about? I mean, Brittany's voice is like a dude. And she be playing basketball with her shirt off. You got like a dude body. Like, okay. Okay. And you're a father. You got a baby by some chick and you the dad. Okay. Okay. So it's real weird. It's real weird. How you gonna get mad because somebody thought you were a dude? You know? Let's get X. What's up, X?
What's up, Rick? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, brother?
Oh yeah, no man. Hey, that preacher you was talking about, that's Eddie James when he was crying with his ass tooted up in the air.
A couple more calls. I ain't gonna. It's late as hell. I ain't gonna be on. All right.
Doing, brother Tariq? It's good to talk to you.
Yes, sir. How you doing, man?
I just wanted to speak on your point about the tethers being mad about us being the minority.
When people start talking about, well, we can't get it together, nigga, because the government is corrupt. Dude, we have the most corrupt government. Our government has always been corrupt, especially towards us. Dude, this government had us enslaved. We couldn't get out of slavery because of the federal damn government. Even if we escaped, the federal government would make sure we got brought back. You understand? This government has been corrupt from day one. the white supremacists running the government. They've been very corrupt, but we still fight past that and still maintain. In spite of that, INT, you ready?
Yes, sir. Salute to the room and everybody in it. How are you, Tariq?
I'm good, man. How are you, sir?
All right, man. This Righteous out of Houston, Texas. I had one statement and then one question, if possible.
Go ahead.
The first thing is, man, I just want to applaud everybody. Black Americans, how we dealt with this or responded to this Fat Joe situation.
A win under their belt. They delineate, family. Do not let them shame you. Roland, he's not good in these streets. I don't want to be responsible for his safety. All that Democrat shilling, the streets don't like that. The streets don't like it. We let Roland do his thing. But yeah, man, a lot of these groups, man, they got an issue with us as foundational Black Americans and us looking at and acknowledging our lineage and delineating like they do. Because I want people to be clear. I want the foundational Black American family to understand something. They delineate all the time. They delineate from us the minute they get a win under their belt. They delineate, family. Do not let them shame you for you delineating. And I picked up on this a long time ago. And I keep repeating the story. Excuse me. I picked up on this by watching award shows. And I would watch these award shows, Grammys, American Music Awards, all these, and I would notice that at these award shows, all of these artists who we thought were just Black American, all of a sudden, they'd be shouting out all of these other countries. The minute they win an award, I noticed all of a sudden they became Jamaican, they became Nigerian, they start shouting out everybody. And these other so-called Black people, they would start advocating for their non-Black side. For example, people like Karuchi Tran, that's her name, Karuchi Tran. That was Chris Brown's chick who he brought her into the limelight. She came up off Chris Brown. Now, yeah, Chris Brown had a baby on her, which was foul, but she came up off Chris Brown. She's Black and Asian. Now, Karuchi Tran ain't never said nothing about no Black issues. All right? That woman ain't never spoke about no Black issues, Black injustice, or nothing. But when they were doing that whole Stop Asian Hate thing, well, she was going on her little rants. Yeah, people need to stop all this Asian hate. Yeah, this Asian hate. Y'all need to stop all that. I'm like, okay, Karuchi. Yeah, you got a battery in your back about your Asian side, and I bet your Asian side don't even rock with you like that. Little stuff like that I peep. Yeah, these people really stomp for their non-Black side or their non-FBA side. I picked that up, but they never really speak about issues that pertain or advocate for us here. And these award shows, anytime or some kind of sporting event, if they get a championship or whatever, all of a sudden their Caribbean or African identity is emphasized. Or if they get elected, I would notice that when somebody gets elected, hey, this is the first Haitian American city council member in this city. I'm like, okay. They make sure that you put their other ethnic group or ethnic lineage first. They emphasize that. I remember the artist Her, she's Black and Asian. When she won an award, she's up here yelling, shout out to the Filipinos. I'm like, what? What? She won like the best R&B album and she's shouting out the Filipinos? Really? So little stuff like that, I put all of that in my Rolodex. I said, okay, there's a pattern here. The minute these other groups who basically come up off of us, Amber Rose, that was another one. who came up off Kanye. Don't get Kanye made Amber Rose a thing. These people come up off of us. And Amber Rose, don't forget, she got on Hot 97 and they said, hey, Amber, what's your ethnicity? Oh, I'm definitely lying, but I'm not black. Oh, I'm not a black woman. Oh, hell no. Oh, I'm definitely not black. Y'all remember that? The clip is out there when Rosenberg interviewed her. Oh, she was adamant. Oh, she answered real quick. Oh, I'm not black. Oh, definitely not black. I'm Cape Verdean. Oh, no, not me. I'm black. Now she tries to claim it now. She tries to claim it now. She done circled back and tries to claim it now. But no. Oh, I remember how these folks got down. The minute they get in the limelight, boy, they distance themselves from anything black, anything with us. I peep that. So I'm like, okay. The minute these people get a win, they make sure that foundational Black Americans don't share that win. You understand? The minute they get any form of an accolade, they go out of their way to make sure we don't get to share that with them. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's keep that same energy all across the board. Foundational Black Americans, we done created all of this stuff. Hey, wait. Oh, wait, nothing. You want to delineate? Oh, we'll get to delineating, all right. Now they don't like it because they're just used to us sitting up here sharing everything we do, and we ain't doing that no more. You ain't sharing nothing with us. So let's all delineate, all right? Unapologetically.
From New York Times bestselling author Tariq Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the
Smack, hop on. What's good? What did we talk about last time? I know you are a tether, right? But I just forgot what we talked about. Aren't you like a Jamaican tether or something like that?
Yeah, well, because everybody that questions you or has anything to say about you is automatically a tether, gay, or a Democrat. But no, I got a new question. It's kind of similar to our last question.
Yeah, you're a
Let's break
tether. I
it.
mean, shit, we were right. You were a tether, but go ahead.
Again, everybody who disagrees with you or questions you on any level is a tether, gay, or Democrat.
Right,
So
but because
I am whatever.
because the people who have bad faith arguments and who lie all the time are usually tethers. That's part of the culture. But go ahead.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Lying
these
is
are my
lying
questions.
is part of tether culture. That's what y'all do. So it's almost like
lying is
it's almost like orgasmic or something with y'all tethers with the lying. Y'all almost get off on that shit. What's with that? We're having a discussion about that earlier about how y'all like to lie. It's almost like a sexual thing. What's up with that?
well, lying is Tariq culture. I mean,
No,
it's I'm Tariq and I say so. That's your code.
no. What did I lie about?
Anyway, so
That's
like
what
I
I
said,
thought. That's what I thought. Nothing. But go ahead.
Tariq, you're a baby, dude. You know you're a compulsive liar, and it's sad.
What did I lie
But
about?
Tariq, I'm not gonna play this game with you
because you're lying now. You're just saying stuff. You're a musty
you know
tether.
how it works with you.
You're a musty tether and you say so. Now what else? You've already established yourself as a lying.
There will never be a moment, folks, where Tariq Nasheed sits up and says, "No, what I said was wrong. I'm not right. That was incorrect."
What did I lie about? Where's the lie?
Tariq.
Right. You're silent for a reason, musty tether. All right. You're silent for a reason. I ain't lying. That's why y'all tethers are so bent out of shape. I'm telling the truth.
I'm not lying.
I'm telling the truth about you, musty Negroes. That's the problem. Y'all don't like it, right?
Okay, folks, just watch this. Okay. So again, my question. Your boy Flacco, would you consider him a tether?
Poetic Flacco? Tell him Flacco does some tether shit. I've gotten on Flacco's case.
So yes or no, do you consider Flacco a
Flacco
tether?
has done tether stuff, but I'm cool with Flacco. I don't
So
like
hold on.
I don't like
Maybe I should be a little bit.
If you can let me answer the question. I'm cool with Flacco. I don't like them having suspected agents up there at No Jumper though. That's some other shit that I ain't
No.
that I ain't feeling that. That's why I ain't with with them like that. They got some straight up people who are suspected agents up there at No Jumper that I ain't cool with,
So,
that then got folks locked up and allegedly, I don't say allegedly. But anyway,
so that's your man's. That's your man's.
I'm cool with
You don't consider him a musty, dirty, fat ass Costello.
it. No, I didn't say that. No, you're projecting. I didn't say that about Flacco. I didn't say that about that man. So what are you talking about? You're just babbling now, sir. Why are you babbling? What are you talking about? Hmm? You don't really have an argument.
I didn't say that you did. I asked, did you do? Do you feel that way?
You don't have an argument. You just
I asked you a question. You saying that I said that? No, I'm
okay.
asking.
I'm not okay.
You
You're talking like a woman.
I never said that you
Okay,
said that.
okay, get out of here. I'm not going to talk in circles with no musty ass tether. You ain't saying nothing. You just in here talking in circles. Tethers always want somebody to acknowledge their bum ass, because ain't nobody thinking about you. Nobody's checking for you. Y'all just want somebody to acknowledge you. We've been talking about these whiny tethers. Let me say this. And do y'all know I'm trending? In some places I'm trending. Did y'all see that? I got on X about 30 minutes ago and my ass was trending. There's a few threads about me. Did y'all see that? I don't know if I'm still trending now on Twitter. But there's a thing where the tethers all get online because foundational Black Americans by the millions all over the country are delineating. Foundational Black Americans are saying, hey, wait a minute, we're not continental Africans. We're saying that as a unified front. We're embracing our foundational Black American heritage unapologetically, all across the board. In film, our good brother Ryan Coogler. In R&B and country, our good Queen Mother Beyonce, embracing her foundational Black American culture. Our great brother, even in hip hop, Kendrick Lamar, embracing his foundational Black American culture. The song They Not Like Us, that's a foundational Black American anthem, ladies and gentlemen. It just went diamond, by the way. Shout out to our brother Kendrick. Round of applause for Kendrick. The biggest diss record in rap history. That is the biggest diss record in rap history. The first diss record to win a Grammy or multiple Grammys. Did it win multiple? But listen, we, millions of foundational Black Americans, are delineating, and not to harm anybody. We're just recognizing our unique ethnogenesis. We're recognizing it and respecting it, and we're calling out, ladies and gentlemen, all the disrespect that's been happening for so long. And what we're seeing now, see, the tethers tried to play this game where they tried to downplay the momentum of the delineation movement. They tried to lie to themselves. Oh, this sheet is only on Twitter. This is some Twitter sheet. It's only on the internet. No, that's you lying to yourself. Now, people see that foundational Black Americans are not allowing ourselves to be generic Africans only to be exploited by all of these other groups. We're not letting that happen no more. Those days are over. Smacker, cracker, whatever your name is, those days are over, and you know it. That's why you're salty. You're calling here, babbling and talking in circles. Those days are over. You're not leeching off us no more. Everybody's going to have to pull their weight. Everybody's going to have to hold their own nuts. When weird stuff happens, we say, hey, wait a minute, that dude, he ain't us. That's, you don't put him on us. Don't know. We're not to blame for that. His last name is foreign. That ain't us. We're distancing ourselves from riffraff behavior. With this Ebony thing, you have people by the droves criticizing Ebony for the tethering of the Essence, not Ebony, but Essence, I'm in Essence. The tethering of the Essence Fest and how they basically culturally vandalized it to a certain degree. Everybody's calling that out. So the tethers are getting real nervous. They're getting very, very nervous. They start trying to blame me. But listen, let me tell you something. I don't blame me. I was just one of the first to point all of those shenanigans out because I saw it decades ago. Instead of them taking responsibility for their damn anti-FBA shenanigans that they've been having going on for the past decades, they want to sit up and try to point the finger and blame me and the government got you niggas hitting us. Shut up. No. People are calling out your exploitive, disrespectful actions. And let me tell you something. Remember, on social media, these people really got that anti-Black American vibe going really online. You started to see it online heavily around 2012, right around that time. They've always, a lot of them always did it a little secretly. They had this contempt. They would have all these little conversations with each other, stay away from the Akata. They would say this at home and in private. We didn't know about it. But when social media start popping, especially Twitter in particular, because that's when people could really just tweet whatever random thoughts you had. Yeah. Whereas, social media like MySpace, it wasn't quite the same, but with Twitter, you can just tweet out any random thought very quickly. And you can interact with people more fluently, and you can get more comfortable within your circles on Twitter. So around that time, 2012, right when Obama was in office, right when some of the grassroots uprisings started to happen right after Trayvon Martin and all that, we start seeing the tether class on social media denigrating us. A lot of folks weren't catching it because they would use little words like Akata, and at the time, a lot of FBAs just didn't know what that meant. But yeah, we were watching these folks and see the rise of the grassroots movement around 2012 when we were fighting against police brutality. Then they rebranded that Black Lives Matter. See, that gained momentum 2012, 2013, and a lot of African and Caribbean immigrants. They they felt a lot of pressure to kind of distance themselves from what they perceived as the loud, radical, overly aggressive Black activist. You see. So we're fighting in the streets trying to confront these race soldiers, and these tethers, they wanted proximity to whiteness, so they would be on the back end like, oh yeah, you see that Negro over there with the Molotov cocktail, that ain't me now, I'm not like that nigga. They'd be behind the scenes making little deals like, oh, I'm not like him, I'm not gonna give you no trouble like that. You feel me? We saw them. I mean, we saw them in real time, and then all of a sudden we start getting these weirdos that didn't nobody know pop up as the spokespersons. Like, yes, my name is such and such, and I'm part of Black Lives Matter Cleveland, and I say trans lives matter too, and immigrants matter. We're like, huh? What the hell? We start seeing all that weird stuff, and then the organization Black Lives Matter, who they get? They got some tethers, some of these non-FBA women as the leaders, but nobody knew them. We don't know them. We're like, who are they? Nobody knew these people. We're telling you how this stuff started to play out. So these folks knew that they were going to make a little side deal with the white supremacists while we were out there in the streets turning up. They were in the back channel making little deals like, yeah, we'll get out there and we'll be the spokespersons for these folks. You elevate us, we'll be the mouthpiece, and then we're going to redirect all of the energy. So if a Black person gets killed, we're going to show up to the protest twerking and then talking about immigration. We start seeing this stuff in real time. And then when they get on social media, some of these folks, they would talk greasy about foundational Black Americans. They talk real greasy about us. Man, y'all go back and look at some of them tweets from like 2012 to around 2018. Boy, Akata, we were all types of Akatas. These people were so comfortable talking greasy about us. They were very comfortable talking greasy about us. And we up here on some, yeah, we got to fight for our brothers and sisters. We on some, yes, we all got to get together. We're saying that, but they online calling us all types of Akatas and Jareers and Yanks and just everything. Yeah. And they benefited from FBA sacrifice while mocking the fighters. While we were on the front line taking risks, getting attacked, some people getting killed. My good brother, Darren Seal, rest in peace. The ops killed our brother, man. I mean, we had folks losing their lives out here. Yeah, I'm being targeted with all types of shit. We out here risking our damn lives. And then we see these immigrant groups reaping the benefits of it. Yeah, we start, all of a sudden, we're like talking about police reform, and they start like, yes, diversity and minority funding for immigration. And they're, what? Oh, hold on, I ain't risking my life for no damn immigration now. What's this shit? That's when I'm like, I got real sensitive to it because I didn't like none of that shit they were doing back then. Because then I'm becoming a target. At that time, man, I was hell on these race soldiers. I'm up here banging on the damn police chief, the prosecutors, making them release people out of jail, getting people out of custody, getting people's charges dropped. We were banging on these folks. And then we were getting targets put on our backs for doing that. And then all of a sudden, I start seeing folks hugging killer cops and, hey, man, what the fuck is this shit? I said, hold on, man. Hold on. Especially with that Botham Jean thing. They family up there hugging the woman all in court. I said, man, hold on, man. Hold on. And remember, with Botham Jean's family, it was us on the grassroots stomping to get that woman prosecuted. We were on that woman's bumper. Her family, we were putting all that stuff on Front Street. She got convicted, and then Botham Jean's family, they got some money and then put together some kind of scholarship for Caribbeans. I said, what? Come on, y'all remember that? Come on, let's no. Y'all not gonna sit here and point the finger at me like, oh, Tariq made you niggas hate us. We're all supposed to be together. Man, the minute y'all get something after we didn't help you get it, yeah, okay, this is gonna be for Caribbeans now. What? Little stuff like that, man, had me raising my antenna like, hey, man, hold on now. Wait a minute. No, we ain't about to be no damn fool out here. We're going to have to get some straightening. You know? We're going to have to start getting some damn straightening and see who the hell is who out here. Because there's just too much funny style stuff going on with these weirdos that don't nobody know. Every time we out here stomping, these weirdos out here doing some strange stuff against us. You know? They start turning the Black Lives Matter thing into some immigration agenda. You know? They were real big on that. Then they started pushing the LGBT stuff. Black Lives Matter won't matter until Black trans lives matter too. Like, what? All right, everybody Black matters. We're not differentiating between anything. But they did that with the Black trans lives matter, so we got to give some money to some LGBT groups. So they were using that to fund money, to funnel money over to these white LGBT organizations. So that was a finesse too. You understand? They were doing all this weird ass stuff, man. And then they started getting these tether women who masked themselves as feminists so they could attack foundational Black American men. Y'all remember Fraudinista Jones, Jamila Lemieux, and all of them from Ebony. They would write all of this anti-Black FBA male stuff, and they all come from tether backgrounds. They're not FBA. And they were running around here talking about street harassment, and they were working with white feminist groups. Yeah, come on, y'all don't remember this stuff. I remember because I'm up there in the trenches. These tether women running around here talking about they're feminists, they were working with white feminist groups to try to pass laws to replace stop and frisk, because stop and frisk was unconstitutional. So the white feminists, they were going to help out there in these liberal cities, they were going to help the police come up with ways to target black folks, black men in particular, with new laws. So you're not going to do stop and frisk, but you can do street harassment. That was the play they were going to go for. They were going to try to criminalize men speaking to women. Do y'all remember that? Some of y'all might not remember that. Dude, come on. Y'all look back at the archives. They had this thing, like, you okay, sis, and all that. That's what Tarana Burke and those guys, that's what it kind of morphed into Me Too, and they had another Caribbean, Tarana Burke, as the face of that, as they attacked black men. You understand? Tarana Burke was Caribbean. Y'all say, family, it's been a play. We've been pointing this shit out. We started seeing a pattern here. All of these weirdos working with these white supremacist suspects to get these laws out here that target us, it was always these non-FBAs. We started putting two and two together. We're like, hey, man, there's a common thread here. These people come from different cultures, and they sit up here and project a lot of weird stuff onto us so that we can be targeted. Yeah, these strong, donkey-face, mammy tether women who were claiming to be feminists were out here talking about, yeah, in places like New York, black men be harassing us on the streets. And I knew something was up there. And I was like, who? I know who's harassing you? I know ain't nobody from our culture harassing you, and I'm not even being mean. I'm like, oh, it must be some foreigners or something doing that. I knew something was up. That's when I started saying, hey, wait a minute, we're gonna have to start looking into the lineage of people here. Because I ain't no spokesperson for nobody, but I can speak for foundational Black American men on one point. Ain't no FBA brothers trying to sexually harass no Tarana Burke. I think I'm safe to say that. I don't want to put words in everybody's mouth, brothers. Now, some of y'all might have a donkey fetish. I don't know. So I can't speak for that. But generally, ain't no FBA brothers trying to get at that or sexually harass that. You understand? So we started to see these patterns, and we started to see that a lot of these immigrants, they made this little unspoken deal with the politicians to kind of act as a replacement. Around 2015, there was a growing unspoken agreement between these African and Caribbean immigrant communities and the liberal political operatives that foundational Black Americans, we'd be culturally and politically replaced by a more compliant class of Black immigrants. And they would choose them for media appearances, nonprofit positions, all of that stuff. So that's why we could never get stuff done in the community. We doing all this stomping and riding, and the resources were like, where the hell are the resources? It's going to these immigrant groups and DACA programs and all of this stuff. I'm like, what the hell? So the name of the game was to reframe what it meant to be Black in America without centering us in it, the native foundational Black Americans, without us being centered in it. They were actively, y'all better understand, they kept trying to redefine what Blackness meant. With Obama, this was on Obama was in office, remember? Obama was in office. They're trying to rise up Kamala Harris. So we start seeing this stuff. And at the time, we started seeing the rise of this alternative media, like Gossip, Shade Room, Media Takeout, all of these entities, World Star, that would show extremely negative images of foundational Black Americans. They were all run by non-FBAs. At the time, nobody was putting two and two together. I started putting two and two together. I'm like, wait a minute. And I always say this, What made me put two and two together, these blogs, Madame Noir, that was another one. These blogs would talk about Black society from a hood degenerate perspective, but I would always see these glowing stories about Africa on these sites. Every time they mentioned Africa, it was always a beautiful, expensive African wedding. Some African kid just got a scholarship at 3 universities. It would be glowing. They would just make glowing posts about Africa. I said, wait a minute, who are these people? I started asking questions. I started putting two and two together. And what really made me say, hey, something is up. These folks, we had the #1 movie in the world. We had like 5 #1 movies, Hidden Colors 1 through 5. That changed the game. As you all know, we all know by now the Hidden Colors series, classic, literally changed the game. That literally brought in the woke movement. That influenced so many things. Hidden Colors was the game changer. Huge movie. We were selling out movie theaters literally all over the world. Some of y'all who went to the screenings, y'all saw it was lines around the corner all over the country with those films, independent, killing the game. That shit they were all over the place. The DVDs were all over the place in barbershops, hair salons, schools, still are. They're still now in schools and everything. None of those Black quote unquote media outlets like Gossip, Shade Room, they wouldn't promote it at all. They would never promote it. They would never talk about it. Even though you're supposed to be a Black media outlet, the hottest Black film about Black history is killing the game. They're not talking about it. And when they did talk about it, they were denigrating it. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? The Root, Madame Noir, they would denigrate the Hidden Colors series. They called it Hotep shit. They were denigrating it. And then trying to denigrate me and all of that stuff. Well, we're doing something constructive and you're denigrating it? So what's going on with that? So we start putting two and two together. And then we started to see that a lot of these people, these so-called Black media outlets, they were basically controlled by the DNC. They were basically satellites of the DNC. And the DNC, they need a dumb-ass Black constituency. They need you Black, dumb, and sleep. You understand? They need you dumb. They need you listening to hood stuff. They need you sitting up watching fight videos all day. They need you dumb and sleep. So all they got to do is come through with some catfish nuggets and your dumb ass gets out there and vote. If you are awakened, if you are smart, if your brain has been energized by the Hidden Colors film, now you're going to ask questions before you vote, and they don't want that. That's why they were denigrating it. And that's why they denigrate me now, because I wake y'all up and I make y'all ask some questions. What am I going to get for my vote? Yeah, what am I going to get for my vote? I'm not going to go in here as a blind, sleeping dummy. I'm up, I'm woke, I'm awake. If I vote, I'm getting what exactly? You get to see some more immigrants come over here. Nah, that ain't enough. Nope. I'm going to need some tangibles. You see? So we started to see that tether class get very hostile because the white supremacists place them into authoritative positions now. They're supposed to be our spokespersons. Roland and all those guys, they are, who's a tether? They're supposed to be our spokespersons. So now when we don't go along, when we say, hey, you know what? Let's slow down on just this voting for nothing. I would like to sit down with the politicians and kind of talk about what the Black community needs. A lot of us were saying, hey, we kind of need some things within our community. And then we start getting the tether class denigrating us. Rolling, you stupid fool, shut your ass up. And then when we start making some of these politicians lose, like Hillary, we made Hillary lose. Boy, when Hillary lost, they called me out personally. They started cursing my ass out because I was telling people, I put up a hashtag. I started a hashtag, no tangibles, no vote. And it went viral. And I'm like, don't, we ain't voting for no Hillary. We done dealt with the Clintons long enough. We done got the 3-strike Clintons whooping on our ass way too long. We need some tangibles. And then when Hillary lost, boy, the DNC sent them tethers after me, rolling. Now, listen, Hillary just lost. I like to say this. Tariq Nasheed, people like him are stupid as hell, stupid fool. You big dumbass. Y'all listen to this fool. They started calling me out by name. And then when they tried to push Kamala Harris, tether mammy #1, they tried to push her out there. I started questioning her. The entire DNC went after me. Do y'all remember that? All of them went after me. They started going in on me heavy. It's a viral thread where when she was running for president, this is not when she was doing vice president, she was running for president, and she's up here, she pulled her hair back and was up here dancing to Cardi B or some shit. I said, look, this woman done pulled her hair back to show her edges with this fake bullshit. They're like, oh, don't you say that. Oh, they all start attacking me for calling out Kamala Harris and her fake shenanigans. They started attacking me heavy. So I started to see how organized this thing was and how they get all of these non-FBA people to do the dirty work for them. And then, family, we saw this thing come to a head with the Clubhouse app. When the Clubhouse app came out, that became a breeding ground for anti-FBA rooms. See, when Clubhouse launched, a lot of these African and Caribbean immigrants, they started hosting these daily anti-FBA rooms, openly denigrating us. They took all that stuff they used to say behind closed doors. Now they had a platform to kind of be anonymous and say what they really felt because they've had to pin it up so much for so long and say it and whisper it. So now they felt empowered, by the Democrats propping them up. So they kind of felt empowered. And boy, around what, 2020, when did Clubhouse really get popping? Yeah, when Clubhouse launched, the stuff they used to whisper in private, boy, they would get on there and talk about how cultureless we were, how jealous we are of them because they got culture and they know their roots, and all them up here mimicking us using our damn dialect, by the way. Boy, they were going in on us on Clubhouse. They had a field day denigrating us. And then they tried to bring that stuff over to the Twitter spaces. That didn't quite work out like they thought it was, because by that time, the delineation movement was in full swing. We started to delineate and we started to call it out. We started to compare notes and we said, hey, man, we're going to have to look at everybody's paperwork. So by the time they tried to bring that Clubhouse energy, y'all remember the early Twitter spaces? Y'all go back and listen to some of the archives in the early Twitter spaces. The crazy anti-FBA tethers used to be in these Twitter streets heavy. We shut all that down. We got a couple left, like Bushmeat Barrister. We got a couple of renegades left, but it was, they were big on talking all that crap. But now, by this time, everybody had the right talking points to counter that stuff. Yeah, we knew how to counter all of that stuff. And the thought leaders and the speakers and the commentators just weren't having it. And those narratives got checked in real time. So you got to hear people dismantle and debunk them falsehoods and expose that contempt in real time. And then they try to do after we start getting on their bumper, their contempt was cloaked in the whole unity talk. They start talking about, we must be Pan-Africanists. We have to have unity. We're all black. While you waving your flag, you're promoting your national identity, and you're trying to denigrate our culture. But see, they wanted to be seen as united for clout, but they wanted to be in a superior position in practice, because that's the con game. See, they want us to be generic Africans so they can have a one-up on us. If we are generic Africans and they are from the continent, they're continental Africans, then they are the real deal and we are a carbon copy of them. They like that arrangement. So whenever we do something under the guise of African American, they come in and be like, well, listen, everybody move over. A real African is here, nigga. Now, let me say this. This is what we need. No reparations, no Black History Month. Hold on. Then everybody's looking at each other. You see, that's why they have a problem with us ditching the term African American. The African American term was a trick bag. So we started to get our weight back up and say, hey, we're not going for those labels you're imposing on us. We're going to use our own labels, which is foundational Black American. That just stomped them right out in the head. That changed the game because they couldn't remix it. And they got all bent out of shape over it. And that stopped the tethering in its tracks. And then we started to see what people's get down was in real time. And instead of them coming to terms with that and saying, hey, you know what, we need to change our ways. You know what, Black Americans, you guys are right. We've been on the bullshit. We've been undermining you. We've been calling y'all all these derogatory names. Our parents have been sitting up here saying, hey, stay away from the Akata and stay away from them Yanks. Our tethered taxi drivers didn't want to pick y'all up. Y'all be walking in the cold while our taxi drivers are passing you up for white passengers. We've been doing little shit. We have our bad. No, they didn't do that. Their thing was, you Tariq made you niggas hate us. These folks want to sit up and blame me. They blame me for now. Everybody's delineating from them. They have to hold their own nuts. Now their family members are getting deported and all this old stuff because we ain't caping for them no more. So instead of them looking at themselves saying, hey, man, we got to step this thing up and kind of change our little tethering ways. So, that Tariq brainwash you niggas. Tariq is a cult leader. He has used hoodoo on your brains. Now, I done tricked 43 million people. No, one man ain't stopping you from all of this unity. We were unified. If it was not for Tariq, he's messing up Pan-Africanism. If one dude is messing up Pan-Africanism, then it must not have been popping. No, Tariq ain't doing nothing. I ain't leading nothing. I'm just recognizing the game. Tariq Nasheed became the mirror that you didn't want to face. I just put that mirror up to let you reflect on your own actions. All that undermining foundational Black Americans? No. Y'all want to project your guilt onto me? I held that mirror up to you. So to let you see the contempt that you've had for us, that's not going to go down no more. And I'm educating FBAs about it. See, blaming me, it's easier than acknowledging your role and why you got to be out here by yourself. A lot of these folks don't want to admit that they were active participants in all of that anti-FBA, Akata, cotton picker, where y'all were talking cash shit and act like y'all weren't. Yes, you were. Dismissing our culture, ghetto, coming over here, Mona Scott with Love and Hip Hop showing all of that ratchetness. Don't sit here and talk about I created some division. You got to have a level of unity before you can have division. Where was all this unity? It was nothing but exploiting and denigrating. I just started pointing. I was one of the first to point it out because I was a target from these damn tethers. They were targeting my ass. The tether media and the tether politicians, along with white mommy and white zaddy. So I started to see the play a long time ago. Yeah. Because see, these people, they benefited from all that anti-FBA nonsense. They benefited from it. Now they got exposed for it. Yeah, they benefited from that myth that they're the good black immigrants and FBAs are the real problem. And once that dynamic was exposed by us delineating, they panic. They're panicking now. Just like this fool called up. He's all incoherent. He just babbling, don't know what to say. They're panicking right now. Yeah? And what they want to try to do is discredit the messenger instead of basically acknowledging your years of one-sided disrespect. Stop that. Yeah. See the FBA delineation movement, it shattered that whole cultural superiority complex. Like I said, quietly they believe that their culture, heritage, their accents made them better or more rooted to Africa. So now that we ain't using that term no more, you don't feel superior no more. That's why they're mad, because now we're embracing our American culture. We're not continental African, so hey, knock yourself out. You got it. Wait, nigga. You are African too. You are Bantu. They're always trying to put some weird tribe that you're just saying shit. You are Ipa. Nigga, you don't know nothing. Shut up. I know I'm not. Stop it. Just stop it. We are foundational Black Americans. Yeah. And we're uplifting our own rich culture here. We're not even denigrating you. We're not denigrating you. We're uplifting our own culture. Now you come over talking greasy, you get roasted. Yeah, we start roasting you because y'all know that's part of foundational Black American culture. We roast, and they want to go toe to toe with the roast game with us. Dude, we got way too much material on your ass. That's the problem. They want to get into a roast battle. And remember when we do the early Twitter spaces, the Somalis and East Africans, they come in here trying to roast. You niggas eat fried chicken. You eat Popeye's chicken and smoke crack, nigga. Hey, really? Are we really going there? Y'all don't want to play the dozens with me. Y'all don't want to go there. We kept warning them. And we start lighting them up. We start getting on them foreheads, flip-flop flies. Y'all we got too much material for y'all to be up here trying to roast somebody. Dude, come on now. So the thing is, man, they can't refute facts, so they try to attack, the influencers. See, I brought the receipts. I brought the data and the historic evidence to basically highlight all of that passive-aggressive disdain. That's why old tweets of me talking about essence and how they're going down. I had a tweet from near a decade ago breaking that down. And now we see it in real time. We see it playing out right now. Everybody's criticizing Essence for their lackluster productions now. So the thing is, they're upset because foundational Black Americans, we're now saying no. See, for a long time, they've expected unconditional unity from us while mocking, displacing, and dismissing us. Now that we're pushing back, we're setting boundaries now. We're practicing lineage-based solidarity, and we're not letting anybody denigrate or exploit our lineage no more. So now they feel offended. So instead of reflecting, they're like, Tariq, he poisoned Black unity. We were going to have Akon City, nigga. Did y'all see the shit with Akon City, by the way? Did y'all see the stuff going on with Akon City? Yeah, Senegal pulled out. They were like, "Hey, Khan, get this bull. You ain't about to give us our damn land back." Remember, Senegal gave Akon, singer, rapper, whatever he calls himself. They gave him a bunch of land because he went up there talking about he's gonna build Akon City. It's gonna be like Wakanda. It's gonna be flying trains and it's gonna be kryptonite bush meat. It was just going to be all types of futuristic shit that they were going to have. It was going to have radioactive must, is just all types of weird shit. And Akon was trying to get us involved. Remember, he was going around telling us, listen, y'all over here in America, we need to come back to the motherland. Yeah, nigga, we got to come back to the motherland. We got all that land. I'm about to build Akon City. Y'all need to get on down with this. Man, we're gonna have high rises, futuristic buildings. It's gonna be underground tunnels with high-speed trains. It's gonna be baboons with wings and helmets flying everybody to the airport. Just all types of bullshit. They were trying to get us on board with it. And talking about all the money they need and all that. And Senegal gave them land, but now we ain't interested in none of that stuff. There's zero interest in us collectively for participating in any of that stuff. And without us on board, because see, it only would work if we were going to be on board. You understand what I'm saying? Nothing really works, in black society anywhere unless FBAs are on board. Yeah. And because we ain't with it, we've delineated. We're good. We ain't about to go to Mustania or whatever you're gonna call your magic city. We're not. We're cool. So now everything fell flat. My sister Aki put up some good tweets earlier talking about the Essence thing. Like, that was dumb for Essence to try to pander basically to the non-FBA crowd. They don't, she made a good point. She's like, the non-FBA crowd don't really support stuff like that. That's not a good demographic. They don't get nothing popping. Which is true. To be honest, y'all don't really get nothing popping unless it's tethered on to us. I'm not trying to be mean. You don't get nothing popping unless it's tethered on to us. We have to be on board. That's why they're so mad with us delineating. They know without us co-signing some shit, it's rough for them. They ain't gonna get nothing popping. Look, am I lying? Tell me where I'm lying. Hell, even Afro beats. They love talking about Afro beats. Afro beats is the banging, nigga. Listen to Afro beats. What do they sample in most of them Afro beat songs? Most of them are samples from songs, FBA songs from the 90s and the 2000s. Right? Burna Boy, Wiz, they sample our old R&B shit. And then, man, I'm not trying to be mean, but you just don't get nothing popping without us. And like my sister said, they tried to get the Essence Festival. They thought they were going to try to pander to another audience. That's going to fall flat. These folks, some of these non-FBAs, they don't really get things popping on their own. They basically get online to whine to us. They get online whining at us all the damn time, but they don't really get nothing popping. And I'm not trying to denigrate nobody, but we got to talk real here. We got to talk real here. But the thing is, a lot of these folks, they're so used to speaking in codes, and I start making their little codes public. I'll start letting folks know what they're saying, where they're saying it, the little slick shit that they're doing. Them sitting up here trying to project the lack of culture onto us, talking about we ain't got no culture, this, and I'm like, we don't know where we're from. I'm like, wait a minute, family, don't let none of we've been here longer than their countries have been around. Don't let them project that on us. We're more deeply rooted than them. We know our culture. We know who our ancestors are. We can actually trace our ancestors by name because we were very well documented over here. See, we let them run a Jedi mind trick. We had to clean that up. I started as a historian letting people know, no, we got to clean that up. We know more of our history than they do. They don't really have records like that. Not only that, they don't have birth certificates like that. The majority of Africa don't have no birth certificates. A lot of these folks don't know how old they are. That's why they have these January 1st birthdays. A lot of folks didn't know that until I pointed that out. They really got mad when I pointed that out. Boy, they got mad. How dare you tell them that, nigga? I was born on New Year's. No, you weren't. You were born somewhere in a tent in the Serengeti, and you got breastfed by a camel, nigga. You don't know when you were born or where. You don't know nothing. You know? So we started pointing all of this stuff out. Yeah. And so now there's a fear of losing control of the Black narrative here in America. See, the delineation movement, it challenges that idea that anybody Black, quote unquote, or melanated can speak for Black Americans. So the immigrant elites, the political gatekeepers, see, they used to be able to insert themselves into our foundational Black American struggle and then rewrite history. And I was one of the people to help disrupt that power structure. So instead of them acknowledging their false representation, they want to call me a divider because I done woke everybody up to some of that bullshit. You see, they want the benefits of unity without the responsibility. See, a lot of them, they talk about unity when it benefits them, grants, media roles, jobs, positions, all that. But they don't want to be called out for dismissing foundational Black American culture and history. Yeah? So the thing is, they're mad at the grassroots because now the grassroots, they think for themselves. I didn't divide anything. I informed the grassroots. Now everyday foundational Black Americans are thinking critically. You're pushing back, you're delineating. That grassroots awakening, that threatens the immigrants who depend on foundational Black American silence. I'm not talking about our riders, because we still got riders and we love you and we rock with you and respect them. So them trying to attack me by saying I done brainwashed everybody. Oh, you taught niggas to hate us. Listen, y'all think these 43 million foundational Black Americans don't see you and see the little slick shit you do and see the undermining? You think they don't see that at their jobs? You go to the job and you see, or a tether becomes a supervisor, then all of a sudden you getting sabotaged out of your job, and then all of a sudden it's a bunch of them up there. People see this stuff in real time. They're putting two and two together. They're like, hey, man, hold on. Hey, we're going to have to reassess this thing. But people ain't dumb. They see what it is. They see with their own eyes.
Microphone check. 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 Microphone.
How are y'all living? Waiting on every. Whoop. All right. Oh, hold on. Let me turn this down. Hold on. Wait. Let me turn my microphone down. How y'all living, man? Y'all come on in this room. Y'all hop on in here. Everybody hop on in. Glad to have you guys tuning in live right now, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to have y'all tuning in. Let me see. We got a lot of people coming in already. Hope you guys are having a great weekend so far. Y'all know it's the holiday season, MLK holiday this week. So hope everybody is celebrating that. We see a lot of the usual suspects mad. Notice how some of the usual suspects are kind of trying to throw grease on our good brother MLK's birthday. They're making little snide comments about the Civil Rights Act. Some of the right-wingers were talking greasy about the Civil Rights Act. They were saying that the Civil Rights Act was similar to the Treaty of Versailles. Basically, like they're almost saying that the Civil Rights Act was an act of surrender by the United States to Black people, because they understand what really went down in the 1960s. It wasn't Black folks walking around marching and singing Negro spirituals. Black people were turning up, and the usual suspects are very aware of this, and they feel like they took an L in the 1960s. So we need to watch these spaces and listen to the rhetoric they're spewing about this. Real interesting dynamic. We're going to take some calls a little later. A few things going on. By the way, you guys can go get your Rootwork deodorant at rootworkstyle.com. Also, get your children's book, The Hidden Heroes from A to Z. You can get that book at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Another announcement now, next month, starting next month, we're going to stop people from posting these broadcasts on YouTube, because what's happening is a lot of, we try to do exclusives, and then when we do these lives and these broadcasts, they're scattered all over the place. They're all over the place. So we're going to have to kind of get that organized. So starting February, we're going to stop the repostings of our broadcast. We're going to have to kind of get things a little organized, because people get them and chop these things up, and then it's just all over the place. And it throws the algorithm all off, and it creates a cluster flop for us. So that we're going to kind of put the brakes on that starting in February. But I digress. Now, listen, we're going to take some calls a little bit later. We're going to take calls a little bit later. First of all, before I get into chopping it up, my Memphis people, shout out to my Memphis people down there in Memphis. Allegedly, rapper Yo Gotti, his brother got, they hit him. He got unalived, unfortunately. Allegedly, this is what they're saying. I think some of the news reports are saying this. So rest in peace to that brother, and condolences go out to Yo Gotti and his family. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. And, you know, there's rumors going on, and one of the rumors in the streets right now, from what I'm hearing, and I don't like to spread rumors, some people are saying this is possibly some type of retaliation for the young Dolph situation, because the brother was clicked in with Dolph's, the suspect who got Dolph. It's something like that. It's something like that. I don't want to spread no rumors. I'm just kind of relaying a little buzz that they're saying out there in Memphis, that it was some kind of possible retaliation for the young Dolph situation. And it's unfortunate either way. Either way is very unfortunate. So condolences to everybody down there in Memphis. You know, I love Memphis. You know, I want to see us empowered. And, you know, the streets happen. You know, the streets are the streets, man. The streets happen, unfortunately. You know, and that's just what that is. You know, Mark Lamont Hill, he made a video addressing the criticism he received. Y'all remember, like last week, Mark Lamont Hill responded to Cameron when our brother Cameron was like, "Hey, man, I don't see myself as African American. I see myself as a Black American. I just like to use the word Black. I'm not really African." And the delineation movement is real. We have a real heavy delineation movement, and a lot of people are like, hey, we have our own culture, which we do. And we're acknowledging and appreciating our foundational Black American culture. There's nothing wrong with that. But a lot of people feel bent out of shape by that. And Mark Lamont Hill did a video, oh, we can't give up Africa. That's, you know, we can't give up Africa, this and whoop-de-whoop. And people were like, hey, man, you know, a lot of people got on his bumper about that. You know, culturally, we're not African. We're foundational Black Americans. Now, genetically, we have African DNA, and we acknowledge our African ancestry, but culturally and ethnically, we are a distinct group. There's nothing wrong with that, like other people. And he made another video addressing ADOS and FBA. He made a video today, and he was kind of explaining a little bit. And I don't like when people do the conflation of ADOS and FBA. I don't like that. And the reason why they do that is because people understand Foundational Black American is a lineage. ADOS is a group. That's an LGBT-led organization, okay? ADOS is a group, and they know that. They know Foundational Black American, you're strictly speaking on a lineage. And that has been explained ad nauseum over and over again. There is no organization called FBA. There are no leaders of FBA. There are no chapters of FBA. I'm not the leader of FBA because FBA is not an organization. Repeated that multiple times, I'm going to stay repeating that. Unfortunately, Strappy and those dudes sat there confusing everybody, talking about ADOS is a lineage and it's an organization that they're the leaders of. And that's why so many people stepped away from that, because the confusion still resonates. And it's framed so janky, it just sullies the water, okay? And whenever we start talking about lineage, they want to start talking about groups. And they always have to try to attach ADOS to Foundational Black Americans. It's not the same thing. We got to be clear. It's not the same thing at all. ADOS is a self-proclaimed organization with leaders. They have people who are the leaders of that organization, and they are loud and proud about their leadership, which is fine. Knock yourself out, but it ain't a lineage. Lineages don't have leaders. You don't have the leader of the Puerto Ricans. You don't have the leader of the Yorubas. You don't have that. That's why we say Foundational Black American. There is no leader. There is no organization. You don't have to go to a meeting. None of that shit. You ain't got to sign no paperwork. There are no paint and sips and none of that goofy ass stuff. All right? We're talking lineage only. That's all it is. So Mark Lamont Hill was talking about the criticism he received and just doing a lot of explaining. We can acknowledge who we are. And I wish, if Mark is in here, by the way, if Mark, and I'm not trying to beat up on Mark. Mark was respectful as he could be. I'll give him that. He wasn't disrespectful. And if Mark Lamont Hill is in here, he can pop up here. We can chop it up with him. We can have a great conversation. We can chop it up just to bring clarity to people. But the whole narrative was like, well, you know, we shouldn't give up on Africa. We can acknowledge our African ancestry and whoop-de-whoop. And listen, genetically, yeah, and I've said this multiple times. Yes, we acknowledge our African ancestry. We do. That's fine. That doesn't change the fact that we're Foundational Black Americans. We had an ethnogenesis. We are a new ethnic group. We became a new ethnic group. We became a new ethnic group, just like some of the Yorubas and the Igbos and the Jamaicans and the Trinidadians. They became distinct ethnic groups outside of the African identity, yet within the African identity. You get it? It's outside of it, but it's still in it. You're still a person who's descended from Africans, but you still have your own unique, distinct culture. Speaking of Trinidadian, y'all see a video where Nicki Minaj and people kind of got on her bumper. She was like, yeah, everybody wants to be like us, and everybody copies us, and we, and she's just using all this we and us, and we're like, oh, who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Because they love to brag about being Caribbean and Trinidadian, and so who are they talking about? So, you know, people like to pick and choose when they're going to be on the global black tip and then distinguish their own ethnic group when that's convenient. So there's a lot of schizophrenia going on out here. And us delineating, we're drawing a line in the sand so that your schizophrenia doesn't affect us. We're letting you know what our group is, what our designation is, and we're letting you know what the culture is. So people are not going to be able to remix this. I put up a tweet earlier, if you guys follow my timeline. It was a tether, a Nigerian tether who lives in Dallas, whose whole timeline is basically denigrating foundational Black Americans going back about a decade. He's just calling us all types of akatas. Akatas left and right. Now he's complaining that we're delineating. These FBA niggas are trying to deny Africa. Niggas, stop. People are schizophrenic. See, the thing is, we're delineating on our terms. See, people like to delineate us on their terms, which are derogatory. People sit up here and other us in a derogatory manner. And when we say, oh, yeah, you know what? We are different. We are a different group. And we're going to take our differences and our culture and bring that over here and acknowledge our culture and then let you acknowledge what you got popping, which is nothing. So we're going to let you hold your own nuts. And then, oh, wait a minute. Wait, nigga. Wait. We're all Black people under the eyes of Allah. You know, then it's cop and please. You see, when we start to delineate on our own terms. Hold on, we got this person, Leecha. Okay, Leecha, you've been in here trying to get attention, making all types of emoji posts. You probably don't have anything to say, Leecha. You want to hop on, Leecha? Because you're really twerking a lot in the emojis. You're twerking real heavy. So if you want to turn your microphone on, hop on and say whatever you have to say, sir, which is probably nothing. But again, there's nothing wrong with us delineating because every other group delineates and then they try to delineate us on their terms. And we're not letting them delineate us in derogatory terms anymore. We're not letting that happen. And speaking of that, did y'all see TMZ put up a clip of the dude? Remember the Nigerian dude who got offed by his white OnlyFans girlfriend, which is very unfortunate. Nobody is gloating or celebrating the offing of anybody. Okay, that's a horrible situation. Don't want that to happen to anybody. But the way this white woman was disrespecting this dude, it's kind of a long clip. I mean, she's just really degrading the dude, yelling at him, and he's copping pleas. Baby, I'm not thinking about anybody but you, baby. And I'm like, man, dude, you should have been charged her to the damn game. FBA brothers don't want white women that bad. She would have been charged to the game a long time ago. FBA brothers would have been like, hey, we can go find us another white broad. It ain't that damn serious for you to sit up and let this woman just degrade you like that. And the thing is, him, the guy who was victimized by the woman, unfortunately, this guy, him and his family, remember, they were all on Twitter for years denigrating us. Him and his family. And that's why that situation was so controversial, because when the white woman took him out, people started looking at his social media, and instead of criticizing the white people who degraded him and the white woman who degraded him, he was copping pleas for white women. Where the white women at? Talking greasy about sisters, calling us all types of akatas, and not just him, his whole family was doing that. The whole family's social media was them just denigrating foundational Black Americans for years. But when the situation happened and they weren't arresting that white woman, remember, they didn't arrest that white woman for a long time. It took them a minute. That family was all in our FBA spaces, copping pleas. They were all in our spaces. Hey, we are the, hey, brothers. Hey, my niggas. You know, we are the same people. See, I don't like that shit. I don't like when people sit up and denigrate us and then run to us for help when things go bad. You know? That's why they don't want us delineating, because see, they want to keep us around to fight for them. That's why people call up here asking us to get into the Palestinian-Israeli situation. No. We're delineating and letting everybody fight their own battles. We are not about to be mules for everybody so they can turn around and denigrate us. We've done enough. Now it's time for us to do for ourselves. And people try to shame us for looking out for ourselves, which is all they do. Everybody in every other group, they're selfish as hell. They look out for them. They set up these little enclaves in their communities and exclude us for any resource they get. The minute they get a dime, they make sure we don't get no access to it. You see? They make sure we don't get access to it. Who's that? Those Hollywood actors who's out here getting all of these roles? Which actor was it? It was one of them British actors. They get nothing but FBA roles, and then they start talking about, well, we're gonna set up a program so that African and British actors can go to training school or whatever. They start setting up some stuff for the actors overseas while they make their paper over here. They set up something over there for them. You know? Remember Bothan John, when he got offed by the white woman, his family set up a damn Caribbean scholarship fund for people, for Caribbeans. Remember? Some of y'all forgot that. While they were all in court hugging on the suspect, or the convicted suspect, they sat up there and got all of those donations and then started having a Caribbean scholarship fund. People, when I'm telling you, when they get $1, they go out of their way to make sure we don't get it. But let us have a Juneteenth program or a Juneteenth grant. Boy, they're going to be first in line to try to get it. We all the same. Yeah. So we're not playing that game because we're going to acknowledge our lineage. We're getting things for the people within our lineage first. There's nothing wrong with that. All right, let's get some of these people in here. What's up, Dat Nika? This brother's name is Dat Nika. Hop on, Dat Nika.
Hey, what up, Tariq? I just had a quick question for you, bro. What words do I say to those people at those flea markets? We have an antique flea market here. I live in Alabama, and we have a 2-story flea market. What words do I say to get that old paraphernalia you was talking about? You know, the forbid. You know that they don't want us to see this old paraphernalia. How they look at it.
Right. As for the Americana stuff.
The Americana.
Yeah, they'll know what you're talking about. Yeah, we want to give me some of the Americana items, and
Thank
let
you,
me know
sir.
what they got. Let me know what they got, because I want to get some of that stuff for the museum. They hide a lot of that stuff, and they keep it for their cronies. But let me know what they got down there.
Bro, I shit you not. I live in Montgomery, Alabama, bro. So like that's why I be wanting to know what, because you know this is like the boys boycott, Cradle of Confederacy. It be motherfuckers from Iceland coming here just to see where Rosa Parks refused to go up and see that, bro.
Oh
so,
yeah.
And we got a big ass flea market. And I didn't, you know, growing up as a shorty, I used to go to that place, bro. And they had like old revolvers and all kind of old, you know, trinkets. But I know, like, I heard your space one night where you were talking about that Americana stuff that you're talking about, those old Shango Macho. That's actually what it's called. That's Shango Mucho. That's Shango. They got Shango, but it be in blackface and shit like that. But they call it Shango. And those old gollywogs and stuff like that. So yeah, appreciate that, bro. Be
Thank you,
safe, bro.
brother. Absolutely. Oh yeah, those racist memorabilia items, boy, y'all don't understand how big of a market that is. That's a huge underground market. These people trade and sell all of that racist Jim Crow memorabilia. Boy, they sell that. That's like gold to them, dude. That's like gold to them. They pass this stuff down in their families secretly. I give the usual suspects that. Boy, they know how to keep secrets from us. See, black folks blab every damn thing. These folks in the dominant society, they can keep some damn secrets, dude. And boy, they stay on code. I remember I was in Georgia getting some stuff for the museum. I was going through different antique shops. And I told this story before. First of all, I went to one antique. Well, I was trying to go to one in Kennesaw that had a whole bunch of racist stuff in it, but it was closed. I went to another one. I want to say, was it in Gwinnett County? I forgot. And I was getting some stuff, and they had some of that racist memorabilia. And it was one racist metal license plate they had. had some cat in blackface on it, and the guy took it from me. He was like, yeah, let me go check the price on this, and then went somewhere and never came back. His ass went somewhere and took it and hid it somewhere. He never came back. He just took it. Yeah, let me check the price on that real quick. And I never saw him. Because this was kind of a big, kind of a flea market joint. So he went and put that up somewhere. He's like, no, this is for my white buddies. So it's interesting, man. But yeah, and I say this again, if you guys live in these towns where y'all can get some of that stuff, please get it for me and send it to me so we can put it in the museum out here in LA. We like to collect that stuff just to let folks know what the get down was. Let's get command. Command, hop on. Waiting on command. All right. It's not working good for command. Let's get Shango. Let's get Shango in here. Let's get Shango. All right, Shango or command, whichever one who want to speak first.
Family, this Shango.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. I just got just based on how we'll continue to get on code, do you think that when we get more codified and making ourselves more harder targets, that they'll start targeting immigrants and the melanated immigrants because they can't really get to us like that? And that's it, I'll end.
Well, you know, they use them as, you know, they're useful tools for right now. You know, the melanated immigrants are useful tools, and yeah, they will get rid of their useful tools. You know, they will do that. But again, they're the ones who help put some of the melanated immigrants in the position they're in. So you know, they've already been targeting them. They target them in their homeland. But they let them over here because they know they're going to use them as buffers against us. Now, at some point when they feel like that's no more useful, you know, they will probably turn on them.
So like the anchor babies, you know,
yeah,
the anchor baby and the descendants of the, you know, those who can't trace their lineage back. Because I look at it like this: they're trying to go at us like they did the Tasmanians, and that's not really going to happen like that. You know what I'm saying? They really trying to get us off of this landmass because they want this landmass to be their ethno state. I mean, the world's already their ethno state, but America's supposed to be their new world, and we kind of threw a wrench in it for centuries. So they're trying to, this is my opinion, they're trying to bring over the field Negroes, the global field Negroes, so to speak, to undermine us and to kind of make a part in an apartheid state of the 21st century, using the blueprint of South Africa or what they did in the continent. And we're the only ones really throwing a wrench in their end game, if you will. And thank you again, and I land there.
Thank you so much. See, we got to understand, man, how systematic white supremacy works. And our brother Claude Anderson spoke on this. It works on like a totem pole system. It's a buffer class system. There's levels to it. So you got to have the person on top, the group on top, the groups in the middle, and there has to be a designated bottom group. So Black people, we're supposed to be the designated bottom group. There's always supposed to be deprivation, antagonism, abuse, torture geared towards us, nonstop injustices placed on us. And it goes from lighter to dark. The white supremacists have the honorary Aryans, which are the Asians, because they share the same continent, Eurasia. So they put them second, and they have no problem being second. See, that's the thing. A lot of these other groups have no problem playing second fiddle. Then you get the Arab groups who have no problem being third. Then you start getting the Hispanic groups who have no problem being fourth. And then you have the immigrant groups who are melanated, who have no problem being fifth. And then you have the foundational Black Americans, and we have a problem. We are the ones who always have to rise to the top. You understand? We're the only group that has had to repeatedly rise up over and over again after being knocked down. No other group has done what we've done historically as foundational Black Americans. We're the only group of people who get knocked down repeatedly, and we get up and rebuild, get knocked down, rebuild, get knocked down, rebuild, without fleeing in large numbers. We don't do that. That's why we're so problematic. They see what we're capable of. They know how we get down. That's why people have to study us all the time. All eyes are on us. The people, as we don't have systematic power, notice everything is about watching us. And when I say us, I mean foundational Black Americans specifically. People watch what we eat, drink, how we dress, how we talk. Every little intricacy is studied on us. Family, do y'all know, and I talked about this before, I met a sister who broke this down to me. Corporations, man, they have marketing organizations and marketing firms that they hire to sit online and watch what we do. They're people who are paid. There's an industry of people who get paid, companies who get paid to have people sit up and watch what foundational Black Americans do on social media so that they can learn trends. They see what we're talking about, see what we're doing, and then start modeling their products or some of their advertising towards that. They see what we're wearing, they start modeling and tailoring their clothing to that. They just monitor us all the time. You see? You go to Asia, all of these places, they're dressed like us. They're studying us. I was in Fiji. You had people over there, some of them wearing hip hop style clothes like foundational Black Americans. Some of them getting haircuts like us, getting their hair cut like us. That's why they show me so much love over there. Show me mad love, mad respect over there. Yeah? We're studied heavily because we get knocked down and we keep dusting ourselves off over and over again. No other group has done that. When we build up a town somewhere, we built up several towns in this country, got knocked down, got back up. When we built Wilmington, the white supremacists attacked it, we just go build somewhere else. We talk about the Black Wall Street in Tulsa. We had a bunch of Black Wall Streets. We had a bunch of them all over the country. Hastings Street in Detroit. Central Avenue. That was a form of Black Wall Street out here in Los Angeles. The thing is, they would throw freeways right along our areas in order to upset the business areas. They did that all around the country. They had to go out of their way to sabotage our stuff, so we just go build somewhere else. It leaves a trail of devastation, but out of that devastation, we build up. In the Bronx, New York, they devastated the Bronx. That was the white supremacists devastating that, taking all of the resources out of it, taking the economic base, taking the jobs out of it, taking the music programs out of it. Then you had these scandalous landlords bombing the buildings, firebombing their own buildings so that they can get insurance. So the Black people are sitting up there in the Bronx left with rubble. And out of that rubble, they said, hey, you know what? Give me those 2 turntables and that microphone. I'm about to spit something in this park right here. And we still created something that was a global phenomenon out of that rubble. We created hip hop. And once it became a global phenomenon, now you want to tack other people onto it. That's why we're fighting against this whole jive-ass narrative that it was some Blacks and Latinos. No, you don't get that. You will never get that accolade for something that you didn't create. We had to get it out the mud because of deprivation on our own. That's why we had to create hip hop. Nobody else was helping us. We couldn't get in the clubs in Manhattan. We couldn't get into no music programs. You couldn't get into decent housing. So you had to take what was there, some turntables and a microphone and your mama and daddy's funk records. We took our mom and pop's funk records and rhymed over them, and then did some brand new funk dances and created a culture on our own. nobody's going to share the genesis story of what we created because we went through so much and suffered so much in order to create it. Nobody's going to get co-creation as far as that. Let me get my brother Black Alpha Network in here. Let's get brother Black Alpha. Yes, sir. How are you?
Good. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Man,
sir?
I'm fine, brother. I want to say something to your point about all these people watching us and copying us. Family, did you see the Palestinians having a march on Washington today?
Oh, Lord, no. Oh, God. What was that
Brother,
about?
they had Muhammad Luther King. They had Riyadh Parks.
Did they have baklava Rustin?
They were all over the place, brother. All over. And you know, brother, they were literally chanting, "No ceasefire, no vote," which is a takeoff of our "no tangibles, no vote," brother.
Wow. These folks, man. And that pissed me off when they went down to that church in South Carolina with that. Boy, they've been trying to piggyback off us nonstop.
Left and right, brother. I wanted to tell the family that, you know, on Monday, January 15th, right in Columbia, South Carolina, they're going to have basically a civil rights reenactment. Kamala Harris is going to be there. That Hakeem Jeffries guy, I call him Barack Obama 2.0. They're going to be there. And me and brother Marcel Dixon are going to be there. You know, I want anybody in the surrounding area, come on down to South Carolina and let's let our own voices be heard and not be drowned out by everybody, man. But salute to you, my brother.
Thank you so much. And my brother Black Alpha brings up a great point. This Monday, for the holiday for our good brother, Dr. King, there's going to be people trying to hijack that. We got to check that. There's going to be people trying to latch on their stuff to the holiday. They're already starting. So here we go. All right. We about to see a whole bunch of co-opting on our brother King's birthday. Here they go. They're already getting it ramped up. Man, listen, FBA, we ain't got nothing to do with none of that stuff. Don't let these folks try to drag their issues on it. We ain't got nothing to do. We are not obligated to stomp for none of that stuff. Ain't nobody stomping for us. Ain't nobody doing jack. So let them hold their own. They have to, again, we have the moral legitimacy that no other group have. We have the moral capital that no other group has. That's why on their own, they can't get any traction for their movements on their own, because these people, they have a history of doing a lot of scandalous stuff. All of these other groups, they have long histories of doing real janky stuff. So when something backfires on them, everybody's like, well, hey, you know, stuff happens. But us, we've been legitimately aggrieved and we've stood up to it, and we've not mistreated anybody as foundational Black Americans. We haven't mistreated no groups. We don't go out committing genocide. We don't go out invading people. We don't do that. We've always, as foundational Black Americans, we've always fought and sacrificed ourselves for other groups. They've not done that for us. Remember during the the Vietnam War, you had people like the Black Panthers and sacrificing their lives, speaking up against the war. You had Muhammad Ali sacrificed his career. This man was one of the most famous people, not Black people, just people in the world at the time, sacrificed his career to say, hey, I'm not going to go over there. I would rather go to jail before I go over there and harm them people. That was big. That was a devastating blow to the war effort. No other group would do that for us. Yeah, nobody has that kind of moral strength other than foundational Black Americans. We've always had that. And these same groups that we stand up for, they come and turn on us. Hell, we've been doing that since the 1800s. And I talked about this before when the United States was having the war over there in the Philippines, over there slaughtering the Filipinos. The United States government over there wreaking havoc. It was a foundational Black American soldier fighting for the U.S. Army, a brother named David Fagan, said, hey, this isn't right, because they were calling it the nigger war. They were calling those Filipinos niggers, Because remember, over in the Philippines, over in that area, the Negritos, the original people, are like dark-skinned black people. You go up into the mountains of the Philippines and that area over there, these are little Afro-wearing black folks over there. I just left Fiji. Fiji is not too far from there. Y'all saw what they look like in Fiji. A bunch of beautiful black people with big afros walking around. That's all over there. The Philippines, Fiji, New Guinea, Australia, all of that, Melanesia, all of that, Samoa, Tahiti. Truth be told, all those Pacific islands and Melanesian islands got little dark-skinned, Afro-wearing black folks over there, truth be told. But David Fagan, Foundation of Black American from Florida, he said, nah, y'all, this is the nigger war, hell. No, that's not cool. And y'all committing genocide. These people don't really have weapons like that, and you're killing them off. Nah. So he defected from the U.S. Army and went over to the other side. He went over to the Filipinos and said, hey, look, I'm going to teach y'all guerrilla warfare so that you can survive. And he helped stop the genocide over there. He defected, and the U.S. government was pissed, and they never caught him. They took an L with that dude. Then he lived as a maroon up there in the hills and mountains of the Philippines. Gangster shit. That's another thing, too. When Foundation of Black Americans and just black people, period, when we fight back, like our brother Professor Black Truth said, when we fight back, we win. And I've always said this, and I said this the other day, the white supremacists are light work. They really are. Our problem is the turncoats within us and among us. That's what gets us all the time. When we have the white supremacists on the ropes, it's always the butter biscuit buck dancers who come along and mess it up. That's been our problem. The buffers. Because see, the white supremacists, they understood how to create buffer classes, and they know how to create coon classes. They were like, look, we'll throw you an extra batch of butter biscuits if you just stand next to me. See, that's what they did in Jamaica. That's what they did in Haiti. After the Haitian Revolution, you had a bunch of those bed wenches and bed bucks who missed the French. They were like, when the Spanish and the French and Dessalines beat all those folks and got them out of Haiti, remember, you had some riders, but those coons and mammies and bed wenches, they were like, well, damn it, where's Zaddy? You killed Zaddy and White Mommy? Oh no, I got to get revenge. And the coon class started turning on the Haitian riders. That's what got Haiti back bad. The coon class, even in Jamaica. The British started making deals with the coon class, with Kamala Harris's lineage. They went to them, well, some of the coon class that were mixed in with the British when there were fighting going on, and the rebels, the black rebels, were down there fighting. Some of those zaddy-loving bedwenches and bedbucks went to the British and said, look, listen, if you give us certain privileges and benefits and you look out for us, we'll keep these ashy Negroes off you. Just give us some benefits. Give us a little plot of land over here. Just kind of elevate us over them and we'll keep them off you. And that's what they did. They had all types of racial caste systems out there in Jamaica, and that quelled all of them rebellions. That quelled everything. That's why they come over here with all that damn colorism. That colorism, when you see people talking that crazy colorism talk, usually they're from the Caribbean somewhere. They realize how to use that color system against the population. That's why the cake soap game is so heavy over there. People run around looking like Vibes Cartel. You see? Oh, goodness. Let me see. We got a lot of folks in here. Let's get Alistair Fennell. You raising your hand, brother? Hop on, sir. Alistair, I can't pronounce your name, but go ahead, brother. Hop on.
Flex, Happy New Year.
Thank you so much, brother. What's on your mind?
Yeah, brother. I want to ask you about this, about ADOS, because I was wondering if the founder who originally started ADOS, Norris Sheldon, if he's suing Yvette Carnell, because she took that off of him originally.
Of course. Right. I don't know if he's suing her, but yeah, that's what I don't like about it. They took the thing from Norris Sheldon and didn't give the brother his credit. I don't like that. You give people their credit. Yeah, that was created. Well, the term um, he called it descendants of American slaves, and I think the strapping them just moved some letters around. But yeah, they took it from the brother and never gave him credit. See, and that's dishonorable. Because I always said the term foundational Black American, it was something that I got from Dr. Claude Anderson. I've never made any secret about that. I've given Claude Anderson all of his props. The whole delineation movement, people think it started with me. It did not. It started really, for me, with Dr. Claude Anderson. And there's an interview that me and Claude Anderson did on my broadcast. Was it 2016, something like that? I'm gonna have to play that clip one day where we were talking about, he was telling us about, hey, us sitting up here trying to do something for Africa, we can't do that. Shout out to Africa, whatever, but us trying to get over there and connect and build something, that ain't happening. We got to get it popping over here. You dig? We got to get it popping over here. We can't really get nothing. I'm gonna play that interview. Can somebody find? If I go back to my archives, I can find it. I'll probably play it on tomorrow's broadcast. I'm gonna play that tomorrow. Thank you, All Star, for reminding me of that. But I'm gonna play that. But again, the point is, man, I give props what props to do. Dr. Claude Anderson has been for decades talking about how Native Black Americans, we are a distinct group, which is true. His book, A Black History Reader, which I used to promote on my broadcast all the time, it goes into that and breaks it down. So all I did was kind of tweak the language a little bit, because when we said Native, and I would say Native Black American all the time, people would think we're talking about Native American. Sometimes they would get confused. And as Neely Fuller said, we got to alleviate all confusion. We got to make the language so tight that there is no confusion. And I saw whenever I used the term Native Black American, that would kind of confuse people. So I said, let me tighten it up. When I mean Black American, I'm talking about foundational Black American, the people who are the foundation of the United States. And that just caught on because it makes more sense, and it's something that cannot be remixed. That's why so many people get frustrated with it. See, people come in, they try to remix ADOS because you got a lot of Caribbeans. Well, I'm a descendant of slaves. I'm in America. Belize is America. Remember that Sambo we had the other day who called up talking about Belize as part of America too? See, yeah, the tethers, we got to make things tight because these tethers are looking for any opening. The tethers and the white supremacists, they're looking for any opening with any word. See, the word game has to be real tight. So they'll be like, well, hell, Haiti is America. Jamaican is part of the Americas. So I'm an American descendant of slave too. I'm supposed to give me some reparation too. So they'll try that. But what they can't do, when you say foundational Black American, they cannot remix that. That covers a whole bunch and it locks out a bunch of stuff. Because when you say foundational, that means the people who didn't flee. If you fled here from anywhere, you ain't foundational. That locks all of y'all out right there. The minute you say foundational, that alleviates everybody except us right there. Yeah? Because if you fled from somewhere, by definition, you are not foundational. We are the only group that did not flee from anywhere. We've been 10 toes down from day one. And that's a designation that other groups don't have. And that's where a lot of the vitriol comes from. That's where a lot of the big hatred comes from. That's where a lot of the anger comes from. And speaking of anger, where's T.S. Giselle in here? T.S. Giselle in here making all types of gestures. T.S. Giselle, hop on.
Tip on hardwood floors, 10 10 10s across the board. face card never declines. My God.
Oh Lord, okay. Oh, okay. I didn't know that you were a rapper. Okay.
Tariq, that's Beyonce. You need to do better.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Hello.
You're the notorious big back. But go ahead. What's on your
That's what
mind?
we're not going to do. I done told you about lying on the size of my back. I've already validated that
Okay,
it's not big, and we're not going to do that. Okay, so
ma'am. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
um, before I have a political question for you, but I always gotta get my, you know what I give.
Yes.
So I heard that D Tupman is retiring. So, girl,
Okay. No, just go ask your
Tariq,
question.
let me
Stop
do what
talking
I
about people.
do.
You always no. You're always trying to take shots at the women in here. We're not doing that. No.
Okay, so,
But go ahead. What other question?
well, before I get to my political question, Tariq, I want you to quit getting on Beyonce's internet telling these lies. I'm very
What
proud
lie
to
am
be
I telling?
Black American, but we are not a perfect lineage, as we say. We're not going to act like Black people don't commit crimes, and we are most certainly not going to act like
Didn't
colorism.
say that. Didn't say
We're
that.
most certainly
Didn't say
not going
we
to act
didn't.
like colorism is not a striking part of our culture. Okay?
No, it ain't. No, it's not.
Anyway,
No, it's
that's
not.
not why I came up here.
Go ahead.
You tear my nerves up when you do that stuff. Um, so Tariq,
Why is your TV so loud, by
uh,
the way? Are you in a hotel, Motel 6 somewhere, doing something strange for some change?
now
Turn that Motel 6
I've
TV
already
down,
told you
please.
I'm a 58th floor type of girl.
No,
Equinox,
no, no.
Equinox
You're on the
Hotel,
first.
Hudson Yards. That's me.
You are on the first floor at the La Quinta Inn, next to a damn black
Listen,
and white
when
TV.
you were out of the
Turn it down.
country, so was I. I was on an island also. Okay, so let's not.
Right, Skull Island. Skull
I'm not
Island would
April
be fine.
Showers. I'm T.S. Giselle. I'm 58th
No,
floor. Okay.
leave Showers
Connie
alone. But go
Collins is
ahead.
and it's the La
Leave,
Quinta. It's
leave.
not La
No,
Quinta, it's
no.
the La Quinta Hotel. Okay. Now you do this with me every time. I came up here to have a serious conversation with you.
All right,
Okay.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Take a deep breath. Okay. Um, so Tariq, I'm a politically astute person. Now I don't know if you are, but you act like you are. So the national election 2024 is a presidential election year, which of course traditionally the Iowa caucuses kick off the presidential election. Um, for 2 years, we've heard butter biscuits, catfish nuggets from the Democratic Party, withhold the vote. We want tangibles. I want tangibles. Like I want my tens, you want your tangibles. Tariq, I've not heard any tangibles from the Republican Party. I hear a lot of reparationists say that they're considering voting for Trump or withholding their vote.
Right.
My question is more so of a personal question, if you want to disclose. As of today, where are you in terms of the presidential election in November, in terms of who you're voting for? I'm a solid vote for Joe Biden. That's clear for me. So I'm curious as to where you stand. And then let's fast forward to November and say that once again, the Democrats win 88% of the Black vote. That means what's preached in space has failed with Black reparationists withholding their vote and not voting Democrat. So if that does happen again, what is the now strategy for the reparations grassroots movement? Thank you.
Thank
T.S.
you.
Giselle, every girl's dream, every man's fantasy.
Oh, Lord. In other words, hold on, wait. In other words, all right. So that was T.S. Giselle. All right. So anyway, again, and I've always had the same position as far as voting. I'm voting for who's going to give foundational Black Americans tangibles. That's who I'm voting for. If there's nobody who's going to give us tangibles, I'm not going to vote. I'm voting for the couch. And the Democrats, they already have a campaign talking about Black folks are going to vote for the couch. That's me. I'm a couch voter. That means stay home. Because what you do is delegitimize
the process. If it's not benefiting you, you delegitimize it by staying away from it. If you legitimize a system by participating in it and it doesn't benefit you, you keep justifying your own deprivation. And I refuse to do that. Okay, no, don't put your pictures up, and I don't want to see all that. Lord. Tears to just, will you please? I'm trying to make a point, and I'm looking up, and there's that big back, and I don't, it's throw me off. I don't want to see that. But you don't legitimize the system if it doesn't benefit you. And they need us on that treadmill, you see, because they understand people who don't have faith in a system will not legitimize that system, and then they will start creating things on their own by osmosis. We're automatically thinking in terms of what we need to do on our own, and I'm good with that too. Either way, we're going to be good. Either way, we're going to be good, because if we dip out of the process and we dip out of supporting that system that doesn't benefit us anyway, then we'll start looking towards each other, because we're so on code, looking in terms of what we need to do to build for ourselves. And that's what they don't want. They don't want us thinking like that. So that's why they keep trying to get us on the treadmill. They keep trying to finesse us with these little janky deals. Well, look, we got a black woman on the Supreme Court. Ain't that good for something? No, we're not doing any symbolisms. Symbolisms, that's not going to work. Let's get Tasden.
Tariq, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
I'm doing great. So I just wanted to, set the record straight when we talk about, Antonio Moore and Yvette Carnell and Sheldon Norris, because, there's been like accusations that, there's some misinformation being put out there. And
Okay.
I just needed to clear that up.
Okay.
So
what's some of the misinformation?
So initially, when I started Tasden in 2015 with the 12-point plan I had for reparations for a Black agenda, the street urban wear campaign, all of this that was co-opted by, initially it was co-opted by Antonio Moore. And then he recruited Yvette Carnell. And then what they did was they got Dr. Darity to come on and kind of cover up them co-opting the information, the 12-point plan, the urban streetwear campaign. Because if anyone's familiar with those two individuals, they had a web presence way before their ADOS, co-opting ADOS, or co-opting Tasden's information and then renaming it ADOS, right?
Oh, wow.
The first time I came across Yvette Carnell was when she was attacking Minister Farrakhan on Boyce Watkins' page about, when he was asking for the 10,000, brave men. And then she said, well, we have it good over here in the United States. We're not like Africa or the Caribbean. The minister shouldn't be requesting 10,000 warriors because he's going to start a race war. And from my understanding, Antonio Moore has a presence that goes back to 2012. Now, Mr. Norris, and I'm not taking anything from him, because it's a fact that since 2004, he's had his web presence, which I found out after the whole debacle with Antonio Moore and Yvette Carnell. But
Yeah.
I would ask their members, why is it if Mr. Norris had his web presence since 2004, what took them to 2017 to come together and launch ADOS? What was that, the catalyst that made Antonio Moore recruit Yvette Carnell, and then for them to go and recruit Professor Darity to kind of say, oh yeah, this is where we got the information from. He's the expert that we got the information. What took them to 2017? And I make this point not because I want to take credit. There's some misinformation about that too. Well, you just wanted to take credit. Ultimately, the goal was to bring the diaspora together, because I studied this for a year. I did. This wasn't something I launched willy-nilly, overnight. This was actually a project that I started in college where I studied the demographics of Black people in the United States. And I seen that 20% of Blacks in the United States were from the diaspora, were from Jamaica, and all over the Caribbean, and that we were going to need to come together, right? Because they could ultimately be a monkey wrench in the plans if we did this from a separatist movement. So it was for African Americans to get our just dues first, which is only right because we provided rights and protections for everyone else, and then to be a cascade effect here in the United States and then throughout the diaspora. So that was my problem, was the division that was created based on that group wanting to identify themselves by their moniker. It was more about, we did this, look at us, than it was actually about accomplishing a goal. So
Right.
that's where the frustration came from. Now, secondly, good fences keep happy neighbors. There are a lot of legitimate points that are brought up in regards to the diaspora and them sabotaging the African American community, and also barriers and the different rules that need to be set, because there's a lot of off-code behavior and everyone knows this. So
Yeah.
there's definitely barriers that need to be put up, and there's definitely rules that need to be laid down, and a lot of that is coming out of these movements that we see. But once again, this co-opting of Tasden from ADOS and the remixing and the sabotaging, this LGBT group that was out there, and then they kind of moved in and created ADOS, and even now we see them in different organizations where there's still these agent provocateurs, and they're
Yeah.
causing chaos, and that just needs to be set straight. And I'm all about the truth. And like I said, I give that brother his props because nobody can deny it. But this is the truth about the movement of Tasden and them co-opting and ADOS co-opting Tasden. And I would ask all of their members to ask them the lineage of ADOS and how did it originate and how did those two become co-owners or co-creators? What makes them co-creators? Where did it start at? So I just wanted to leave it at that point. Also, I'm looking forward to microphone check,
Yes, sir.
and keep doing the great work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, man. Good information, brother. Real good stuff. So yeah, man. Yeah, you're taking stuff from folks, and they and took this brother's information. I give people credit. Shout out to that brother. I believe give people credit. Shit, I ain't no egotistical dude. Dude, I don't give a damn about being the leader of nothing. I tell people all the time, hey man, I got the game from Claude Anderson. That's who I give props to. Claude Anderson laced me with the game, told me the truth, and really woke me up to a lot of stuff. That's the Godfather. That's my mentor. I've had Claude Anderson in my movies since 2012, over a decade ago. Legendary brother. I give props what props are due. And then when I came up with the term FBA, Foundational Black American, I don't give a fuck about no props. That's why I wasn't like, I ain't a leader of nothing. We don't need no leader. We're talking about a lineage. Let's go ahead and get some work done. I'm your mama. You're strapping them running around talking about they somebody mama. Come on, dude. I'm y'all mama. Why would, oh God. You have these people out here. There's always people running around here wanting to be leaders, talking about they somebody mama or big papa. I'm Big Papa. That's ego deprivation. These are people who are not used to any kind of notoriety. They're not used to it. I'm used to it. I've been on television and in the public eye since the 90s. I ain't trying to impress nobody. I done been there, done that. I just like to get work done. I'm not nobody's Big Papa. I ain't your mama, your daddy, none of that goofy ass stuff. Let's just get some stuff. Let's get things done. Let's build some things. You ain't got to follow me. Just follow logic. All you got to do is follow logic. That's it. Don't follow me. Follow the logic. Follow what makes sense. No, you got to follow me to Africa. All of that stuff. No. And a lot because the delineation movement, and I think a lot of people gravitated toward it because we put it out there like that. Just follow logic, and people said, "Hey, that makes sense." So that's why they gravitated towards it because it just makes sense. I'm like, let's do what makes sense. That's why we're getting the progress that we're getting now. We're making a lot of progress. We have our tangibles being discussed on a national level. We haven't gotten this far in years. Yeah. And notice the people who are very upset. Notice the people who we always see trying to sabotage our cultural movement of us acknowledging our foundational Black American culture. Look at the people who are always upset with it. Same groups, foreigners and Pan-Africanists. Because see, what happens is we made that Pan-African thing dry up. That whole thing where everybody's supposed to move to Africa somewhere and all that, nah. And for some reason, and by the way, some people have said that I've been a Pan-Africanist. I love Black people globally. I've never been a Pan-Africanist talking about we need to move to Africa. We need to just give it up here and move. I ain't never been on that. So don't nobody lie, whoever you are. Don't lie. I ain't never been on some we need to leave here and move to the motherland. And no, I ain't never said that. I'm like dual citizenship, just like how they do with Israel. You know, people can go and build and you still have your homeland, but you have a place to go and build with other people globally, something like that, where we can try to have minimal white supremacist interference, something like that I'm down with, just go back and forth. Dual citizenship. I've always been on some dual citizenship thing. But not on some, hey, let me just pack up and just go to another country. No. To an African country? No. Because it's where you're going to go. You dig? Miss Trinity, hop on, dear.
Hey, Tariq. Good
Hey, Miss.
evening.
How are you?
I'm great. Good evening, family. Peace, love, power, and reparations.
Yes, ma'am.
We were speaking about terms and whatnot, and I just was wondering if you could kind of give a brief lesson on the term freedman, because honestly, I didn't really hear the term until I heard Marcel and Miss CC Friedman mention the word. And also, I love the hashtags on the space, and I encourage all the family to also add delineate now as a hashtag to their profile.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But let me go into the freedman thing. That's been a term that was used after the Civil War. We were freedmen. We were when we were freed, we were in freedmen. They had the Freedmen's Bureau and they had the Freedmen's Bank. And unfortunately, the white supremacists ended up finessing a lot of our money when they saw how much money we had accumulated. When we started putting our money in the Freedmen Bank, they did some twists and turns and some finessing, and a lot of freedmen, foundational Black Americans, lost their money. That's why we got into the habit of putting money under mattresses and kind of hiding our money around the house because of that. And that's the genesis of that. But yeah, the freedman term, that goes back to the mid 1800s. The Freedmen's Bureau, they ended up dissolving that, but they didn't dissolve the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They kept that going, but they dissolved the Freedmen's Bureau as a way to sabotage our progress. And when you look at some of the treaties, especially the Treaty of 1866, it talks about how the Native American tribes are supposed to allocate the same resources that they get from the government to the freedmen who were connected with these tribes. What they would also do, some of the black-skinned Native Americans, they would also just label them as freedmen And there were some black people who were enslaved who were labeled as freedmen in some of those treaties. So, but freedmen, that's one of the terms that we use in a legal sense, because when we are trying to get our reparations, we got to make sure every word is locked and loaded, because every word is a weapon, because they use words to weaponize against us. Freedmen, that's a phenomenal term to use in a legal sense when we're in the court, because they can't turn around and say, well, that's racial discrimination, because they'll try to play that game too. That's why they keep trying to let us or get us to make reparations race-based, and we're saying no, we're not making it race-based. Watch out for people who sit up, well, reparations should be for all black people, like Umar and other people are on that bullshit, and the dominant society, and they get people like N Cobra and all of them to be on some all black people need to get reparations. It should be for all black people, and we're saying no. The minute you go for that, it's going to immediately get shut down, because there's already laws in place that go against racially based preferential allocations of funds. So that won't work. That's why the race-based will not work. That's why they keep trying to finesse us into doing it. And we're saying, no, we understand the game. We ain't going for that. It has to be lineage-based. Because when it's lineage-based, you can't say that it's racially discriminatory, because we're talking about an aggrievement that happened to a specific lineage group. That's freedmen, descendants of slaves. Now, when we use the term foundational Black American, we're talking about it in a cultural sense. So we got to understand how to use words in different settings. That's how the dominant society gets down. They know how to codify words in different settings. When we're talking culture, we're talking about foundational Black Americans. When we get in that courtroom, then we start talking about.
Sure. Translate into which language? Sure. Translate into which language? I'm just going down an internet wormhole on rogue planets. It's a good way to pass time.
It's good, brother. How are you?
That's good, bro. I just got a few questions for you, man. I just want to know, what are you doing for the youth to get them on board, because that's going to be the ones that's going to pass the baton. You know, you got to pass the baton to us. So I was wondering, what are you going to do for us to push forward to make sure this thing go as planned?
Well, yeah, if you look down, man, look in the comments. We got a lot of young people in here now. They're listening now. I've done a whole bunch of films that young people are watching. They show my movies in schools all around the country, all around the world. So we're reaching the youth. When y'all see people call in, a lot of them are young people. We got a lot of young folks in here now. Let me look. We got like over 1,000 people in here now. Everybody who's in their teens or early 20s, raise your hand real quick. Let me see who's in here. Everybody in their teens or early 20s, raise your hands. Let me look in here, because we have over 1,000 people in here right now. So all my people in their teens and early 20s. Okay, yeah, we got Tani on code. A lot of people. A caster. How old are you, a caster? Are you in your early 20s? All right. And I know T.S. Giselle didn't raise that hand. No, we're not talking about in woolly mammoth years. We're talking about in human years. All right. Shout out to the teens and the youth. Shout out to you guys. All right. So let me get some more. Let's get on. What's your name? Lebo. Let's get Lebo.
Yeah. Hey, when the next documentary come out too, bro? You just made that click in my head. I wanted to ask that.
Oh yeah, the next one, Microphone Check, will be out in a few months. We're putting the finishing touches on it now. This is
what's the name of them other ones you came out? It's like 5, 6 of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, man. Hidden Colors 1 through 5.
Yeah, Hidden Colors. That one.
Buck Breaking, American Maroon. Just a whole bunch of them. We got a whole bunch of them. Let's get Mr. Sisiko.
I think that's your name. Omar was Sissoko.
Hey, Tariq, how you
Yes,
guys
sir.
doing?
I'm good. Now, where you from, man?
From West Africa, Mali, Senegal,
There you go. Senegal. There you go. What's on your mind?
French speaking.
Okay.
We have our own version of reparation. We are moving forward with the liberation of Africa, creating a federation of African countries to become one country under one president with one currency. Because the West African countries, we've been colonized by the French, and for the past 65 years, the currency we use in West Africa is owned by France. France has been
Right.
looting the African countries by the tune
Yep.
of, $500 billion every year for the past 65 years. Everything France has been stolen from the African poor
Who was that white man? Who was that white French man who was one of the commanders? It was a French white man who was the commander of the military out there for a minute, right?
What period you're talking about?
Kind of recently, right? It was if I'm not mistaken, it was a French white guy who was some kind of military head out there. I can't think of this guy's name for nothing.
During the
But
colonization, I mean, there were.
no, fairly recently. I'm talking about relatively recently.
You're talking about
within
the French president. He's one of the worst. He's worse than the Nazi Germany, because what happened to France during the Second World War, Nazi Germany gave them took over their currency and imposed a financial system, monetary system, and then after the Second World War, that's what France imposed on the West African countries for the past 65 years. So if you don't see any good school, any good road, and all this poverty is because of one entity, is because of France. France has been looting Africa for the past 65 years. So we have our own way of getting our reparation. I agree with you. The reparation for the black people in America should be lineage and a descendant of slave. You deserve it. You should be getting it if you get organized. You're taking the leadership, and you got to get the youth and everybody aware of it and demand it. And I'm kind of puzzled also at the same time that why the black people are always voting for the Democratic Party and the Muslim community. I'm Muslim as well. Always to the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party has failed the black community and the Muslim community the past 65 to 70 years. So, and
that's what we're getting on people about now, because see, we're told, a lot of black people are told, well, you gotta vote because your grandma fought for you to vote. So we start doing things just out of habit, even if it don't even work for us. It becomes a tradition, and we like to do things in a traditional manner. And now we're getting more politically astute, and we're kind of understanding the game a little bit better. And the Republican Party is no better. So the media uses the Republicans, boy, they're the real racists. The only time the white media here talks about racism is if they're pointing out the Republicans. And they've been using that psych op on us for the longest. Notice anytime they talk about racism in the media, they always have to dump it on the Republicans. Oh, look at this, these Nazis, that's Trump's America. They don't like to tell you about the Ed Bucks and the races on the left side and all of these Democratic run cities where black people are getting killed by the police and they don't do anything about it. These are Democrat run cities. They don't ever really point that out. So they've been playing this little game with us, and now we're starting to see, more of us are starting to see, I've seen it for a long time, we're starting to see the racism from the right and the left. Miss Lindsay, hop in, please.
Hi, Tariq. I'm just I'm just glad that young folks like yourself and a lot of other people on the platform is taking the lead. I'm a baby boomer, so we really failed y'all. I'm just getting, it is what it is, and we're busy working in the '60s and '70s and '80s, and we lost foot of what was happening. And this is where we're at now. One of the things I'm glad that you spoke on was about, you talked about the Native Americans, and you were on your on YouTube, and you were talking to a lady, I can't remember what her name was, Red something.
Yeah,
And
Indian Red. Yeah.
yeah, and so because now we see this invasion of immigrants coming in, and now it's like, okay, we're going to be at, we're really going to be at the bottom. And so now Black folks, FBAs, the younger people is trying to find another way. Well, there is no other way. We are what we are. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
the younger people in my family really have done the research on my father's side. Go back to Isaac Scott, who was born in Virginia in 1724. And then on my mother's side, the Ballantines from Tennessee. So, and that was in the early 1800s. And,
Mhm.
so they kind of lost track. But, they're saying, but our great great grandmama, she moved from Mississippi to Tennessee, and she was Choctaw, and she was, so we can, no, it is what it is. This is who we are. This is who we are. And when you kind of educated me, I'm gonna speak for myself, because it's like, okay, first of all, these red Indians is not going to accept us. Okay, number one. And two,
Right.
I didn't realize that there were Black Indian tribes that and as you say, they have already been infiltrated. So to say, like, look, we are FBAs, this is who we are, we've been here for hundreds and hundreds of years, and we have to stay on code and fight together. So I'm just glad that y'all young folks is doing what y'all are doing. I mean, you know what I'm saying? As a baby boomer, as I stated, we really failed y'all, so it's like the only thing we can do is support y'all, throw y'all some change, you know what I'm saying? And hey, and keep it pushing. But I
Thank
want
you.
to say thank you, honey. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, beloved. Now, the sister makes a good point. The sister makes a good point. Because we got to get that shit straight too. Because see, when we talk about the foundational Black American movement is real heavy, and now a lot of people are mixing in some other shit with it, and then they're accusing all of us of being down with some of this other stuff. Well, y'all claiming Indians and all of that. No, we're not saying we're Indians, because those Indian tribes have been busted up. Those Indian tribes have been busted. That's like us saying we're Yoruba. We're not Yoruba. Even if we were Igbo 800 years ago, we ain't now. That's why when people come to us and they, hey, y'all from West Africa, most likely you're from the Hausa tribe. No, I ain't part of that tribe now. You understand? I can't go over there and get nothing. No, they don't. I'm not a part of that tribe now. Because the tribes and those groups over there, they've been remixed so much, and different groups have been added to them, and groups have been taken away, and all of that stuff. Listen, Black people in America, fact, many of us have Native American ancestry. That's a fact. We've been here too long to not have it. All right? That is a fact. Many of us have Native American ancestry. Another fact, many of the Aboriginal people here were black-skinned people. That's another fact. Many of the Aboriginal people here, the natives, were red-skinned natives. You had different types of natives. You had the Mongolian-looking natives, I call them the Bering Strait natives, and you had the other Black people who are Aboriginal people here. These are facts. Now, you got people who are running around here now. I ain't got no African DNA. I is all native. I is all Choctaw. Okay, all right. Listen, the white supremacists, they've infiltrated those tribes long ago. Those tribes have been infiltrated, remixed. The red and the Black natives have been absorbed into white and Black society. The white $5 Indians co-opted a lot of them tribes. black folks yelling that they're Native American. You can do that on a cultural sense, but you're not gonna get nothing out of that. The only thing you get out of that is you go to the 1866 treaty and say, hey, look, I'm a freedman in one of those tribes. I need to get what's mine. That's the only way. And they're fighting us from doing that. They're fighting tooth and nail. Yes, there were black Native Americans. There were black Aboriginal people. But trying to get down with them tribes now, those tribes are completely infiltrated. Completely. I'm talking about all of them, like the Seminole, even them. And the Seminole meant runaway. The name Seminole means runaway. It was the black Seminoles that basically made the Seminole tribe what the Seminole tribe is. The unconquered. It was the black Seminoles that were the military arm of it. They were the ones defeating the U.S. Army. That was the black Seminoles doing that. That's what basically made you a Seminole, basically. The black mixture, the black people who were connected to that tribe. That was their identity. And now, there's a video clip of the modern Seminole tribe out there in Oklahoma. Boy, the chief, and this clip might be a decade or so old, but the chief sounds like a damn white supremacist now. The chief of the Seminoles now, he sounds like Richard Spencer. They were telling him, somebody was a reporter, somebody was interviewing him saying, hey man, why y'all kick out all the black people? He was like, well, shit happens. And they were like, hey, but the black Seminoles were they were a part of your tribe. The black Seminoles were some of the main people stomping for the tribe. And this Indian tribal chief was basically, hey, they ain't now. All this money, they ain't getting none of this money that the federal government is getting. Hey, stuff happens. I mean, his attitude was real flippant, just like that. Yeah, I know what they did before, but this little piece of money we got ain't going to none of them. So that's how they're rolling with that now. So you try to penetrate that, good luck to you. It's a waste of time. You became a different ethnic group. Again, the white supremacists, they remixed a lot of people. A lot of these Native American tribes, they're remixes within themselves. You understand? Like the Creek Indians, that's a remix of the Muskogee and the Cherokee, and they just mixed a bunch of people up and then called them Creek. Out here in the West, the Plains Indians, it was one Indian group, the Dene tribe. They said, okay, y'all Navajo. You guys, the Creeks and some of these Aboriginal Negroes, y'all Seminoles. So a lot of these tribes have been remixed over and over again over the years. Again, on my broadcast the other day, I talked about the Jingaskin tribe out there in the Virginia, black Indian tribe, black Native American tribe had a reservation in the whole nine. And around the Nat Turner Rebellion, they got shook. They got scared because black folks were turning up. And then you have this Negro looking tribe who were able to have guns sitting right here getting federal resources and federal land. They said, the white people said, hey, you know what? You guys are free Negroes now. Damn that. We're going to detribalize you. You're free Negroes. Y'all scaring us with them guns. So there was a lot of remixing going on, and we became a different ethnic group. And that's what it is. Let me see. We got a lot of folks in here. Let's get Tony. Tony. Tony's raising his hand. Mr. Tony, hop on, sir. Let's get Mr. Tony in here. All right, Tony, and then Ancient One. All right, Tony.
Hello.
What's up, Tony?
Yeah, man. I wanted to piggyback on what you was talking about. I work in a health field, man. I had an elderly woman tell me if you've ever heard of this, that in South Dakota, when a white woman would have a child out of wedlock, that the family would make her go live on an Indian reservation. Did you ever hear about that?
Well, they would always, I heard about them sending people away, but that sounds kind of accurate. She said the white woman or the child would be sent to her Indian reservation.
The white woman. So pretty much what she told me was she was raised on an Indian reservation because her mother had her out of wedlock. So they both were sent to live on an Indian reservation. So
Mm.
yeah.
I haven't heard that one, but I do know that a lot of people were sent away if they had children out of wedlock. Yeah, that was a common thing that happened back in those
Okay,
days.
cause I
So
was thinking that's where the inflated like numbers come from, where you have all these like white Indians. Cause she told me like technically they would consider I guess her Indian, but she's like I don't have Indian in me. I was just raised on the reservation, so she's like I guess part of those numbers.
I haven't heard that. That sounds that I haven't heard that. There might be some $5 Indian talk because what they would do they would pay to get connected with those Indian tribes. That's where the whole $5 Indian thing came in. White supremacists would go down to the Dawes Rose census takers and give them $5 under the table and get listed as a Native American so they can get free land. Yeah. Let me get Sincere the Love God in here. Brother Sincere, hop in. Let's get Mr. Sincere. All right. Ancient one, I thought I'd let you on. Ancient one, hop on. Where's Sincere now? Sincere, you here, brother? All right, Sincere is not here. Let's get Ancient one.
Brother Tariq, shout out to
What's up?
FBA.
How are you, sir?
I'm okay, Tariq. I'm from out of Yonkers, New York. We call it the Six Barrel, a lot of us. I'm going through it with my brothers that I hang out with and stuff when it comes to microphone check.
Yeah.
So I told them when the movie come out, the documentary come out, I'm bringing all y'all there, and we're gonna shut y'all up. These are the brothers
Now,
I grew up with.
Now, what are they saying?
Oh man, they going with the 50-50 crap, and these are all my brothers I grew up with. And it's disgusting.
Wow.
Yes. Now I have a question before you continue. When you push this out, I'm up in Westchester, right? When that come out, I got to go to the city.
Yeah, we're gonna have a big screening in New York. We're
In
gonna
New
have
York.
a real big, in Manhattan. We're gonna have a screening out there in Manhattan, so you got to come through.
I'm bringing them all. I
Yes,
got like
indeed.
5 of them. I just want to shut their mouth.
Oh yeah. This is gonna clear all that up because it wasn't no damn 50-50 at all. And dudes who say that, these are dudes who are trying to get at some Puerto Rican women. All right. Some of these dudes, they'll just sell the culture out just to get some exotic draws or what they think is exotic. But ain't no 50-50 at all. All right, let's get D Delta. Let's get D Delta. D Delta. All right. D Delta, where you at, man?
What's up, Tariq? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing, Mr. Delta?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. Hey, I watch your broadcast all the time, man. Big fan. I
Yes,
just
sir.
wanted to say, as far as the microphone check movie goes, I heard you said you had like 3 or 4 hours of content that you were gonna like condense it into 2. What are you gonna do with the rest of the stuff that doesn't make it in the movie? Because I won't see all of it, to be honest.
Oh man, you know what? Because a lot of folks ask me about footage that we don't use. I need to get a lot of the unused Hidden Color footage, man. There's a lot of unused footage from Hidden Colors that didn't make it in the movie. And hell, I could make a whole different film or film series out of the cut footage alone because we have to cut so much down. And with the with the cutout footage from Microphone Check, we might do some bonus DVD, a bonus Blu-ray stuff. I don't know. What's up, Frenchie? Hop on, man.
How you doing, Tariq?
I'm good. How you doing, sir?
Man, that's crazy. Hey, I've been a fan of you for a long time now, man. Appreciate everything you're doing.
Yes, sir.
I just had a real quick question. Pretty much not on topic right now, but I just wanted to know, do you have any books to recommend for the brothers out here that kind of want to, tap into that, history and things like that? Do you have any books to recommend?
Like which part of history? Because there's so many books out there. I mean, just what part of history are you trying to? What do you
Just
have interest in right now?
Black history mostly.
And it's so man. That's the thing. We have so much of a rich history.
Right.
It's not condensed in one book, man. That's the thing. you want to learn about Black inventors, you can get books on Lewis Latimer, books on Granville T. Woods. There are entire books on John Robinson, one of the brothers who did aviation, who went over to Ethiopia to help them fight. There's a whole book about him. I mean, there's so many books about very specific topics. If you want to learn about the father of biochemistry, that's Booker T. Washington, not Booker T. I'm sorry, George Washington Carver. I'm sorry. There's entire books on him. There's not just one book. If you want to start off with like a basic template with a fraction of information, you can go get the book Hidden History from A to Z, which is a children's young adult book, but it gives you a lot of basic game about just a fraction. Our history is deep, man. Our history can't be condensed in no one book. We've done too much. It's a series of books you got to study about our history. I mean, we are the history, family. That's the thing. See, the dominant society, they like to reduce our shit. And I used to think like that too, until a white dude at a library put me up on game, because I did the same thing this gentleman did here. When I was a kid, I went to a library. I say, yeah, Mr. Librarian, point me to the Black history book section. And he broke it down. He's like, son, there's no Black history book. There's a lot of books in here on Black history. There's a whole bunch of them. This whole library has books on Black history. A white dude told me this. Now they'll try, some people will try to condense our stuff and, they'll try to break it down to just a section. But no. Our history is deep. We are the history. You name something, our hand is in there. That's book worthy. And a lot of the books that hadn't been written. But we're in there. When we talk about aviation, people talk about the Wright brothers. They don't talk about the brother down in Louisiana who patented his aircraft before the Wright brothers. When we talk about electricity, you don't talk about Lewis Latimer. When we talk about bridge building, they don't like to talk about the Horace Kings. So we need to study a lot of stuff. See, a lot of good game you'll get from the white books, because you'll find some white people who will tell the truth, especially in old books. Books in the 1800s, y'all got to go to the old books if you want to get white folks telling the truth. The people like David McRitchie's, the Ancient and Modern Britons. There's a white man who wrote a book telling the truth about the Black people who populated Britain in ancient times. This white dude. Gerald Massey, these white dudes telling the truth. Our history is deep. All right, we got a lot of people in here. Shout out to everybody in here. Let me see. Let's get a couple of more people in here, because speaking of microphone check, I got to go back to work on that. I work on that every day, tightening that up and getting it ready. Let's get one or two more good calls in here, because we do have a lot of people in here. And I hope you guys are getting your Rootwork deodorant at rootworkstyle.com. rootworkstyle.com, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get Josh Jelinski. All right, let's get Josh. Boy, that is the whitest name. Boy, that's a white name, Josh. But let's get Mr. Josh Jelinski in here. All right, Josh, you want to turn your microphone on? Oh, Josh bounced. Okay, he made a mistake and hit the button. He's like, oh my God, I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to listen anonymously. My phone is messing up, dude. He thought he was listening anonymously. So shout out to Josh Jelinski. Let's get Corey P. Let's get Corey P in here. All right. Corey P.
What's good, man? How's it going? Yeah, out here in New York City. I donated to the Kickstarter actually for the microphone check.
Thank you so much.
I reached out to you on email a couple of times. My family's friend was with Cool Herc out here in the city, and I emailed you him and his manager's info, but I haven't heard back from y'all
Oh,
Want
I
to see
didn't
if
get the
y'all
email.
could probably, yeah, I sent that out to the Tariq Elite at .fm, whatnot, the .fm one, and also the museums one, but I didn't hear back from anybody. I've been emailing for a minute now, trying to reach you and get it to you so you could possibly get it in the movie, you know. But his medical conditions kind of deteriorating a bit, so you might have to do it like over the phone or whatnot or via Zoom. But yeah, I sent that out, man. But nah, definitely support reparations, lineage based 100%, man. And the sabotage is real because they know it's coming very close. You know what I mean? So they
Yes, indeed.
trying everything in their power. And the only people who served the threat were really freedmen. So that's why they're flooding the zone with migrants right now. Like you said, creating that buffer class. So you got to really look out for that. Dr. Claude Anderson was correct. You know, reparations is needed. So
Yes, sir. My man, I appreciate
I
you. Thank you
email it
so much,
again
brother.
to you.
All right, thank you so much. All right. All right. Let me see. Where the ladies at, man? A lot of the ladies in here. We ain't had y'all on here. There's one sister in here. Where's she at? There's one sister. Where's she? I saw her. I was going to let her up because I wanted to kind of get a balance in here. All right, let's get Barry Akon. And then RMWJ. There she is. I see you, sister. I want to get some women in here. Barry Akon. Get Barry.
Hey, can you hear me?
What's up,
Hey,
brother?
what's going on, Tariq? Just had two questions real quick. Have you seen the Book of Clarence? And my second question is, how do you feel about the White House trying to bring back the conversation of paying off student debt? And I'm gonna land my plane.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Book of Clarence. I got to see that. I've heard some other people talk about it, so I got to check that out. And that whole paying off student debt thing, that's another con game they're trying to get us to jump on the treadmill for. Miss RM, are you on a boat, beloved? What's going on with that notice, dear?
Oh, I stepped outside to sit in my car because my sons are in the house and I didn't want them to hear me talking. So it's pouring down out here.
Oh, okay. Man, what kind of car do you have? Do we need to get a GoFundMe for you, man? What kind of car
No,
is
I
that?
got an all-electric Kia EV6. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
So yeah.
All right. What's on
Thanks
your mind?
for
What's on
taking
your
the
mind, dear?
call. I was calling because I noticed one thing that I noticed, and maybe you or someone else who's doing business. My son, I have an 18-year-old son, and he watches a lot of like documentary, and he can tell me about everybody's history but ours. So when you look at like the History Channel and this and that, they're not doing like Black history. So when I
Right.
listen to you, and you start roasting other people because they're talking about, oh, Black people don't do nothing and we haven't made nothing, and you like one thing that really sticks in my head is when you talked about the ambulance people and
Oh yeah.
that history of that. And then like my son, he's 18, he wants to be an airline pilot. The story that you just told about the pilot, I think that we need a way, someone who could do this, put those things in a documentary. Hello? Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm here,
Yeah,
dear.
put
I'm
those
here.
things in some documentaries, some visual, because the kids aren't reading anything. They're watching everything. I mean, there wasn't even a lot of reading going on when I was a child, and I'm 50. So
Ma'am, hold on, because we've already done that, ma'am. Have y'all seen any of the Hidden Colors
I've
movies?
seen one of the Hidden Colors. I did have the your FBA stream for a minute, so I did watch that. But I'm talking about like size down for kids, teenagers, and things like that.
Kids can watch that. Man, your son needs to watch all. I have like
Mhm.
10 documentaries out talking about just what you're saying. Kids can watch it. They can get into it. He's 18. If he likes documentaries, this will pique his interest. We have Hidden Colors 1 through 5. We have a movie called Buck Breaking. We have a movie called 1804 about the history of Haiti. The new movie American Maroon, that's out right now. So yeah, the movie's already out. He needs to be watching that right now. So it's already out. What's up? I can't pronounce your name, brother. What's your name?
Scion Tut.
Okay. What's your name again, sir?
Scion Tut.
Scion.
Yes, sir.
Scion Tut.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Cyantet. Where you from,
I'm
Cyantet?
from Los Angeles, man. I'm over here just Uber driving, working at the moment. But I've seen all the Hidden Colors, episodes and all the volumes, except for the last
Yeah.
one, I believe. I still got to get caught up with the last one. But
Okay.
I've been a watcher of your material for a long time. I'm an advocate myself and avid reader as well.
Yes, indeed.
But I just have a quick
Now,
question. But go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
go ahead. Now, where's your family from?
My family is my mother's from Arkansas. My father is from Alabama.
Okay, got it. But what's your question, brother? Go ahead.
So I wanted to ask you because I was kind of bothered by this, little situation when, dealing with the caucus. Anyhow, it's a long story, but I wanted to know the terminology of when, you've heard you people being referred to, as our people. How would you reflect on that if that's not too much to ask you, if that's not
Why
painful?
would somebody use the term "you people"?
Yeah, like you people, would that be something considered racist? And you know what I mean? How like the
It
word
could.
boy could be kind of demeaning or detrimental to speak on someone being lower level than you.
It could be, but I'm not even around white people like that who would even talk to me like that. So it's kind of foreign. Usually, in situations like that, you're at a job, and they know better than to use that on a job.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of know better than to use terms like that. So it would be some kind of situation where you're at a numerical disadvantage for them to use that type of term when you're around, or if are you dating a white girl or something? Because her family might say some bullshit like that.
Nah,
So
my girl, she's actually half Egyptian and white. You can consider her white,
okay,
but she was born in Africa. She was born in Egypt. Speaks a little bit of
yeah,
Arabic herself, so
yeah, she's an Arab. Yeah, she's
she's
an
an
Arab.
Arab.
She's a white girl.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's an
yeah, exactly. So
Arab.
um, but she looks at herself as being African American. I suppose.
See, yeah, but she ain't. Well, no, yeah, technically she's African American. I
Technically,
can't say she's not
technically, yeah,
technically, but she's not a foundational Black
exactly,
American. See,
exactly.
that's the thing.
Right,
But yeah, if her family is talking greasy, I mean, stay away from them.
right,
Stay away from that family, and
right,
you'll be all right. But see, thank you so much for the call. And see, that's why we use the term foundational Black American. You see, that's why, because people can come over from Africa who identify as white because of, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on 1 second. 1 second. What the hell my kids doing outside? Okay, hold on. Let me get CC Freeman. CC Freeman, hop on. Hop on, CC.
Oh, hey, how are you?
I'm good, dear. How
I'm
are you?
good. I stepped away for a second. Excuse me, I stepped away for a second. What did you say about the student loans?
What did I say about the student loan? Shit, I don't remember. What did I say? Oh yeah. One of the callers said that the Biden administration was talking about that whole we're going to do the student loan forgiveness con that they were,
No, they
you
did
know how
it.
they.
They did it. I got mine forgiven.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, you have to
okay,
apply. If you guys, whoever has student loans, call the Department of Education, and they'll tell you who's currently holding your loans, and if you qualify, they forgive it. And I'm telling you, Tariq,
okay.
mine was damn near 80,000.
Oh, damn,
Oh yeah,
damn.
I'm a happy camper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, but I ain't got those student loans, so they're gonna have to give me something else. So
The reparations. Oh,
yeah, they got
oh,
to give me a check.
oh, oh, you ready?
Yeah.
Rally for reparations. Rally for reparations. Let's do it.
Oh, I'm still kicking the can around to think about it. But anyway,
Okay,
all right, let
thank
me get
you.
some more. Thank you,
Uh-huh.
dear. Well, yeah, they gotta, they gonna have to break me off something if they want me to vote. I ain't got no loans to forgive, so yeah, they're gonna have to let me hold something my ancestors didn't have. when they were being enslaved and exploited for money. They didn't forgive that, so they need to get that to me. Like that money and those resources have been passed down. That money didn't disappear. That money has been compounding over and over again for the last couple of 100 years. So I'm gonna have to get that. Yeah.
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Maverick, what's up, Maverick?
What's happening, Tariq?
Hey,
Long
Maverick, how
time.
you doing? I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, thanks. Last time we spoke, you was in London. It was the Hidden Colors 4 premiere. We was there chopping it up for a little bit. It's pretty cool.
Okay. Now, I met you in London?
Yeah, I met you in London. Yeah.
Oh,
Only
cool.
briefly. We had a brief little chat in London.
Oh,
that was
cool.
that was before you kind of went full FBA though.
I've always been FBA. I've always been.
Okay.
FBA.
Well, back then you were a little bit more Pan-African than you are now.
I was never a Pan-African. I like people around the world. I ain't never been on some, we're going to have to give up America and move to Africa, to the motherland. I ain't never been yelling like Umar and all that shit. I love the people in London. I love some of the people in Africa. And that's it. I like some of the people in Asia. And I'm a global traveler. But what's on your mind?
Oh, good. I just wanted to just kind of hear from your mouth, like in terms of like the lineage. There's a lot of people that you hear like online talking about FBA. They're saying that the lineage is, they're kind of saying that there's not any African heritage whatsoever in the lineage. But I think from your perspective, there's like a dual heritage, right? It's like indigenous heritage and also African heritage, or is that not the case?
That's with my DNA, I got the indigenous and African in there. But we had an ethnogenesis. That became a new ethnic group. So yeah.
So you think the majority of FBA have that dual heritage, the African?
I think most of them do. I think most because we're all mixed up together. We're all mixed up on the plantations, and we had to live in Black communities, and we were segregated. So it was inevitable that we wouldn't mix with each other. So, but we had an ethnogenesis. That ethnogenesis became foundational Black Americans. So we became a very unique ethnic group who had to forge a way on our own without any help from Africa, without any help from the red tribes and all that stuff. So we had to forge our own way as our own ethnic group.
Yeah, I respect it. I mean, I got your book. I got Foundational Black American Race Beta.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I got it when you came down to London and everything like that.
Yes, we do.
And there's a chapter in the book that talks about like perceived allies, and you talk about how there are certain groups that pretend to be allies, but they're not really allies. So you talk about like the supremacists and like the Latinos, the alphabet people, the feminists, all these groups that have like pretended to ally themselves with like Black people in America, right? And it hasn't been fruitful. And it's always been kind of like one-sided. But when you speak about Africans, you don't really necessarily speak about Africans as being a problem. You never speak about like Africans being like a major issue to Black Americans. But it's just interesting how now it just seems to be like that's the biggest issue. The most smoke is like between the Africans and the FBAs, right?
You know why? The reason why is because what happened within like the last, I would say, almost decade. They've been trying to elevate non-FBAs as our representatives in the political sphere. And that's been an issue. And they've been elevating the Barack Obamas, Kamala Harris, Byron Donalds, and these people sit here and try to use our legacy to misrepresent us and not represent for us at all, but represent for all of these other groups, particularly their fellow immigrants, while using our votes and our legacy, and that has become a political problem. So that's why there is a pushback. We have to say, okay, who's going to represent us We can't have people who have dual allegiances misrepresenting us. And we can't sit here and pop our collar to folks just because they got melanin, just because they can sit here and claim to be, quote, African American. Kamala Harris did that whole I'm an African American thing, but that woman is a damn Punjabi Indian from Jamaica, and she looks out for her fellow immigrants. She doesn't look out for us, and she told us with her whole chest what she ain't gonna do for black folks exclusively. So yeah, that we started getting wake-up calls, so we had to start looking out for ourselves and putting boundaries, and this is something that had to come from the grassroots. We had to say, we're not going to let any and every melanated person walk in the door, claim to be black, and then we're supposed to follow them and go along with whatever program they have. So we had to be lineage specific. We had to draw a line in the sand and say, okay, this is who's who, and this is who's not. That's how you get genuine respect. And we're cleaning up a lot of the messes right now. There's a lot of people kicking and screaming, but we are getting some much needed straightening, and it's a beautiful thing. All right?
Okay. And do you think there's going to be a point in time where there might be, where the bridge might just get permanently burnt and there's no going back for like any kind of real allyship?
You said the British get banned?
No, the bridge, like the bridge between the Africans and the FBAs.
No, there is no bridge burned now. There's not a bridge burned. See, that's the thing. People try to equate us looking out for our lineage with hate for Africa. That's not it.
Yeah.
Nobody's hating Africa. We're just protecting our lineage here and recognizing it and honoring it. That's it. And we're not pretending to be generic Africans. That's not hate. I just left Africa. I had a great time over there. Don't hate them whatsoever. I went over there as a foundational Black American tourist. You understand? And had a ball. I went over there trying to find myself and all that bullshit. No. And there is no bridge burned. I don't have a problem with no Africans at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got Hidden Colors coming out. Number
Color
6.
Man. Oh, it's gonna be a monster. Yes, indeed.
What's the name of it?
Hidden Color 6, the culture of resistance.
Okay. When's that coming out?
Hopefully by this summer. Have you contributed to the Kickstarter? We got a Kickstarter for it.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, put 10 pounds on it. Yeah, put 10 pounds on it. Yes, indeed.
All right, Tariq.
My man, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Take it easy.
Yeah, man, listen. No. I can speak for me. I don't hate no damn Africans whatsoever. I do not hate no Africans. I don't even really be thinking about you. I love my ancestors here that I'm going to give praise and props to, and I'm going to protect them, and I'm going to honor them for all the sacrifices they did for me. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Man. Audio. Oh, we got a... audio, you in here trolling, sir? There's audio in here trolling, whatever your name is. Audio. Are you in the room trolling, sir? All right. Hop on, audio. Say what you got to say, sir. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to check. Here's the thing. We're going to check disrespectful tethers who come over here like that woman who called earlier who think they're going to talk shit. Now that's going to be checked. Oh yeah, that's going to be checked. Majorly. All right? That's going to be checked for real, for real. All right? Let me see. Should I get one more call in here, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, there was a tether in here saying something. I wanted to get him up. He's, they put them flip-flops on and start running, so you know how they do. All right. Let me see who we got. Should I get one more, ladies and gentlemen? All right. Should I get one more? What's up, Zoe? What's your name? What's your name, brother? You said you're Nigerian and what? Your closest friend is African American. Zoe, what's up, Zoe? Zoe the Chosen. What's up, Zoe?
Yo, what's up?
What's up? You say you're Nigerian and you got your best friend is Black American?
Yeah, I was saying one of my closest friends in high school, Black American.
Oh, okay. How long you been over here? You born over here?
No, I grew up in Europe and I'm Nigerian.
Okay. Are you're over here now, right? In LA?
Yeah.
What part of the United States are you in?
In Texas, the
Texas.
DFW.
Oh yeah, y'all deep in Texas, boy. Y'all deep as hell in Texas.
Yeah.
All right. So what else is on your mind, brother?
So I think it was in 2022. I was in one of your Twitter spaces, and I forgot what the main topic was about. But I felt like whenever somebody that was Black but wasn't Black American was speaking, they were getting muted and was never able to like speak at all, and it just kind of felt like it was like bad energy from you whenever you were on that Twitter space from a few years ago.
It was bad energy for me.
Yeah, like I like from that Twitter space I was on because I felt like it was my first interaction with like online, like you're hearing about you or whatever, and it just felt like anytime somebody was like African pretty much and we're speaking, it was like they weren't getting they just got muted every time, even when their points didn't like disagree with what you were saying. I think you were speaking about reparations, and for the Africans that were speaking that agreed with what you were saying, they were getting muted, so it kind of felt confusing. And then with the
the only time I'll mute somebody is if they're trolling. That's the only time. If they're just trying to talk over me, if they're trolling, I don't do that at all. I wouldn't mute nobody. Just like I got you talking. Only time I'll mute somebody is they start cursing or if they just start trolling out. Yeah, I welcome any conversation. Now, do you have any issues with us delineating as foundational Black Americans?
So for the delineating thing, my first time hearing that term, I think was last year. Somebody that was Black American was having a space talking about it, but the way that it was portrayed, I felt it was xenophobic because I would see stuff like Africans and Caribbeans delineating and like cosplaying or whatever, and I was confused because the way it was portrayed just made it seem like there was just like hatred against anybody that was Black that wasn't Black American. I'm aware that Black American is a lineage the same way that someone being Jamaican would be a lineage or a Nigerian or whatever. But my thing is like I don't see everybody being lumped together in the sense of like people know if somebody is Black American or Caribbean. So I don't know if you can explain further like what your what your view is on what delineating means.
Yeah, delineating just basically you're recognizing that you have a specific lineage other than people from a certain racial category. For example, you got Asians, but within Asians you have Japanese, you have Koreans, you have Thai. So they delineate, even though they can be under the same racial group. It's like we, Black and African and Caribbean and all that, we're under the U.S. Census. People are challenging that to a certain degree, but we're under a Black racial conjecture. But we delineate because we have different ethnicities. Like we as foundational Black America, we don't come from an immigrant background. That makes us extremely unique. We come from a lineage that goes to the beginning and the foundation of this country. So that just gives us a unique lineage. That's what delineation means. You're just being specific about your lineage. You're Nigerian, you know that. Y'all have a gazillion tribes over there. That's what delineation is. This tribe, Igbo is not like Yoruba. Yoruba is not like Hausa. You know what I'm saying? What tribe are you from? What tribe are you from, by the way?
I'm Edo.
Edo, okay.
Yeah, but
that's delineation right there. That's delineation, sir.
But my understanding though, but doesn't everyone already know that Black Americans are the foundation? Because even when I grew up in Ireland, we've always been taught that, or even from watching film and movies, you know that Black Americans are the foundation of the country. So I thought that was something that's like well known already.
Yeah, but the thing is, it gets mixed up. They using a term like African American, that's not specific. You know what I'm saying? You're an African American. You are. You understand? So we're ethnically different, though, even though you are technically an African American. Elon Musk is also an African American. I ain't got shit to do with Elon. You know what I'm saying? So we just needed to be very specific about lineage. Got it?
But doesn't that make it confusing? Because the way that I guess term was, like the way that's it's taught in school is that those are the descendants of people that were enslaved. So I always felt like that was already being specific because you wouldn't know, I guess, maybe the specific tribes you came from in Africa. So that's why the word African comes from, because different tribes in different countries in Africa would have been mixing with each other in America. So my understanding is that's why it's called African American, because I feel like that was already specific.
No, because first there were a lot of us that were already over here for thousands of years. There's been black people here, some. Second, we've been over here, some of the African parts, at least 500 years. And some of those tribes didn't even exist 500 years ago. So we can't claim a tribe over there. Many of those tribes didn't even exist. Zulu didn't exist. Some of us predate many of those African tribes. Our lineage here predates damn near every single African nation over there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we can't be generic Africans. We predate too many of them. So yeah, our history is more documented and more rooted, and there's more cultural continuity to our lineage. We have a long, unbroken continuity with our lineage going back to the very beginning of this country. Other people can't really say that. As an African and Nigerian, Nigeria, number one, is relatively a new country. It's been colonized and remixed several times over. So there's not a cultural continuity like that, especially documented. When is your birthday, by the way?
And I'm born in the early 2000s. Yeah.
What day? What month and what day?
I mean, I don't want to just say the day online, but my birthday's in April. I'll say that.
Oh, okay. April 1st.
It's within the first 2 weeks in April.
Your birthday is April 1st. Say that shit.
Okay, sure. Right. I'll say April 1st for this live. It's April 1st.
No, just really, it's April 1st, either January 1st or April 1st, right?
Okay. So what does that like do? Like, what's your goal, like point that you're trying to make?
But I'm right though, right? Because you're offended by that. You're offended by me knowing that.
No, I'm not offended. I just don't want to say my exact birthday. I was just saying, like, what's your point?
Sir, we don't know you. We don't know what you look like. We don't know your real name. Nothing. If
I post my face on my TikTok, so it's not like a random bot account. So I was just gonna see, like, what was your point? That's all I was asking.
Yeah, nobody knows you, brother. My birthday is July 1st. That's my birthday. Nobody, if we know the day you were born and the month, nobody's going to get no secret bushmeat blueprints or some shit that's hidden somewhere in Wakanda. It's okay. Your birthday is either April 1st or January 1st. All right? And you know what that means? That means you don't really have documents like that. That's why y'all have those little janky birthdays.
What do you mean by having documents? I don't understand what you're saying.
A lot of you don't have birth certificates, sir.
I mean, if you're somebody that's African like myself, or you grew up in Europe, or like I grew up in Europe, you would have birth certificate. You would have all that. The people in my family, they have birth certificates.
Were you born? You were born in Nigeria, but you moved to Europe, right?
No, I wasn't born. I wasn't born in Nigeria. I said I was born and raised in Europe, and I'm Nigerian. Like a lot of Nigerians grew up in Ireland.
Okay. Oh, you grew up in Ireland. Okay.
Yeah.
But a lot of y'all, a lot of you don't have birth certificates, right?
I'm not aware, because my family, like my uncles, aunties, my grandpa, he has a birth certificate. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I'm aware some people might not have one, but in my family, they do.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't know why you hide your birthday, but okay. But yeah.
And I guess the last question I had before I leave the live was like, are you aware of like how people view FBA? I want to say FBA. I'm not referring to like everyone that's a Black American. I mean, just like when it comes to the way people are online, because typically online, I've spoken to other Black Americans who like talk about these type of topics, and they view FBA as like, the people, I guess, that say that they're FBA, usually they seem xenophobic online. You don't, from this live, you don't seem like you're xenophobic, but that's how people portray FBA. I'm not saying every single person that's a Black American, because for me, I don't lump Black Americans and FBA together, because I feel like when it comes to the whole
because a lot of Black Americans come from immigrant backgrounds. Yeah, so Black American who doesn't come from an immigrant background, That's a foundational Black American. Any Black American who does not come from an immigrant background is a foundational Black American. There's no separate categories and all that.
But Black Americans are immigrants because they've been here for hundreds of years. So and that's something I'm already aware of. I'm just talking about the way FBA is like viewed online by other Black people, because it always seems like the energy is like
Other Black people
Africans
like
are
who?
beneath us.
Other Black people like who? Other immigrants? What other Black people are you talking about?
Everyone else that's not a Black American, for example, like the whole Black Brit things, like Africans in the UK or anywhere else around the world, I feel like they're looked down on by FBA people specifically because it feels like it's xenophobic. That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but yeah, you sound like you're trying to make up a separate category in your mind. It doesn't work like that, sir. Yeah, you can't make up a different category of foundational Black Americans. Foundational Black Americans is 45 plus million people who don't have immigrant backgrounds, whether they're online or not. Many foundational Black Americans are not online.
The reason I was just saying online was because the way with any topic or discussion people have online, I feel like sometimes things get exaggerated. In real life, all the African Americans I know or Black Americans I know don't have any hatred or anything for other Black people, but online it seems that way. But I live in the real world, and I know it's not that way in real life. That's why I say it specifically online. I'm pretty sure you know that because you've obviously been on the internet for a good amount of time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, people do a lot of shit online. People are very sensationalized online, but yeah, foundational Black Americans, whether you're online or offline, that doesn't change your lineage. Your lineage is still foundational, so you can't break up the different people. We don't know who's online, who's offline, but we do know that there's online or offline, there's a group of people who are foundational, who have a lineage that goes to the beginning of this country, and those are foundational Black Americans. They're not a separate group, right?
Yeah. So, and would you believe, like, or at least for your family, like, would most of your like DNA be like Native? Because I know a lot of people have those discussions about Native or African ancestry.
Irrelevant. That's irrelevant. The DNA is irrelevant. My paperwork, the only thing that's relevant, if your lineage, you can go back to the 1700s or 1800s, and your family had Negro, mulatto, colored, or people of color, that's all that matters. That means you're foundational Black American. Now, any DNA, none of that shit matters. Because look, I got one relative in my family, my great-great-great-great-grandmother. They had her connected to the Lumbeys. Then she was enslaved, then a person of color, then a mulatto, then in the 1880s she was Black. So they had one woman with several racial categories. It was basically the same thing, but just worded different ways. So yeah, when you're Black, all that DNA stuff, yeah, that has no bearing anymore because you are Black, you're living as Black, and that makes you foundational Black American. See?
I guess I was just asking you just from the perspective of how history gets taught in the U.S. school system about Africans being brought here in the slave trade. That's just my understanding. That's why I was asking you, how do you view like your ancestry? Because a lot of people say like most of the ancestry will just be Native American, but in school it doesn't get taught that way. So that's why I'm asking you.
But yeah, even if your parents came over or your ancestors came over by a shipment from Africa in the 1600s, there was still an ethnogenesis. See, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. There was an ethnogenesis here. So you became...
I agree. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I looked up, when you mentioned it live, I looked up the word. I heard it before, but when I looked it up, I was like, yeah, I agree. That definitely was ethnogenesis.
Right. So yeah, my thing is when people say, I got African DNA, that's correct. When people say they got indigenous DNA, that is correct. That's what makes you a foundational Black American. All right. So we've already said that. I don't, people like to just spin the block and just go over and over and over about irrelevant topics. Yeah. If you're Black on those documents early on, you're a foundational Black American. That's literally what it means. And there's only one group that's foundational, and that is us. All right?
Gotcha. I appreciate it.
My man, thank you so much. Yeah, people they're really having a difficult time trying to cope. And also, yeah, when they try to do this thing where they try to, a lot of I talk to some Black Americans, and it's different from FBA. No. if a black American doesn't come from an immigrant background, by definition, that person is foundational black American. Understand this. Recognition doesn't require universal participation. Every ethnic identity in the world, it always begins with a certain group of people articulating it first. Hey, how are you? Oh, let me get this person out. Okay. They had a wig on in the picture. Okay, she had a wig on in the picture. She had a wig off here. But listen, every ethnic identity in the world started with a certain group of people articulating it first. See, that's how it works. A certain group of people articulated it. Just like every Irish person, they didn't initially call themselves Irish American, or not every Mexican American embraced Chicano identity at first. See, not every person instantly adopts a label, and that doesn't invalidate the existence of the lineage being identified. So I want you to understand, ethnicity exists independent of popularity. Ethnic delineation is not a popularity contest. The fact that foundational black Americans exist as a distinct lineage tied to the U.S. in the beginning of the U.S., that don't depend on how many people publicly acknowledge it at any given moment. That don't mean shit. I want y'all, let's get that clear. let's just get something straight. Foundational black American lineage exists whether people use the label or not. You understand? People having a lineage that goes to the beginning of this country, that doesn't change based on whether or not they call themselves FBA, African American, Black American, or simply black. The lineage remains the same regardless of the terminology. And logic tells us that it is foundational by logic. This is a logic term. Yeah? Let's be very clear. See, delineation, it happens in every other group. Every group has some form of delineation. In the Caribbean, you have people under the banner of Caribbean, but under Caribbean, you have Haitian, you have Jamaican, Dominican, you know? So people, and hell, even in Africa, and not even Africa, the countries, Nigeria, you got Igbo, Yoruba, all this shit. When we identify our lineage, we're doing the exact same thing every other group does. That's why I'm saying none of these people are confused. I want y'all to understand, none of these people delineate from each other in their homelands left and damn right. They are not confused at all. They play dumb. They get around us and want to play dumb. And I looked up delineation. What did that mean? Nigga, what tribe are you from? You know, that's delineation. All right? You already know what it means. I had Googled to try. I Googled delineation. I don't know. Stop it. You understand? Listen, cultural influence, that doesn't require consensus. A lot of influential cultural ideas didn't require every member of a group to agree with them. Listen, hip-hop existed for 10 years before it had a name. People talk about the birth of hip-hop being in 73. Fair enough. They never called it hip-hop in the 70s. They never called the culture hip-hop in the 70s. I want y'all to understand something. The term hip-hop for the culture came about in 1982. We talked about that in my movie Microphone Check. They didn't label the culture hip-hop until 1982. They had rap records out by then. But the culture existed. It just didn't have a formal name. But they knew it was something. And somebody asked African Bambaataa in a newspaper, hey, what's this culture called? He said, hip-hop. Yeah? Hip-hop didn't start in 82. Just because somebody put a formal name to it. It didn't start. It started earlier, a decade earlier. Just like when somebody, FBA started in 2019. No, it didn't. We're talking about an ethnic group that existed for centuries. It's just a proper commemorative name for an ethnic group that already exists. We didn't start nothing new. We're commemorating something that's been here from the beginning. Yeah? Man. But understand that all of this discussion about it, that proves the impact of it. When people are always talking about foundational Black American delineation, that alone shows how deep in public discourse it's gone to. You understand? This is resonating around the world, our delineation, because it's powerful. Yeah? And understand, historic documentation, that defines lineage. At the end of the day, lineage is determined by historic records, ancestry, genealogy, not public opinion. Whether 1 million or 40 million people publicly acknowledges the label, that doesn't change the documented historic lineage of foundational Black Americans. Yeah? So just understand that part of the game. All right, let me get up out of here, man. I've been on here for a long time. My sinuses are acting up a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all go to hiddencolors6.com. Everybody get involved with Hidden Colors 6, hiddencolors6.com. Everybody get involved, ladies and gentlemen. We got like 10 days left, so we need everybody to get involved. All right, I'm up out of here, guys. Papi Akute, Lola Vubi to the family. Peace.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important, they don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our #1 export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
But my brother he touched on some real stuff, man. A lot of people, you know, they want to take credit for what we do because that's a resentment, man. Like I was saying earlier, a lot of people from the continent, they're upset, man. There's a deep-rooted vitriol and bitterness that they participated in the slave trade and didn't really benefit from it. See, they were heavy in the slave trade. but they never got any real benefits from it. You understand? And they got to hold that moral stain of participation without the generational wealth. So that contradiction, that breeds resentment towards the one group of Black people who didn't get his hands dirty. We didn't get our hands dirty with the slave trade. We came out morally clean because we were victimized by it and we overcame it. And these folks, these continental tethers, they sat here and enriched Europe while they remained poor. These African elites in these kingdoms, they participated in the slave trade and they enriched all of these European empires and not themselves. And the people who used their suffering and transferred it to power is us, the victims. We transformed that exploitation into a power source. We started creating institutions. We created global culture. We got political influence. You understand? So we are the face of global Blackness. So it's very deep. Let's see, Sister Bridget, what's up, dear?
Hey, Tariq, how are you?
What's up? Happy birthday, beloved.
Thank you so much. Tariq, I need some clout, Tariq.
Oh, you trying to get some clout?
Yeah, to cam up with me. That should be worth something.
Hold on, let me flip my camera around or something. Hold on, I can't. Okay. Ah, man, I gotta figure out how to flip my damn camera
Turn
around.
it around.
Because if I turn it around, I can't see you. Hold on. Where am I? How do I flip the camera around, guys? I'm trying to do all this stuff. Hold on, man. I'm gonna try to flip my camera around to talk to Miss Bridget.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Where? Oh, man. Hold on, man. I'm trying to do this shit. Hold on. Where am I? Okay, it's where we at? Yeah, how do I do that, guys? How do I flip my camera around? Oh, there we go. I think I flipped it. Look, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Hi, Tariq.
Hey.
How are you?
I am good. There I am.
Yes. The family's, everybody's good, huh?
Yeah, we good. We cool in the game.
I saw you when you were, your videos when you were in Senegal. That was nice.
Yes, it is. Now, what'd you do for your birthday?
Well, my birthday's today. It starts today. And, you know, because it's on a Friday and also Valentine's weekend, so I have a birthday for the whole weekend.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Now, you are how old? How old are you again?
I'm 62.
Oh, wow. Now, are you still corresponding with that dude?
I'm excited. I was supposed to like do like the whole retire thing. You know, he called me about a few days ago. He was drunk, I could tell, because he was like, I think he was like in front of some people. He was like, yeah, I'm gonna come over to your house for the weekend. And I didn't invite him, and I didn't, you know, he knows where I live exactly. So I just said, okay, yeah. Because I figured like he was in front of the guys or something, and he wanted to like feel like he had it like that. So I just said, yeah, okay. You know, can't wait to see you, whatever.
So he invited himself over. That's
Yeah,
player
he
shit.
invited himself over to my house.
I'm on my way. Have me some beans ready. He just said, yeah,
Yes,
that's
sir.
what it is.
Yes, sir.
So, do you and him, y'all have anything planned for your birthday? Y'all plan on going anywhere?
No, I think he was just making up a story. I think he just made that whole thing up.
Oh, wow,
I haven't even talked to him in like over a month or so. Ever since that one time when I went to pay my T-Mobile bill, and I said I was really busy, I couldn't pick up the phone, so I was paying my T-Mobile bill, and he said, well, I have T-Mobile, you didn't pay mine. So, yeah, that part.
He's trying to back up on a little something. Oh, oh Lord.
That was hilarious.
Yes, indeed. Well, happy birthday again to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, beloved. All right. All right, let's see who else we got. What else we got? Shout out to her. Shout out to her. All right. All right, what's going on? What we got? What we got? Like, oh, y'all trying to, ladies, y'all trying to choose. Y'all got to chill with that. Hold on. Are y'all trying to choose? Hold on. Y'all got to be quiet. My lady over there. I got to give y'all a code. I got to get y'all my fence to account. I'm joking. Man, y'all trying to get me in good trouble. Man. All right, well, what else we got? What's up, Sister Brooke? What's my Sister Brooke in there? Shout out to my Sister Brooke. All right. The Hidden Color 6 trailer is coming. Why y'all putting cowboy hats on my ass? What is that shit about? Oh, man. Let me see. Let's see. Can you come on live? Oh, I'm going to try to get y'all up. I'm going to put this picture back here. Okay, y'all putting all types of glasses and shit on me. All right. And again, shout out to Sister Bridget again. Happy birthday to my good sister. Yeah, you can't wait to Hidden Color. Yes, Hidden Color 6 is coming. Hidden Color 6 is coming. All right, I'm about to put my still shot back up. There you go. I'm gonna put that up. There we go. I'm gonna just put that up, ladies and gentlemen. But when I'm looking tired and shit. All right, let's see who else we got, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who else we got. Let's see what else we got, ladies and gentlemen. Man. Let's see. We got a lot of people in here. Respect to the fam. Respect to the family, ladies and gentlemen. Respect to the family. All right. Let's see. Shout out to Brother Top High. What's up, Leslie J? Let's see Sister Leslie J in the building. Sister Leslie J in the building. What's up, Leslie J?
Oh no. You got me up here?
Yes, I do. Hop on camera, Leslie J.
No, on camera, I'm in my robe.
They'll cover your breast up and then hop on camera.
I shall take my scarf off.
Yeah, take the scarf off.
Okay.
Let's see what the hair looking like. Let's see what the hairdo is looking like. All right. Yes, indeed. All the kids sleep?
I don't have kids.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Let me put the... Oh, no.
Let's see what's going on with this Leslie J.
Okay, so I just put the light on. I gotta hit save, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Let me see. All right.
Okay, save.
There you go. There you go. What's going on with you, Miss Les?
Hi, family. Nothing. Right here, just chilling, listening to you, laughing.
Yes. You're in Chicago, right?
No, I'm in LA.
You're out here in LA?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
What part of LA you in?
Lamar Park.
Oh, okay.
Remember, I talked to you. I do photography out here, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you by the museum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really close.
Have you been to the museum yet?
No, not yet.
Man, come on.
No, I've been telling my sister I want her to come with me to the museum, and she always stays so busy. So I just don't want to come by myself. But
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next time we do an event, you definitely got to come
of course. Yes.
So how the fellas treating you out here in LA? How the fellas treating you?
I just work, really, honestly. I stay at home and I work and I just mind my business. So I don't really go out that much anymore. Not like how I used to.
Now, did you grow up over by Lamar Park?
Yeah, I grew up over here my whole life.
You must have went to Crenshaw, right?
I went to Crenshaw. I was a cheerleader. I went to Audubon, 42nd Street School.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. What are some of the good spots over there besides, delicious soul food? What are some of the other spots over there in Lamar Park that's good? The food spots.
So I do like Aki Bamboo. That is a Jamaican spot in Lamar Park. I like Doolin's on Crenshaw. I I like country style Jamaican. So that's in Inglewood.
Is that on La Brea?
Yes, off La Brea, right next to
Yeah,
the
I've been
Ralphs.
there. That is good. Yeah, that is good.
Yeah,
That
but
is
I
good.
also like the Quick and Split there's a new Quick and Split in Inglewood, and they're amazing. And so it's a franchise, but it's a franchise of a Black business. So I love it. Yes. And the family is
What's
amazing.
the food?
It's on Quick and
What's the
Split.
food?
It's right there off of like not too far from the Ralphs off of Centinela.
What kind of food is it?
A Quick and Split is hamburgers, like turkey burgers, fries. You know, Quick and Split is a Black-owned franchise business that's been around in LA for years. The family.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So love that spot. I'm trying to think. Oh, Alta Adams on Adams. That's a Black-owned restaurant. I like to contribute to Black-owned spaces. So
Yeah.
Alta is a great space. They also have a wine bar in there, and they only specialize in advertising Black-owned wines and whiskeys or liquor. So everything is Black-owned. And so the guy who owns it, the chef and owner, he's from Fresno, California, but he lives up in View Park.
Okay.
So they have like the pour, it's called the pour on Thursday. So they do a lot of like Black-owned, like I try to just do those sort of things at this point in my life.
Yeah. Where are the good fried fish spots? Because I know Slauson
Oh,
fish.
Slauson Plaza Fish on Slauson.
Yep.
Yep.
That's my go-to.
Yes.
That's my go-to.
So like
I
when you
had
talk
another.
about Nipsey and Black Sam, like my sisters went to Crenshaw with them. So I grew up with them like in this neighborhood. So going up there on Slauson and Plaza Fish, also Plaza, they have Western Plaza Fish on Western. They're not connected, but they're also good too. And also Worldwide Fish.
Where's that?
That's off of Florence.
Okay, Florence and what?
Not by the Slauson, Florence and Slauson, by the Slauson swap meet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, on that side. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a spot on Jefferson. It was a fish spot, and they got rid of it. It was bomb as hell. It was right down the street from the museum. I
Which
used to eat
one?
that
The one they used to have, they promoted on Felix, the Felix one? The one that they have on like, not What's Love Got to Do with It, what's the Martin, Thin Line Between Love and Hate.
Okay, was that the one?
Felix?
I don't know. No, I don't know if it was that old.
Okay.
I don't know if it was that but yeah, this one, it was on Jefferson, going towards La Brea, getting closer, and yeah, it's not there no more.
Okay.
So yeah, I have to go down to Slauson Plaza.
You gotta go to
now.
Slauson. That's where it's at. You gotta tell them extra crispy.
Yes, that should be banging there. Now, what's going on with that? You're a nice lady. Where are the dudes in your life? Where are the guys?
I got rid of that guy that I was with.
What happened, dear? What happened?
The side baby. Remember? The side baby.
Oh, damn. Oh,
He
okay.
be up in these spaces. He's invaded my space at this point. So he
So he listens.
he's in this space. You caught him out one day, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I caught him like.
Oh, did I?
No.
Did I have him on one time?
Put him on. You said, hey, I see some new faces, corporate tunnel, that you name it, people. I'm like, oh my gosh. I caught him like, can you please not come into my spaces? Because he didn't like that I used to listen to you.
Oh, really?
No.
Why didn't he like that?
And he's not a tether either. But
Okay. Why didn't he like it? Why didn't he like it? What problem?
He,
did he
like he said, a nigga got influence over you. I said, okay. Yeah, jealous. Jealous. Yeah,
Lord,
it's jealous.
Lord. Man, you gotta be careful. Let me see that hair. That hair looks good, man. Who did your hair?
My sister, she does hair in LA.
She got a shop?
Yes, right here off across from the old Roscoe's. Pico on La Brea. I keep my bundles.
Oh, she laid that out. You got that laid out. Now, how tall are you? The fellas want to know. Stand up, please. Let's let the fellas see you real quick.
I'm short. I'm not, I stand tall, but I'm 5'3".
Oh, okay. How much you weigh?
Oh, I'm a small girl. Let's see. Hold on, family.
Mirror shot.
We're gonna get a full. Let's see. Hold on.
You in the condo? That's a nice crib over there.
Can you see it?
Hold on, we can't see you. We can't see you. Oh yeah, we can.
Oh no.
There we go.
Light on. How do I turn the camera?
Let me see. I don't know. It's real.
I don't know.
Difficult.
I'm
Wait.
good.
Hey. Oh, there you go. Well,
I'm 5'3".
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fine. How much? Okay, there you go. And about how much you weigh? What, 130, 135?
Oh my gosh. I don't even know. I've lost, I've gained. I think I'm about in the 150, 149 area. I'm working on it.
Oh. Yeah. We're gonna the players gonna be up in them DMs.
No. No.
They're gonna take you to Olive Garden.
Not even Ruth Chris? Am I worth Ruth Chris? Or I love Olive Garden though. I'd rather cook. I'd rather cook, honestly.
Now, what's your best dish? What's your best dish?
Oh my gosh. I feel like my best dish might be my Cornish hens, and I think that's a foundational Black American thing. So Cornish hens, I'll make roast, but I stick to more chicken and fish and bacon. I really even don't fry that much. So yeah, I can fry, but I just choose not to for health purposes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, beloved. Well, there you go. But thank you so much, Miss Leslie. I appreciate you, dear. All right. This lovely FBA sister. Yeah, she's cute. Yeah, I got to go to Quick and Split. I'm going to go there tomorrow. I'll be down at the museum tomorrow.
You only see 500.
I know, but shit. A turkey burger ain't going to, have them grill it or char it. Yeah, she's cool. Lovely sister. Very lovely sister. All right. Yeah, I'm going to hit Quick and Split tomorrow. Man. The Tethers are mad at Noel. Who are they mad at? What's up, Chill? Hop on, Chill. No. Who are they mad at? Who are they mad at? All right. Let's see who we got. Yeah, they about to get in her DMs. Who is what guy, brother? What was that? Hold on 1 second. What's your name, brother? Shabadoo? Hop on, Shabadoo. What's up, Tierra Dynamite? I see you, Tierra. What's up,
Tariq,
Shabadoo?
Nasheed. Hey, what's going on? I heard your name 1,000,000 times tonight
Okay, well, you heard the different spaces?
on the Noel's live. I don't
Who's
want.
Noel?
No, Noel. He's like a broadcaster or thing. I don't know.
Is that the guy, the UK guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No,
So what's going on?
nigga,
What are they talking
everybody
about?
hates you. Noel, he was like defending you and shit, but all of the immigrants and shit hate you. Who the hell are you?
Oh yeah, the Tethers are very, very upset with me. Yeah, they're very, very upset. They think that
What did you do?
they think that I brainwashed everybody to delineate away from them. So they blame me, but no.
Who are you?
Because the delineation movement is real heavy in its full swing right now. So
No
they're
shit. I
trying to
understand this shit, but so when they kept saying it's because of you, I'm like, but I've never even heard this man's name before. So
That's
I
what I'm
want the
saying. It ain't
delineation.
because of
So
that.
who was he?
Right. They have to blame somebody because it's not because of me. People just woke up and started delineating. And the fact that they can't control it, they have to try to blame somebody. It's that nigga Tariq did it. He tricked everyone. So no. So it's a lot of misplaced anger. It's a lot of misplaced anger, but it's all gravy. They stay mad at me and stay doing spaces about me. Yeah, shout out to Noel. Noel, he's a pretty fair, cool guy, by the way. He's a British brother. All right. Let me see who we got. Yes, indeed. This delineation is real. And they don't know what to do. And people delineated not because of me. You know why people delineated? People delineated because of their behavior. These people got such a sense of entitlement, they thought that their mistreatment and vitriolic behavior was just going to go on forever. They never expected us to say, hey man, cut that bullshit out. We just said it's time to cut the nonsense out. And they don't like being held accountable. So now there's aggressive checking right now. Ain't nobody getting away with none of that disrespectful nonsense. Everybody's getting checked real hard. And ain't nobody going for the bullshit no more. Because for a long time, we let a lot of stuff slide from these people for the sake of unity. Like, okay, yeah, he's doing some janky shit, but we all black. So I ain't gonna say nothing. I just, hopefully he'll, get his shit together and just do better. That never happens. Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine, and
What's
you?
going on, man? I am good. I'll get on camera too, since you're on camera. Hold on. There we go. I'm on camera with you. All right. Now, what is your name, ma'am?
My name is Goddess. Goddess Victor.
Goddess, and what country are you in?
Goddess Victor Balu is my name. I'm in
Goddess
Nigeria.
Victor? You're
Balu.
Nigeria. What part of Nigeria?
I'm from the east part of Nigeria.
Okay. And what do you do out there?
I do TikTok and I sleep and eat.
Now you what? Let me guess. You're 23, 24. How old are you?
I have a man already. Did you give me a man?
Let me ask you this.
Oh my God, did you give me a man? I am 42 years old.
You're not 42. Why y'all Nigerian? Y'all ask them Nigerian girls how old they are. Y'all freak out. What's that about?
Why do I have to freak out? No, someone commented something. I also have to respond to comment. I'm not freaking out. I'm 38 years old.
You what?
I'm 38 years old. Oh my God, you should know that I'm just joking around and kidding. I'm 38 years old. How am I 29 years old, Victor? Are you my mommy? How am I 29 years old?
When is your birthday? What day?
December.
December what?
22nd.
Okay. Good Lord, y'all be so elusive and so evasive with your birthdays and all that stuff.
I'm just catching cruise. Oh my God. I'm sure Victor does not mind I use this name. Victor, you don't mind I use your name, right? I was even thinking when I called your name Victor, you'd be like, what? What? You not say anything to that, Victor.
Now, who is Victor?
You don't want to make joke with me. My MVP.
Who is Victor, Goddess?
Victor is my name.
Okay, it was somebody else you talking to named Victor. I don't know, you're talking to some people. Right?
Yeah, his name is also Victor.
Oh, okay. They said it's a trick. Okay. Okay. She's a.
How is it a trick? It's not a trick.
He's not your trick. Okay. All right. That's what they're saying.
Somebody can have more than one name.
All right. So we got 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Ready?
Take my 7 tricks. Damn.
Oh, you got 7 wins. I had 23 wins, and some Armenian lady, they sniped me and took all my wins. So I'm starting.
So why do you want to take my own? Please don't take it. Tell them. Tell them just.
So what else is going on with you over there, Goddess?
I like to eat.
You like to eat? What do you eat? Bush meat? What do you eat?
I eat fruits and vegetables.
What kind of vegetables?
Any type, anything veggie. Anything veggie at all. I want to stay healthy and glow.
You want to stay healthy and glow, huh? Okay. All right.
That's why you see me cute. Glow. See, I rub nothing, but I'm glowing.
Yeah, you have very beautiful face. Very, very beautiful face. Let's see your hands. Let me see your hands. Okay, there you go. There you go. Very lovely face. All right. And how tall are you? You look like a tall girl. How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
Okay, yeah, you're a tall lady. You're beautiful, tall. You be over there beating up niggas. Oh. You be pounding niggas on
No,
top of
I'm
the
not
head.
strong. They're gonna beat me.
You be beating, you be
Nobody
bopping
to
on
fight
top of
for
niggas.
me.
Give me bushmeat, boom, boom, banging niggas in the head.
How do you know this bushmeat so well? It's crazy. I hardly eat. I used to eat bushmeat when my daddy was alive. He's the one that usually buy it.
Oh yeah, you don't do it
So
no
I'm
more.
not really.
You-
Yeah, it's been a while.
okay, yeah. I was in Senegal recently. I was just in Senegal a few weeks ago.
Oh,
Yes, you
hope
did.
you had a good time.
I had a good time.
Why do you want to take my strings? No, I want to cry.
Oh, I got you, dear. Oh, I got you. All right, we got
You-
5, 4. Oh, y'all better get her. Let's get her. They're trying to snipe us. Oh, got that ass. Ah, y'all, they tried to be slick. Oh, they tried to snipe at the last minute. Oh, thank y'all, family. Got that ass. Uh-oh. Oh, they tried to snipe. It didn't work. Shout out to the family. Uh-oh. Oh, we got you. That was a nice try.
No, we didn't want to take yours. If we wanted to take it, we would use the double just like your people. We are just having fun.
Yes, I know. Yeah, we were watching you. We were keeping an eye. You were trying to, and I know she was trying to pander to them tricks over there. That's why she was throwing them boobies out there in the camera to let them know she was sending a signal. All right. Anyway, there you go. Thank you so much, beloved. I appreciate you, Goddess.
All right, take care.
That's Miss Goddess. All right. Hold on. What am I doing here? All right. Okay, what am I doing here? There we go. Put my picture back up. All right. Oh, yeah, she was trying to be slick. Oh, that was close. Yeah, she's a cute girl. You're a cute girl. Yeah. I saw what she was trying to do. Oh, I saw what she was trying to do. We caught her. Oh. All right. Let me see who we got in here. Centauri. Who was that? Who we got? We got a lot of folks in here. Shout out to y'all in here. You had something important to say, genius? What? Okay. Is this the stud? Genius, is this the stud? This sounds like it's the stud.
Nah, man, this is your boy, man, Muslim brother, Nation of Islam.
Oh, hey, brother, how are you? Okay, I thought that crazy stud. How you doing, brother?
Tariq, check this out. Guys, I want to talk to you about. I'm doing pretty good. Tariq, now check this out. I'm related to Emmett Till, right?
Okay.
It's really strange. So we went down to a family reunion in Mississippi. I met the people for the first time. He's like my mom's third cousin, right?
Okay.
So check this out. So I'll go to Chicago. We go to Chicago for vacation. And we go down there, and I call my uncle up. I tell my uncle, hey, we're going to come by and check you out and see you. This is my dad's side, right? He has a church.
Okay.
He has a church on the west side. So I say, hey, Uncle, how's it going? We're going to come by. We're visiting in town. So he said, okay. He said, but you're not going to be able to come up in the main area because they're redoing it. I said, what do you mean? He said that they gave us $1 million. The government gave us $1 million to redo the church because this is where Emmett Till's funeral was. I said, really? I said, you didn't know he's related to me on my mom's side. He said, I didn't know that. And I didn't know that was the church that my uncle is the pastor at in Chicago, that was the actual church in the Jet magazine. We saw the images and whatnot. I didn't know that was my people's church. That was my people's church.
Okay.
On the west side of Chicago, man, they're giving $1 million to redo the whole church. They're going to have it, they're going to redo the whole thing and make it a national monument.
Okay.
I just thought it was really strange. Why would they do that? Why would they want to put $1 million in the church just so we can remember what they did to Emmett? I mean, what? You think that's kind of funny or what?
It's interesting. Thank you, brother. I don't know what the point is. Okay. Okay, brother. Okay. Oh, okay. Like, I got something real important to tell you. Okay. All right. Okay, it's kind of like a nothing burger. Okay, I guess. Okay. I don't know what the point is. With respect. I just don't know what the point is. All right, let's get Earthworm. Mr. Earthworm, hop on in.
Hey Tariq, how you been?
I'm good, Earthworm. How are you, sir?
Good. Louis on here the other day.
You on with me?
Yeah.
What we talk about?
Trucks.
We talking about trucks?
Yeah.
I don't remember, but yeah. What's on your mind? Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you roll. Are you on a bed, brother? You sound like you're rolling around with a pillow and shit.
I had my phone by the blanket. Yeah.
Okay, brother, you got to go to sleep, brother. I'm not really trying to talk to a nigga laying all up in blankets and shit. Thank you. All right, you got to go to sleep, brother. He all rolling around in the bed. He ain't really. Yeah, you ain't getting to the point, fellas. I done told y'all. When y'all call up, y'all better get to the point. I don't do all that old loose shit. What you doing? I'm just here laying up. I ain't talked to you before. Remember me? Hold up. Let me get comfortable. Nigga, okay. I don't know what you're trying to do. I hear pillows getting fluffed in the back. You getting a little too comfortable to talk to me, nigga. I don't know what you want to talk about. Yeah. Hold on. Let me get another blanket for my feet. My feet get chilly, Tariq. Nigga, it's too much information, brother. I don't. Just too much, man. Too much information, man. All right, I'm just saying it looks funny, brother. You said it's not like that, but come on, brother. You sound like you laying on your stomach and you got on some footies with a little ball on the back of them bitches, and they got bells in them and they jingle. It's just too much, man. It's just a little bit too much, brother. All right. Yeah, so when you get it together, you can hit me back up and we'll chop it up like some players. But I don't like the direction this is going in. I'm not really feeling that, sir. All right. I'm gonna wrap this up now. Now the energy is shifting now. So then this is a sign to wrap this thing up. Ayana with the big forehead. What do you want, ma'am? Ayana with the big forehead. All right. Who says she's an Aboriginal. All right. Ma'am. I don't know about that. Let me see. Let me see who we got in here. You blocked the air. She's just talking crazy. Who is this? Get some ladies to fix. Yeah. The sisters usually fix the energy when they come in. Yeah, the sisters usually. Who is this? Okay, who is this person?
What up, John?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
How y'all doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What country are you guys in?
The U.S.
Okay.
Yeah. What about you?
All right.
Wait, is it just me? But like his picture is frozen for me. Am I tweaking?
No,
It's a picture. This is me.
Oh,
That's
hi.
me. Hey, what's going on?
Hello.
I just had my picture up because I'll be moving around and all that stuff. So what's up, man? What's up with y'all, ladies? I'm in California. You on the bottom, lady on the bottom. You out here in California? Where you at?
Who's in the bottom, me or her?
You.
Oh.
With the flower in her ear.
Oh, I'm from Chicago.
How you doing, Holden?
Okay, there you go. Y'all, we battling? What we doing?
That's Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah.
We can battle. Wait, what?
Yeah.
He famous?
All right, we battling. I might be.
Oh, that's why you in a band, Lee?
Oh yeah, somebody just Mel Guap, what's up? How you doing? Thank you for the heart me. Yeah, somebody came into my chat and said that too.
Oh, okay, we
Thank
getting
you
it
so
in.
much. I appreciate you. Thank you.
They put a Johnny Bravo hat on my ass. Okay.
Mel Guap, thank you for liking the live. Stay woke. What's up?
Then that's you know.
All right. All right, so we'll give it cracking.
Thank you for the follow.
Guys,
All right,
everybody don't tap my screen for me, please. Thank you.
All right, so we're battling these ladies here. One is from Chicago, the other lady on top. Well, let me see what the names
Hi,
are.
Triple
Shorty.
Q. What's
What's
up?
up, Shorty?
What's up?
Shorty, you Dominican?
Yeah, I'm Dominican and Ecuadorian.
Thank you for double
Oh, there you go.
tapping. Thank you so much.
Are you in New York?
Yeah.
There you go. Shout out to New York.
Thank you. Yes, W.
And how old are you,
Thank
Shorty?
you, the Worm. Thank you for the rose. Where you from? Oh, thank you for the
23?
roses. What's up, Esther? How you doing?
Shorty, you 23?
I'm doing good. I'm up. I'm trying to stay up till 7 a.m.
Me, how old are you, ma'am?
I'm 27.
Oh, okay. Just 'cause y'all look real young. That's all I'm asking. I don't like, you know, kids up here.
No,
I just got a baby face and a baby voice.
It runs in my family. The genes, you know, the young genes.
All right.
Yeah.
So we got.
Oh shit, his team is going crazy right now.
Yes, indeed.
Columbus, Ohio. Ooh, shout out Columbus, Ohio. I'm in Chicago.
Samuel, Cloud, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Yo, Samuel, you got me.
I gotta watch them because they might have some snipers waiting.
Stop, we will if we can. Let's try to get speed. Silence, thank you for the follow. Luis, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you guys.
Guys, we're about to
Thank you so much.
Let me see.
Thank you. Thank you for the rose. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We got triple.
What are you doing right now? Chat time street if we can. Let's go. Let's do what we can.
Leo, welcome back.
We're trying to get one fragment today.
Oh my God! Thank you. Thank you for the balloon.
I'm trying to get it up.
Thank
gotta watch
you,
him.
guys. Triple shot, triple.
Let me mute him for 1 minute. Let me mute him. All right, so we can focus. All right, here we go. The one on the bottom, she's getting her weight up. The one on the bottom is getting her weight up. We got to watch him. All right. Miss Esme, whatever her name is. All right. All right, let's get this thing cracking. All right, there it is. Come on with it, fam. All right, we got 2 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this thing cracking. We got 2 minutes left. All right. 10 points times 12. Let's get this thing cracking. Oh, let's get a nice good lead over them. Yeah, she's trying to get it in. All right. We're battling these two. Yeah, this is probably my... we getting it in. We're getting it in. All right. Let me see. Come on with it. Let's get those. There it is. All right, 1 minute and 20 seconds. She's trying to get it in. The one on the bottom, that one on the bottom is Essay, whatever her name is. She's getting it popping. We got to watch her. You got to watch her, ladies and gentlemen. We got to watch her. We got, come on, watch her. Watch her. She got tricks on deck. She got tricks on deck. Let's go. Less than a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this thing cracking. All right. Watch her, the one on the bottom. That's the one we got to watch. The one on that bottom. Let's get that. There you go. Shout out to the train. There you go. Respect to the fam. Respect to the law. Love it. All right. We got 30 seconds left. We're 35 seconds. All right. Okay. Watch her. Watch out for their snipes, family. All right.
Another glove tap.
All right. Watch out for their snipes. Watch out.
Guys, glove, chat, glove.
What you doing?
All right.
Jack, what's up?
15 seconds left.
Guys, everybody go on the glove. Everybody go on the glove chat. Everybody go.
All right,
Okay, everybody got the smoke right now. Okay, period.
All right, here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Watch out for their snipes. Watch out for their snipes.
3 seconds.
Come on. Boom, boom.
Jack, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Let's
go.
Thank you.
All right.
Yo, W, everybody. Chat.
Thank you so much.
We did play a lot today. We literally did. So it's okay.
All right, that was a cool battle.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Janessa. Thank you,
everybody.
Thank you, D.
Jason,
Irving.
thank you for the follow. Donovan, thank you. The guy, thank you.
So much.
I appreciate you.
Just babbling now, shit. Okay. I had to whoop on them a little bit. There was a lot of babbling going on. Okay. All right, respect to the fam. Respect to the family. That was all right. Okay, what's going on here? I'm trying to get my... Oh, man. Oh, man. A few of us went over there. Hilarious. Yeah, some of y'all went over there. Some of y'all switched sides, I see. I think some of y'all, we had a couple of tether tricks on our side who went over there. Like, ooh, shit, I gotta give us some money too. So, yeah, it's all gravy. It is all gravy, ladies and gentlemen. Man. All right. Shout out to the family in here. We in here, still heavy, still a lot of us in here. Still a lot of us in here. Ayana, what do you want, ma'am? You and that big forehead, dear. What do you want? All right. Ayana, you want to hop on camera, Ayana? What's happening? Ayana?
You just be thirsting over these hoes, you know.
No, you're just mad because your forehead big and ain't nobody choosing you, ma'am. Your forehead is huge. You got a Herman Munster forehead, ma'am. All right, you're just mad, dear. I don't want to hear mad tether whining. All right, mad as hell. You're over there lonely with a bayang and a big forehead. All right. You got a jug head. Your head looks like a pitcher of Kool-Aid. All right. Your head is making niggas thirsty. Ayana, you're bitter with a big head. You'll be all right. And you got them dark weed smoking lips. That's why ain't nobody over there with you. You smoke too much dro with them lips. You know how them lips, them endo lips. Yeah, that's why ain't no dude over there with you. Yeah, don't be mad, dear. You'll be all right. When you see them endo lips, the feet are always toe up. I'm telling you, you can tell what their feet gonna look like when you see them old burnt up lips. They them smoking on everything. Them lips and feet, and I'm telling you, if you see them purple endo lips, when she take them shoes off, well, them feet are gonna be cryptic. Them feet gonna have sea barnacles on them. All right. So yeah, she's a raggedy foot hater. All right. Man. What you say? Oh, who said something about Jamaican? What is that? Man. You say I want to debate Jamaicans? Glenn? Hop on, Glenn. What you say about Jamaicans, Glenn?
Go on,
What's that,
Tariq. You finally let me up in a speak. Batty boy.
Well, you're projecting.
What you say, Batty boy, Tariq? Go on.
That's a projection, sir. You had to do stuff to get that green card, didn't you?
I mean, I get that green card. Me live in a Toronto, bootsy clat youths. Why a black American now want work? Why a black American now want work hard? You just want to claim EBT and welfare? Batty boy.
That's a projection, sir. Your Bucci cat is sore now.
The Batty man, he's a little pussy clat youth.
Yeah, that's a projection, sir.
The little pussy clat. Come and meet me. Come to Toronto, meet me.
Meet you where?
We can throw hands. We can have a little charity boxing match.
Sir, you sound small. Okay, yeah, they done took you off. Okay, yeah, he's okay. Okay, all right. Now I got a restriction. Okay, I got to take you off because, okay. All right, he's up here talking that. They got a restriction because of him. Okay. Because he's talking all of that rah-rah talk that he ain't going to do. First of all, you sound very small. And y'all tell this, I don't know what's with y'all getting on the internet trying to sound tough. Y'all be with throw hands, bomba-glad. Sir, you sound small and musty. So, yeah, you're not really a threat, sir. And you're in Canada. Come on, dude. You done fled to Canada. Yeah, you sound sassy. Yeah, you're not good. You sound small and frail, and your little rib cage is showing, and you got Bammy crumbs on your shirt. Yeah, you're not going to do anything. And I wouldn't even get no points, no street points, from popping you with your own flip-flop. You know, some people, they have the weenie factor protecting them. They're such a weenie doing something to them, you don't even get no points. You know? Yeah, you know, come meet me. Come meet you for what? You're a nobody. You're a sassy nobody that nobody cares about. You're not going to do anything but just be mad because we delineated. I don't listen. Y'all tethers mad because we delineated from you. What the hell are we going to do? What you want us to do? Delineation has already happened. Right now, it's a whole new day. There's nothing else that can be done. You being mad don't mean anything. We've delineated. We've already delineated. We're recognizing our lineage. We're not crapping on you. We're not doing anything to you. We ain't even saying we ain't kicking it with people. Yeah, we're cool with Caribbeans. We're cool with Africans. We see you at work. We see you at the job. We see you at the gym. We see you at the club, whatever. Hey, what's up, brother? We still cool. But we're just standing on FBA business. That's it. That's it. But that's messing up their bag, though. Let's just keep it away. The reason why they're so mad and butthurt and talking all this dumb shit that's just nonsensical. Some of these people just got like a nonsensical disposition right now because we delineated. They're just saying anything. They don't know what to do. That's frustration. They're very upset that we are not putting ourselves in a position to be leached off of. That's really what they're mad at. You know? Man. And that's okay. You're going to be all right. You're going to be all right. Let me see who we got. Let me see. We almost got 500,000 likes in here. Those are great numbers, ladies and gentlemen. All right, those are great numbers. All right. Let me see. Should I get one more call? Because I've been on for a minute. I have been on here for a minute. And should I get one more good call? I keep seeing Ayana in her big forehead. Okay. Don't want that. Let's get Terp Lou. The very interesting name, Terp. Mr. Terp, where you at, brother? All right. Terp, ain't saying it. Terp, are you in here? Okay, let's try G Firm. I'm just trying random people. G Firm, what's happening? Okay, okay, we ain't doing this sleep shit. Hello? Yo, G. All right, get him out of here. All right, I'm trying to get one more, at least one more good one. Because you know when it gets late, it gets kind of crazy. All right, who is this? Hong Kong? Let's try Hong Kong. I hope this ain't the stud. Hong Kong?
You stupid bitch. You hope you kill yourself, bitch. Bitch.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. We don't do that. We don't do that. That's that angry stud. Oh. Had to get that angry stud out of here. Yeah, that was the angry stud trying to get the page flagged by coming in, trying to deliberately say weird. All right, you gotta watch, folks. You gotta watch, folks. All right. Let's get who's this person? Ayama? What's Ayama? What's up, brother? Oh. Ayama, you in here? Or let me get him out of here. And you know, I gotta shut it down because I gotta go to the museum tomorrow. All right, I'm up here all late. Like I ain't got to get up early. Let's get let me see, one more. IKEA Griffin. Let's get IKEA. IKEA, hop on in. All right, IKEA ain't saying nothing. Okay, I'm not gonna keep inviting folks and they ain't saying nothing And we got this renegade stud running around here, so I got to watch out for that. I got to watch out for that, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Y'all raise your hand if you want to get up. Raise your hand if you want to get up. All right. Let me see who we got. I'm trying to get one more good one. Fresh. Let's get Fresh. Let's get Mr. Fresh in here. Fresh, hop on in, sir.
What's going on, family? What's going on, Tariq? What's poppin'?
I'm good, Mr. Fresh. How you doing, fam? You good?
I'm all right. I'm cool. Real quick, man. Are you familiar with Amazing Lucas?
Oh yeah. I know about him.
Yeah, he been talking crazy, but about the family, man. Last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I just want to know what you feel about that.
Yeah, he's clout chasing. Yeah, he just want us to. Yeah, that's clout chasing. Yeah, we got to watch out mentioning cats like that because that's what they want you to do. These are people who just say shit so that we can respond to him, and that gives him clout. He's really a nobody. He just one of these people just says shit just so people can respond to him. I don't really listen to him, but I know about him now. I know about Lucas. You know, it's clout chase. It's clout chase. All right. Let me get up out of here, guys. It's been real. Go to rootworkstyle.com. Rootworkstyle.com, ladies and gentlemen. Rootworkstyle.com. I'm up out of here. Peace. Lonice, some of y'all people, I'm seeing random names and I'm pushing buttons. It's anything goes. That's how we do it. Who are we speaking? That Lonice?
Yes, how are you?
Hey, Miss Lonice, how are you, dear?
I'm fine.
There you go. I hear an accent. Are you Caribbean?
No, I'm from New York City.
Okay. By way of what?
By way of, what do you mean by way of what?
Well, where'd your family come from?
Mother, Charleston, South Carolina. Father, Augusta, Georgia.
Okay. Have you been down there in the South to visit?
Yeah, I used to actually live in South Carolina I lived there about 20 years after living in upstate New York for about 20 years. And after that, I went teaching overseas, so I'm still overseas.
Oh, where are you at now?
Cameroon.
Okay. Man, you got an accent, sister. Yeah, you got
I'm from New York City.
Oh, man, sister, you got a Caribbean accent.
In Manhattan and the Bronx.
Yeah, you got them hard R's, sister. That's a Caribbean thing. Why do you got them hard R's?
No, you know what I think it is? I think it's because I've spent a lot of time overseas and learning different languages. It may have an influence.
Okay. But I hear them hard R's in there. But what's on your mind? Nevertheless, what's on your mind?
Okay. I recall when I was in college in upstate New York in the Tri-City area, Albany, we had, and that was back during the late 60s, early 70s. And, we had people coming to the US from everywhere. And we had our own student association that had African Americans, Caribbeans, Central Americans, African people just from all over the world, even Europeans that were coming.
Okay.
And we had a big association, and we'd get together and share foods and things on culture and things of that. And things seem to be okay. And what I'm trying to understand now is what has really changed, because that's maybe 50 something years ago. What has really changed that there's now all of this hostility and hatred and ignorance coming from all sides? I just don't understand it. And for me, it's so sad.
Okay, now what do you think happened? What do you think happened? You're a teacher. You should know something. If you've been around Africans and you've been around foundational Black Americans, what do you think happened? Why do you think there's a major delineation movement now?
No, actually, I really don't know, because since 2008, I really haven't lived full-time in the US. I've been traveling around like different countries and teaching and things of that sort. Okay. So the changes that were taking place there, I'm really not sure. But all I know is from my experience and the way I've been treated as an African American abroad, doesn't sound anything like what I'm hearing now that's happening in our country. And for me, it's really very disheartening and very sad. And I'm just sorry that it has come to this, but I really don't understand what has changed.
Well, now, and you said you were around in the 60s. So how old are you, by the way, beloved? How old are you?
I'm 72.
Okay, so okay. Okay, beautiful. That's beautiful. Now, back in those days, in the 60s, early 70s, a lot of the African immigrants, they were just fresh over here. They were not in too many political positions. We really saw a big wave of the Africans and Caribbeans coming over in the 80s, I'm sorry, really in the 80s. But in the 60s, 70s, it was only a trickle. Y'all didn't have Candace Owens. You didn't have the Myron Gaines back then. You didn't have the Byron Donalds back then. You didn't have the Ilhan Omars. You didn't have these people getting in these political positions and then dictating where the resources and tax dollars are going to go. So it was a different vibe then. So now we're dealing with the grandchildren of some of those immigrants now. And they are extremely hostile because in their mind, okay, they were born here, unlike their parents who could easily be deported since they're 14th Amendment citizens. Now they can't be deported and they can say how they really feel about us. And then they start letting loose on us. And then the disrespect and the hostility started coming through. And by the way, even those folks who were around in the 70s, they must have been telling those kids something behind closed doors. I guess they would smile in the faces of foundational Black Americans and then get behind closed doors talking about, oh, stay away from those Akatas and all that. Because this new generation of these first and second generation immigrants, they got that hostility from their parents. So now this thing is starting to undermine us economically, politically, socially. We're being harmed by some of these people. These folks are jumping on FBA women in hair salons. These people are undermining our reparations claim. They're getting, they're informants left and right. Many of these informants out here are these non-FBA immigrants and first and second gens because they don't have no cultural camaraderie with us. So those alphabet people use them as informants against us. So it's just a lot of undermining going on with these folks. And it's not all sides because we are not doing it to them. We're not going over to their homelands, undermining them. So when I hear that both sides argument, that's all cap. We're reacting and responding correctly to their hostility that they should not have whatsoever, because we can't go to their homelands and show any form of hostility like they do to us. So we're doing some straightening that's long overdue. You understand?
I think I understand what you're saying. It's, you know, and when I was looking at some stats the other day, because I was listening to another program, and I think there's like about maybe 2.5 million native-born Africans in the US. I'm not really sure about Caribbeans, but I know the Hispanics outnumber African Americans now. And one of the things I think that might be happening is that, you have a lot of poor and uneducated people from those areas coming over, and they already have low self-esteem because they had to flee their homes. So that behaving in a superior manner is like compensation for really feeling inferior. And so that's why I don't think we should really take it so much to heart. I mean, we're 46 million.
No.
There's no way they can displace us.
No, ma'am.
There's no way they can displace us.
No, but they can undermine us. See, that whenever they do stuff, and that's the problem, because you're a Pan-African, that's Pan-African talk. Whenever the Africans and Caribbeans do stuff, it gets into that, well, they don't know no better. Oh, just let them slide. Oh, leave them alone. Just give them grace. The white man tricked them. Oh, the white man used his media on their little colonized minds. It's every excuse in the world for these people's actions. They know better.
Well, I don't think it's an excuse. I'm here in Africa, and I really see how media has influenced a lot of their attitudes and their behaviors, and they've never even left the continent, but they already have these attitudes and these ideas, and they're getting it from CNN and other places like that. And I think if that is what's happening, it's a real problem, but it's even starting here. I mean, and even what they show on television about African Americans is very similar to what we saw as children growing up about Africans.
No.
We're in the U.S.
That's not true. That's another myth, man. That's not true. Now, the images we saw of them, we were the ones speaking against it. We're like, hey, don't show those brothers and sisters like that. We were the ones who uplifted African history. We have all of these African history studies over here in HBCUs and universities. We've been the ones uplifting the history of Africa over there. We got the same degenerate media, but we know not to believe that media. And also this whole thing where they're looking at us negatively on CNN. No, they're not. There's nothing about us that's negative on the news over there. That's not true at all. When you see us in the media, it shows foundational Black American success. Who they see are the Beyoncés and the Jay-Z's. What they see is success, and that is the thing
they see the international version of CNN, which is not the same that you get in the U.S. It's different.
Oh yeah, I've been over there. I've been to all over, so I know what they see. So yeah, the images they see of us basically are Black celebrities. You don't see too much. You don't see really negative stuff about us in the media over there. You really don't, because we don't do any grand scale things that would garner international attention that's negative. You understand? We don't have no. Go ahead.
Like for instance, when I was teaching in Kazakhstan, I was there for 7 years, and you would see pictures, videos of Black women twerking and doing all that kind of stuff, and it's on the television. So in the minds of those people, that's how they see, Black women. And I recall the first city that I was teaching in, I was the only Black woman in that city of 130,000 people. And so when men would see me, that's the image that they would have in their minds, even though that's the farthest thing. I mean, by that time I was in my mid-50s. But that's the that shapes their attitudes, you see. And so there is that impact, and it's happening globally. So I was just curious as to how these notions get there. And I don't understand how these people in such small numbers are able to undermine us without white complicity.
Yeah. I mean, this come around in cosplay and just coming our circles, dissipating the energy, and not all of them, but just enough. getting into certain organizations like the Congressional Black Caucus, which don't do a damn thing for foundational Black Americans at all, but they do a whole bunch of stuff for immigrants. So that's a problem. They come around us talking about minority coalition, and then we elect these people, and then they get in and don't do anything for us, but do something for immigrant groups. Just like Kamala Harris. Hell, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama. Barack Obama's non-FBA. Kamala Harris, non-FBA. Those are great examples of how people get in certain positions and they undermine us and do the whole benign neglect against us. And that is a problem. So we don't want none of these non-FBAs to act as our representatives. We realize that these people are horrible representatives of us. They're not going to represent us properly. They're not going to honor our ancestors. So this is why the delineation movement has popped off. It's our job to honor our ancestors. It's our job to make sure the people of our lineage get the correct justice and the compensatory justice, especially when it comes to resources, because nobody else is going to do it, because we sat up here and we tried to play the kumbaya role. Nothing has worked out as far as that. So we're going to have to take control of that. And that's exactly what we're doing. Let me ask you this, beloved. You're married, right?
How do we get them to change their behavior without us, publicly tearing each other apart? Because it seems like there are a lot of people who just really, that's all they do.
We don't give a damn. At this point, we don't give a damn. We're focusing on us. What we want them to do, go fix your homeland. If you got any kind of hostility, go figure. Myron Gaines, all these people who come over here denigrating us, we ain't gonna do nothing with a Myron Gaines. I don't want you to do nothing but get your ass back to the Sudan, help your people. We're at the point, anybody who's remotely hostile to us, we don't want nothing to do with them. We ain't got to negotiate with them because we don't need them. That's the thing. And that's what they are tripping out about. They realize that we don't need them. You don't really benefit us at all. We don't need them. We ain't got to negotiate with none of these people. They have no bargaining chips.
What about the African Americans that are married and have children with people from different cultures that happen to be Black?
That's what I was about to ask you, ma'am. I was about to ask you. Your husband is from Cameroon, right?
Yes.
There you go. So that's why you have a vested interest in Pan-Africanism, because Pan-Africanism, family, that means somebody's in a relationship with somebody from Africa or the Caribbean. People are in these relationships, and you have children that's half Cameroonian and half foundational Black American, right?
Yes.
Right. How many kids you got, by the way, dear?
Just one.
Just one, okay. Right. So yeah, my thing is with these children, a lot of times they might have dual allegiances. And that could be a problem with people who got a dual allegiance when it comes to politics. Because when it comes to political structure, a lot of folks who have dual allegiances, sometimes they will align more with the country their mother came from. And a lot of people come over here and they're just anchored. You know what I'm saying? You don't really have any relationship with the foundational Black American side of the family. That was just a lick and a finesse that one parent needed to get citizenship over here. So they don't have a real connection. So it just really depends on the individual and their level of loyalty and camaraderie to whatever lineage they feel more an affinity to. You know?
Yeah. I had relatives, like even back in the 50s, one of our relatives, she's dead now. She married to a German Jew when that was against the law.
Yeah.
And they had to leave the United States. So she left with him and they went to England. He was a German Jew. And after he died, she and her children, came back to the States. And I've got, older people in our family who are, they've died, but like who died recently, she was married to a Jamaican for years. And we, and that's throughout our family. I mean, people have married, my first cousin married to a Puerto Rican. I mean, two of my brothers have Jamaican wives, and we never really had these issues. So for me, it's a shock, and I think it's really, if it continues in this way, it's going to be tearing a lot of families apart. What do you think?
No, the thing is, I've seen a lot of people who are foundational Black American who married into African families, and every day they call us talking about how the husband's family or the wife's family from wherever part of Africa has a real strange disposition towards them, and how that family looks down on Black Americans. We see it and hear it all the time, and that's an issue, because these people are not in a position to look down on anybody. So that's why we're letting people know that's not going to fly anymore. That whole people living in third worlds but got this thing where they want to look down at us. No, that's not happening no more. Those days are over. So it's all about respect. It's not a problem. All people have to do is show us the same respect that we show them. When we go to people's homelands, we show respect. When they come over here, we help them get over here. None of these immigrant groups over here without our help. We were the ones helping get those immigration laws together so that they could come over here from Africa and the Caribbean. So it's all about respect. It shouldn't be, ain't nobody gonna be torn apart unless you just plan on being disrespectful indefinitely. So that's the problem. As long as people show respect, everything is good. Respect our lineage just like we respect theirs, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm just happy to be able to say, as an African American, I've not had that experience, but I'm sure other people have. So I'm willing, to listen and to learn and to understand, because to me it sounds really serious. Like, we're kind of tearing ourselves apart.
What does that
That's all.
mean? Hold on. What does that mean? Tearing ourselves apart.
Well, the strive for the global South unifying against the global North. And once which we see happening right now with countries fighting, infighting, ethnic fighting, all over the world.
We're not
which is
fighting
weak.
anybody. Yeah, we're not fighting anybody. We don't have anything going with Africa. What do we have going on with Africa to divide from?
Well, I was saying the global South, and so for African Americans, they're actually in the global North. Okay. But in the global South,
You're losing me. What does all that mean? Okay, you're losing me. What do you mean the global South? What is that?
I'm talking about all the people that are not Europeans and not living in Europe.
The global South? I don't get that one.
Yeah, that's a very common term these days, the global South, meaning all non-European peoples or people not living in the Northern Hemisphere. So when you have things like BRIC.
He said that is a common term. I never heard that term in my life. The global South, the global North, and you see what it comes back down to. It comes back down to they just got a problem with white people, and specifically America. So like these be the racist people on earth, these Pan-Africans. Like they have a real issue with white people, and they think of America as white people's country. So when we say we're American and we're proud Americans, they can't help but to see us as wanting to be white. Okay, but at the same time, they worship white. So it's like, wait a minute, how is it you guys versus white people, but you worship white people? Like you believe white people want you in the country? It's like a crazy, convoluted position that like it loses us. It's like, wait a minute. In one breath, you hate white people, and it's the global North, the global South against white people. But then you praise white people. I mean, it's just really confusing. But she's really just talking babble.
Happening and different organizations where they're trying to unify across continents and countries and cultures. It just seems like if we continue down this path, we're going to be.
And keep in mind, she's only talking this bullshit because she has a African husband. I'm telling you, these people will throw away the entire lineage, everything our ancestors did and fought for, all because of their, I'll be nice, all because of their personal relationship. We see it all the time. Dr. Ruxpin, all these people, when you find out what's going on in their bed, you see they got a non-FBA in the bed. It's like, okay, all right, we get it. So you throw away your entire lineage because of your personal relationship. And so yeah, stop this global south, global north bullshit. You would not be into that if your husband wasn't from Cameroon.
Tearing ourselves apart, which weakens us, you know, even in the States.
No, ma'am, you're in Cameroon. They got, how many tribes they got over there? They got a gazillion tribes in Cameroon. They're not even together there.
Yeah, about 250 something. But that was designed by Europeans. They didn't.
But they can stop it though. Yeah, I know that the Europeans designed it, and yeah. It's 200 different tribes over there, the country alone. So yeah, they're not even together there. Yeah, people got this thing. We gonna rip people apart because we don't want to sit here and pretend we're generic Africans. But people already ripped apart over there. They're not together there, let alone together with us. So yeah, what's gonna happen?
That's true. I'm just thinking. I'm just trying to understand how the tone of our.
Ma'am, why can't you spend all of your energy uniting those 200 tribes? Just stay right there. Don't even go anywhere else in Africa. Just stay right there. Focus all of the rest of your life energy in uniting those tribes.
Conversation is going to change things for the better. That's all.
Oh, it's great. Oh, I've never felt better. Oh, it's great for us. Yeah, what folks need to do is make it great for their homelands. Make it great over in Cameroon. Get things popping there. We don't want people just popping over here with that same tribal mindset. They're not trying to build nothing with us. We stop pretending that they are. Yeah, for the most part, when people come over, and I mean, you got cool individuals. You got one or two people who are cool, but collectively, ain't nobody trying to build nothing with us. They trying to leech and parasite off of us to get what they can. And it's the same tribal mindset that's over there. And we're just saying, hey, listen, people are going to respect us as foundational Black Americans. We're recognizing and honoring our own lineage right here. We're not going to sit here pretending that we're from Wakanda. No, we got a beautiful lineage here that's rich with culture, and we're protecting that culture and protecting that lineage, just like you're supposed to do. Everybody's supposed to do that, right?
Yeah, I agree.
There it is. All right, beloved. It was a pleasure. I hope we got some constructive dialogue out of the conversation, Miss Liney.
Oh, I think we absolutely did. And you know, one of the things I want to state is even amongst ourselves as African Americans, there is this feeling of growing intolerance of different opinions and name calling and bashing, which I think is so sad and it's so unhelpful. And I think we just need to give each other more respect and accept each other's differences of opinion based on, you know, experience and background.
Okay. Well, when it comes to respect, okay. Now, if we're gonna respect, we gotta respect.
We don't even respect each other. I mean, some of the things I've seen people writing and saying, even about me as I'm speaking, it's very just disheartening. It's very disheartening.
But the thing
these
is,
are my own people,
right?
and
But the thing is,
they're just being quite disrespectful.
But no, but ma'am, you got to read the room. We don't. You
see, like somebody just said, she's African. She's not FBA.
But you got to read the
My
room.
parents were born and raised in the United States. I was born and raised in New York City and the Bronx.
Yeah, okay.
And
but
here
ma'am,
people they don't know anything about me, and they're saying she's African, yet I'm born and raised from African American parents in the U.S. That's the kind of stuff that doesn't even help us amongst ourselves.
But the people
that kind
lie,
of
though.
behavior.
But people lie. We get a lot of people who lie about them being foundational Black Americans, and also the fact that you keep crowbarring the term African American, knowing that we don't really use that term anymore over here. That's not a term that we use, but you keep insisting on using it. I think many people might take that as a form of disrespect, because we're not African Americans. We're foundational Black Americans. Elon Musk is an African American. So it's all about respecting lineage and respecting titles and
Well, you
respecting.
know, like I said, I haven't been in the US for a while.
Right.
So I'm using what I recall, not intending to disrespect anyone, but I'm not there for the day in, day out, changes in the nuances. I'm just it's like sometimes I hear people referring to us as coloreds and Negroes, that the era that they came from, that's what they use. So I don't take offense to it. Yeah, now if I heard a young person today saying that, it would be like, I'd be surprised. But when you listen to older people, I mean, they have a completely different vocabulary. But anyway, thanks for listening, and thank you for respecting my opinion and hearing what I had to say. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Miss Lanice. Thank you so much. Oh, Lord. Yeah, a lot of people are questioning her background. Me too, because I don't think she's FBA either, to be honest. The way she's talking, even the accent. Yeah, he's like, I was born here. Okay. I don't know. Ebony? Did Ebony go to sleep? Well, Ebony ass up here went to sleep. All right. Yeah, man. Again, that accent. That woman has a Caribbean accent. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a Caribbean accent. And she talked about all these Jamaicans in the family and her husband. Yeah, so there's skepticism there. And also that whole making excuses for the behavior of these people. See, they always put it all on us. We got to do this. No, we ain't got to do shit. We don't have to do anything. We ain't got to come to a common ground. We ain't got to do nothing, because these other folks ain't got no bargaining chips. That's the thing. You ain't got no bargaining chips. You ain't got nothing to negotiate with. Sit your ass down. That's what you do. Sit down and get out our damn business. All right, can we come to a common ground? Can we understand each other? How can we get them to, I ain't getting nobody to understand shit. Let's get this shit straight. We don't owe nobody nothing. We don't owe nobody nothing, ladies and done anything for us. Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
How you doing, dear?
Good. And you?
I am good. What country are you in?
Texas.
Texas, okay. You in Houston?
Huh?
Are you in Houston?
No, I'm not in Houston. I'm close to Houston, like 4 hours away from Houston.
Oh, okay. Well, now what are you? Filipino, Korean? What are you? Okay. Oh, she thought ICE was coming to get her. Okay. She's like, ICE. Was she Mexican? Okay, she looked kind of Filipino. Oh, yeah. When I said that, she's like, shit, ICE is gonna come. So, she got the hell on up out of here. She wouldn't put her shoes on and ran outside. She thought it was ICE. Awkward. Well, she got the pitter-pattering up out of here, boy. Man. I said, where you from? She got the hell on. All right. Well, she said, oh, no. They know where I am. So she went and got her backpack and her flip-flops. She bounced. Okay. I should have asked her that. She got the hell on up out of here. She warned the family. Man. Said, Policia. All right. Oh, man. Man. Who is this? Songhai Queen? What's up, Songhai Queen? Hop on in, Songhai Queen. What's up? I see Professor Allen down there. Professor Allen in the building, my good brother. Let's get Trap. I'm just getting random people. Songhai Queen.
Hello.
What's up, Songhai Queen?
I was on here before.
I remember you were the teacher, right?
Yeah.
I remember. Hop on this camera.
Well, I can't. I'm in the dark. You like to
Man,
have your things at 3 in the morning. It's kind of crazy. It's late.
I know what your generator don't work or something. I mean, you talking about that's why we got
Sure.
light bulbs.
Sure, if that's what you want to say.
Yeah. Hop on camera. You don't want to see what you look like?
No, it's not that. I'm in the dark, and I'm just not turning on.
There you go. So what's on your mind, dear?
I mean, nothing. I'm just listening in.
Okay. Is your family okay? Because you know about the whole, the Haitian thing. They're removing those temporary protection statuses from some of your family. Are they going to be good?
Everybody's great.
Okay.
No,
All right.
nobody's going anywhere.
Y'all not going nowhere, huh? Okay. Yeah, just let us know if I can get you some boxes at U-Haul, and I got a good deal. I got a hookup if you need something. Just let me know. I got a hookup.
Okay, definitely I will. I
There you go.
appreciate that.
Absolutely. All right, dear. Let me get some more calls. Thank you, dear.
Okay.
All right. Let's get Trap in the building.
You hear me, Tariq?
What's up, Trap?
What's up with you, man?
I hear you, man.
Hey,
You
the
good?
lady that was on phone?
Yeah.
You hear how many relatives she said she had, immigrants in her family?
Yeah. She had Jamaicans and Cameroonians and Puerto Ricans.
And all married to immigrants.
Yeah, so that I'm like, she has an immigrant accent too. Yeah, you got a whole bunch of immigrants in your family. You married a foreigner, so yeah, man. Yeah, it's something real funny style about that. Some very funny style about that. A lot of stuff going on there. All right, let's
Hey,
get
Tariq.
what's up, Ehud?
Hey, so this is your brother Ehud. I'm from Chicago. I'm half Belizean, half FBA, and that lady is lying. That lady is lying. We know our lineages. I live with, like I said, I live with my grandma. I live with my FBA grandmother, and my nana lived like two blocks away. There was always like a little tension, but we know different cultures. She's lying. I think she's a full tether. Like I said, I love my FBA brothers and sisters. You guys are the gods of the earth, and y'all have a good night.
Shador Sanders sideline thing.
And
go ahead, brother.
The Shador Sanders on the sideline with the wide receiver, and I wonder if people know that wide receiver is a Haitian immigrant.
Haitian. Yeah, I talked about that yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah,
That's all.
Yeah, I talked about that yesterday. Emerald Queen, hop on, man. She's up there making all this noise. Emerald Queen. Miss Emerald Queen, hop on, dear. You can talk now. She was talking over people. I want to get her back up. All right. Let's get Joe Blow. Let me see. Shout out to the family. Y'all hit them hearts. Let's get 500,000 hearts in here. Let's get 500,000 hearts in here, ladies and gentlemen. 500,000. We almost there. We got 300. What I say? Yeah, we got 300,000. Let's get 500,000. Let's get Snotty Nose.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, Snotty? How are you, brother?
Man, chilling, man. You know what? I just been wondering. I feel like a lot of FBA, we either descend from the Malcolm tree or the Martin, the think process. 'Cause a lot of these Pan-African mofos, it's like they just don't want to respect anything of our culture and don't want to guard nothing,
Yeah, man. We do have some people who've been indoctrinated and they got that low self-esteem and they've been taught that we gotta be on some global kumbaya and we gotta be the muse for everybody. And, we have to protect ourselves. We have to make sure that we're good before we make sure everybody else is good. Let's get Levo. Levo or Livo? What's up? Make sure everybody else is. What's up, Levo? Levo? What's up, Levo?
Wait,
Levo?
Tariq, sorry, man.
What's up,
I'll be
man?
there in a minute. I'll be there in a minute.
Okay, well, are you frying up some bushmeat right now for the guests over at your house? Okay, he's going to get back on. He said he's going to hop back on in a minute. All right. So I think he's making some bushmeat bologna sandwiches or something. I don't know what he's doing. All right. All right, but God bless him. God bless him. All right. Let's get this sister here. What's your name, sis? All right. Let me look in the chat room here. Let me look in the chat. Yeah, he was recording the room. Oh, yeah, he's recording the room. All right. Let's get, y'all raise your hand if y'all want to get on in the chat room. Y'all raise your hand if you want to get on. Let's do it like that. And y'all share the space, by the way. All right. Let's get Paradelic. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Let me see. Y'all raise your hand if you want to get up. Let's get you up. Let's get the life claim specialist. Let me see. Let's get P. Let's get P in here.
Apologetic, bro.
What's up, brother?
What's good, homie? You good?
I'm good, P. Oh, are you from New York?
No, I'm from Duval, Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh, shout out to Jacksonville, man. What's now? Yeah,
I want to give a shout out to the brother, the brother from Atlanta, man. That it's a tether coming here talking about he from Jacksonville all the time. I don't know his name.
Oh yeah,
but he's
Austin.
not.
Austin, yeah, that dude Austin.
Yeah, he's not from Jacksonville. And let me explain something to you and to the community about Jacksonville. Jacksonville is not like Miami or Orlando.
Yeah.
We are at the bottom of the Gullah Geechee Nation. The Gullah Geechee Nation comes from Jacksonville, Virginia to Jacksonville, Florida. And ain't no tethers here.
Yeah.
The tethers came to Jacksonville in like 1975. And they came from like the sugar cane. The Jamaicans and everything, they came to sugar cane, and then they moved up to Jacksonville.
Wow.
But we ain't got no tethers here in Jacksonville, bro. We Jacksonville, Florida is like, it's called North Florida, but it's really South Georgia.
There it is. There it is, my man. I'm glad you brought clarity, because a lot of folks call up and be trying to cosplay like they're from different cities, and yeah, they don't really understand the area. And we can tell. A lot of, like the other day, some fool called up talking about he from South Carolina.
Can't do it.
Yeah, I immediately knew his ass wasn't from no South Carolina. Then he went on and crashed out. So yeah, we kind of know. What's up, Life? The Life Claims.
Hi. This is something that's been irking me for a long time. And it has to do with people telling us that somebody gave us something.
Right.
And what's bothering me is that if you have 4 million people that are free, and you flood the country with 8 million Europeans during Reconstruction and 20 million Europeans by Jim Crow, and that's who we had to fight during civil rights, no one gave us anything. If anything, they were brought here as an obstruction, and they were brought here as a buffer. And I just think that we need to, when we hear that language, we need to treat it as hate speech, knock it out. Do not allow anyone to say anything was given to us, because people just think we're here, we got lucky, and they don't understand everything we had. I mean, I know you say this language, but it's a drumbeat that just needs to be repeated over and over. That no one gave us anything. If anything, they were brought here to obstruct us, and those were the people that we had to fight. And then you just had just different faces of them that came after, and they were people of color that came with that same mentality. I won't tolerate people using the media. I'm 47, and I will tell you, I remember being in middle school. Most of my schools were Hispanic. Up there, I had them, they were making fun of Ethiopians. And I remember just clowning one of my Mexican friends. And then when I think about it today, you know, at that time it was the Afrocentric movement. But I'm thinking about it today, like, how could you say that it's both sides when we were doing all the defamation? We were basically doing damage control and fighting a defamation against Africans. So I don't want to hear anything about ignorance, and I have no tolerance for it. So I just wanted to bring that up because I keep hearing the language, and it really, really gets on my nerves.
Yes, ma'am. Well, you brought some very, very good points because, yeah, all that both sides. Dude, we foundational Black Americans, we were the ones instilling pride in Africa. It was our historians over here, the John Henry Clarks and others, upholding African history. It was us who started wearing dashikis, family. Do y'all know the whole dashiki trend? That came from us. We started saying, hey, let's wear dashikis. They weren't wearing dashikis until the 60s, until we started doing it. We started looking into the history and looking at certain colors and patterns and say, hey, let's pay homage to ancient African culture. And then they started following us doing that. You understand? Going into the late 80s, early 90s, we were the ones rocking African medallions, shouting Africa out. We were doing that. We were doing movies and documentaries talking about the greatness of African history, which is great history. Ancient history is great history. We were the ones trying to put a good face on Africa. And what did we get in return? We got folks coming over here from Africa talking about, we don't need Black History Month. That is discriminatory to white people. We that goofy shit. Y'all remember that Sambo politician who was running for office, that his ashy mouth tether, I forgot what his name was. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Then y'all start sending over Myron Gaines and people like that. You start sending over your Sambos and Bedwenchers, doing things to undermine us. Y'all was sending over people like Cola Booth. Y'all, who remembers who Cola Booth was? We've been battling her online since the early 2000s. See, we've been on the delineation thing for a minute. We've been battling tethers for a minute, family. There was one tether from back in the day. I don't know where she is now, but her name was Cola Booth. She's from the Sudan, and she would be online denigrating us and bedwenching for white men. And she famously said a quote, what's she saying? I would rather be a white man's slut than a black man's wife. It was some shit she said. She's been denigrating us for decades online. We've been going against folks like her. Yeah, man, we've been going against that tether class for a minute with their little janky shit that they've been doing online. So yeah, man, we said enough is enough. Yeah, she was supposed to be Bin Laden's mistress. Just a weird ass chick. So yeah, we've been going against these people, checking them for a minute. Come on, we almost got 400K hearts. Let's get up to 500K. All right, let's get up to 500K. And while I'm talking, y'all need to go to rootworkstyle.com because we got a great package deal right now for the holidays. We got the ultimate stocking stuffer, ladies and gentlemen. We got a brand new deodorant called Majora Magic, and it comes with the whole holiday package, ladies and gentlemen. You get the Majora Magic, Lucky Lavender, Coconut Butter, Biloxi Blueberry, Pure Vanilla. You get all those deodorants. You get a Majora Prayer plaque. There's a plaque that you can put on your wall with the Majora Prayer on it, and you get the Rootwork face towel. That comes with the package deal. It's the ultimate stocking stuffer. You can go to rootworkstyle.com to get that, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss that. That's a great deal. And it's limited time. The sale is going to be done by next week. So y'all better get up on that now, ladies and gentlemen. Get it before the holidays. Get it before the holidays. All right. Let me see who we got. Y'all raise your hand if y'all want to get in here. Raise your hand if you are ready to get in the room. Because I don't want to start bringing people up and it's like, oh, I hit the button by mistake. I'm sorry. All right. Raise your hand if you want to get up in here and chop it up. All right. Man, what's up, Joe Minor? Said you've been listening to me since 2006. Oh, yeah. I've been around for a minute, brother. I've been around for a minute. All right, let's get the party prince in the building. Oh, so Marcus Garvey did what? Oh, Nightingale, you got to get in. You said Marcus Garvey did what? Hold on, the party. What's up, party?
Yo, what's up, man? How you feeling, Flex?
I'm good, brother. What's going on with you, man?
Not much, man. But I just want to say, man, let's keep delineating, man, because whenever that check drop, bro, everybody gonna try to act like they black. You know what I'm saying? Everybody gonna try to get a piece of the pie. They're gonna be like, yes, my nigga, I am black just like you, my nigga. I have a do-rag, I have a FUBU hoodie. My nigga, I have a Luther Vandross collection right here, my nigga. I love you niggas. But they gonna try, they gonna try to sneak in, dog. So you gotta stop that at the pass, man.
No doubt, man. But thank you so much. We already know it. Yeah, where's that dude? I want him to come on in here. He was talking about, what do you say? Marcus Garvey did a lot for us. Come on in and stand on it. Come on in and stand on it. If you say it, you got to stand on it. All right? If you say something like that, you better come on in and stand on that and tell us exactly what was done for us. See? You say something, you can't back it up. What's up, Isha?
Hi.
How you doing, Isha?
Hi, I'm honored to talk to you, Tariq. I am a big fan. And I just wanted to say, no disrespect to the brother that called earlier, but I'm in Jacksonville, and Jacksonville is flooded with tethers.
Oh, I got to get him back up here. So you saying he said it wasn't no tethers? Oh, we got to get him back. So yeah, what are there a bunch of Jamaicans, Haitians? What's up in there?
Yeah, Jamaicans, Africans, mostly Hispanics, but yeah, a lot of Jamaicans and Africans too.
Hold on, let me get that brother back up in here because we're gonna get to the bottom of this. Hold on.
Oh no.
Paradella, she said it's a bunch of. She said ain't nothing but tethers up in that motherfucker.
No, I'm OG. I was born and raised in Jacksonville. And the tethers only came here in the late 90s and the 2000s. I was born and raised in Jacksonville. Jacksonville is a military base. You know what I mean? We got like 3 military bases here. So we got a lot of people coming in here from other places. But the people that are Jacksonville, Duval, we call us, like the brother said, Brother Dan, we say Duval.
Yeah.
Now you got a lot of people that immigrated here to Jacksonville, but no, we know them. We know who the real Jacksonvillians is. We know who. If you from Duval, we know you from Duval. And the Jamaicans didn't get here till the late 90s, I say the early 90s.
Okay.
Because you had the sugarcane fields down there, and they came from Jamaica to work in the sugarcane fields, and then they migrated to Jacksonville. And I remember when the first Jamaicans got here, you know what I mean? And me and my brother, we got into the culture of, we wanted to be African American, Public Enemy, you know what I mean? 88, that's when we started, but no. Long story short.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
If you say Jacksonville is got immigrants, they came in the 90s and the 2000s.
Okay, good. Okay, so they're big.
Well, I will look for more FBA brothers and sisters then, because I see tethers everywhere. I'm a veteran, so I like
you on the west side? You on the west side? You can't be out east. You ain't on the north side.
Oh, okay. Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
you out there where the immigrants came in, the people that was in the military. They on the west side.
Yeah. I'm a veteran, so I'm over. That's probably what it is. I like to be on the bases.
Point. Case in
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
If you from
Okay,
Jacksonville,
cool.
you on the west side. We on the east
Okay.
side, north side. But I'm gonna say
All
this,
right.
Flex.
Yeah.
Jacksonville, we don't have tethers here in Jacksonville. If we do, they came on the military. They came from the Navy. No, no. Jacksonville, it ain't like Miami. We ain't got Haitians and Jamaicans, and we got a few Jamaicans on the north side, but they ain't come here to the 90s.
Oh, okay, there it is. Thank you so much. All right, so they're there just in certain numbers. Okay, there it is. They're not as many. All right. All right. Let me see who else we got. Yeah, because the sister said, oh, it's Tether's up in here now. Shit. All right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. My lady got her hair done by an African sister up in Georgia. We're just down there. She was from Jacksonville. Yeah. And yeah, they deep up in damn Atlanta. They deep as hell in Atlanta, boy. All right. Let's see. Where we at? All right, let me, folks in the room, let's raise your hands, family. Let's raise your hands. Oh, yeah, they all over Texas. Yeah, they all over Texas. Every time I go to Texas and get in an Uber, dude, it's somebody from, especially East Africa. A lot of East Africans. Oh, man, you say Miami hardly has any FBAs left. What was that soul food place we went to, Lexi, the buffet, before we... Magnolia Cafe? Magnolia Cafeteria up in, right outside at, was it Norcross? Douglas, where is that? Right. Magnolia Cafe. That's a very good spot in Atlanta. Magnolia Cafe. It's off in the Cut. Magnolia Cafe. That's where we went. Very good. Yeah, it was very, very good. Very good. Now, who's this? Let's get Nat. What's up, Nat?
One for you.
Hello, ma'am.
Chinguanchoncho. Es con el que estábamos haciendo.
What kind of language? What kind of language was that? Where the hell were they from? Speaking Portuguese? What was that? No, that was some kind of Portuguese to Spanish. It almost sounded like, was she Asian? Was it Colombian? What do we have any Spanish or Portuguese speakers in here? Yeah. Was it Cantonese? I don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, was that Brazilian? Was it Vietnamese? I don't know. It almost sounded like Portuguese. All right. I don't know where they're from. I mean, she looked Asian, but it sounded like she was speaking Portuguese. Almost like she wanted to say, I do your nail. You want to get your nail done? Yeah, it kind of had that accent. That was Portuguese, right? Yeah, it sounded Portuguese. It sounded like Portuguese. Yeah. Man. All right. Let me see. Let me raise your hand, family. Let me get y'all in here. And y'all keep hitting them hearts. Let's get up to 500,000. We can get 500,000 hearts in about 30 seconds if everybody just push the screen and let's get them hearts up. Let's get them hearts up, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let me see. Let's get one more call in here. Let's get one more good call in here. We got Alexis Jones. Let's get Alexis Jones in. Let's get one more good call in. We got a lot of folks in here. The vibe is right. All right. Alexis?
Hey, how you doing, Tariq?
Hey, Alexis.
How you doing,
beloved?
Tariq?
I'm good, Alexis. Hop on
Good.
camera, Alexis.
Oh, I can't hop on the camera. Just real quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
With that Myron, you hear what's going on with Trump and the Somalis?
Yes.
Why Myron ducking and hiding? I see him on the tube, and he did a video 2 days ago. Why is Black people celebrating prison, people getting out of prison. So I'm waiting for him to drop what Trump is saying about Somalians. So I just want to get your opinion, because they're saying what 80% of them is on welfare.
Welfare, right?
Is that cool? That can't be right, could it?
Yeah,
Is
but a
he
lot
gonna
of
get the white support? I mean, white tea support, because they say they're Caucasians with their head. So I just want to hear your opinion. You know what I'm saying? I just
yes, indeed. Myron is from the Sudan. He's Sudanese, but again, they all, a lot of them, they kind of have the same mindset. They think that they're dark Caucasians. And then they project all this weird stuff on us, and it's literally a projection. As you see, these folks got all the scams in the world. Whenever they come around us talking about you scam me or grifta, scams, grifta, those are projections, man. They come from those cultures. So we just remind them, we just give them a general reminder of what their get down is. For real, for real. All right, let's get one more. Should we get one more? Ladies and gentlemen? All right, let's get one more. One more good call. Can we do that? Y'all raise your hand if y'all want to hop on with me and chop it up. Let's get one more good call. What's up, Leslie J? Hop on, Leslie J. Hop on. You look like one of them Sunday school teachers from Memphis somewhere. Leslie, hop on. All right. Let's get you on. Let me get some other people on before we roll out with it. Let's get Miss Leslie J up in here.
Can you hear me?
Well, yes. What's up, beloved?
So I'm not from Memphis. I'm from LA.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What part of LA are you from?
I live in Lamar Park.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So my family is from Houma, Louisiana.
Louisiana. Okay. Well, okay.
And then my dad is from Memphis, Tennessee, and Marlington, Arkansas.
Oh, okay. So your family is from Memphis. Yeah. Okay, I knew it was something Memphis.
But I'm not a teacher.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know you got a Memphis look.
Oh, do I?
Yeah, in your profile. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've never been there, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, but yeah, that's in your bloodline. It's in your family. What you do out here in LA?
I'm a photographer.
Oh, cool.
Yes. So I have my own full service in studio photography business. I've been doing it for like 5 years now.
Oh, cool.
But before that, I worked for USC. So I did that for 13 years. So,
How old are you now? How old are you? 35?
37.
37. How many kids you got?
0.
Oh, okay. In LA, you ain't got you 37 with no kids in LA?
Yes, my sister.
Your womb okay? You ain't got no thyroids or anything?
No, I don't. I was in a relationship with a guy for like 5 years. And so we recently just broke up. So.
Oh, that's messed up. Well, yeah. How old was he?
Same age, 37.
Okay. Was he white or?
No, he's black. He's FBA. His family is from Streetport.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I hate that it didn't work out. Damn, that's not good.
No, I mean, yeah, he cheated, had a baby on me, so it's
damn,
it's a no. Baby? Yeah.
Oh, not the side baby.
It's the side baby.
Damn. Now how long? Okay,
I'm gonna tell her I'll talk to you. She's like, I've been listening to you since the 7th grade. Yeah. So my dad is from Chicago. I got Hidden Colors then from my uncle, who lives in Chicago, who he got it from a barbershop out of somebody who was selling it out of their trunk. He would send us every single Hidden Colors, every single one. He would send it to us from Chicago.
But have you been to the Hidden History Museum? You been to the museum?
No, but I've been wanting to go. I've been telling my sister because I don't want to go by myself.
Bring the side baby.
No.
Both
I've been telling her I told her to come with me because I wanted to go on the 14th. And then because my sister does hair. So she was doing hair. She couldn't come. So I was like, I want to go on the 20th, but my godson, that's his birthday. He's turning 15 years old. So
okay, yeah, we got.
But I'm gonna come by. My dad is visiting me right now from Mississippi, so I'm gonna bring him by before he leaves, and he leaves on the 13th of this month.
Okay.
So I'm gonna bring him by.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
But we have an event on the 20th. So
I
calm
know.
down. Calm down. Stop bullshitting. Come on down. Meet you a new dude. Get you a new dude.
You need to bring back the Mac radio. You really need to do like a FBA sort of like get together, with some really good quality, men out there.
Yes.
So I really want for you to bring that back. Like a segment. I think you should do like a little small segment or something.
Yeah, I still try to give some great relationship advice here and there. I still do that every now and then.
Yeah.
But a lot of people come down to our events and they hook up. They come to the museum and people are always hooking up. Got a lot of professional brothers, professional sisters. So you come on down and,
Well, you should try to get some family Christmas pictures from me then. I do really good photography. So I would love to do some pictures for you and your family. Absolutely. If you ever want to. Yeah, or even at the Hidden History Museum, just let me know. I'm always available.
Let me follow you because we always hiring photographers and stuff.
Okay. So. And I'm really on Instagram for the most part, but I'm just getting back on TikTok. But I'm gonna do my stuff now, now that I'm on TikTok and I'm sort of active, especially now that you're on here and not on Twitter anymore. So
yes. Ma'am. But I'm still on Twitter, but I just kind of do most of the spaces here.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, thank you so much, sister.
Thank you.
In the building. Lovely FBA sister. Lovely. Round of applause for that sister. Hold on. Round of applause. All right. Who we got here? What's up, brother?
Oh, my girl. Good morning.
Oh, it's the lady. Hey, Musu. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine.
Now, where are you from, Musu? Where are you from?
I am from Liberia.
Liberia. There you go. What's on your mind?
So my only question is that I'm just concerned of why is my African people acting a fool? I say that to say I came to the States when I was 11 years old, right? I've been here my whole life, never got into no trouble. At the end of the day, America is not our country. We are a guest in America. So we are supposed to behave ourselves and follow the rules and regulations. I'm going on different platforms and I'm listening to people speaking, and it's like, we're struggling in Africa. From the east to the west part of Africa, things are not stable. So what is this nonsense of them coming on and cussing Black Americans and saying all of these? I'm just trying to understand, what is it? We don't want to accept the fact that, okay, we are no longer under slavery or whatever you may call it, but our leaders are corrupt as hell.
Yeah.
We are still struggling.
Yeah.
I've been to Africa twice and there is no lights, bro. I was miserable. So imagine coming here as a kid and then going back home, light just go off.
Damn.
I was like, the freak?
Yeah.
And for hours. So instead of us sitting here and cussing Black Americans and being rude and disrespectful, we are here to do better for ourselves, but you're getting into trouble, you're corruption, you're stealing, you're doing the same nonsense. So I'm still trying to understand, where is this confusion coming from? Black Americans have their own issues, absolutely, but you are a guest in America. You never thought this day would come, but guess what? Donald Trump is here, and he's here for every single person because he wants to make his country great again. So if you have a problem with it, hey, guess what? Get on the flight, get on however means you came, and get the freak out.
There it is. There it is. But thank you so much, Musu. Yeah, a lot of folks, we're just making sure that folks don't come over here with the disrespect. That's it. We're just making sure people don't come up with the disrespect. All right. Oh, man. Y'all hit those hearts. We almost got 500,000 hearts in this piece. Everybody hit those hearts right now. That would be phenomenal, ladies and gentlemen. Hit those hearts right now. Ladies and gentlemen, hit those hearts. All right. Let's get those 500,000 hearts in the building. And don't forget, man, y'all get y'all tickets to join me, ladies and gentlemen, At the Hidden History Museum, we got several very funny comics. We got complimentary food. It's going to be nice music, nice vibe. A lot of people hooking up, meeting, mingling. It's a vibe. Y'all get your tickets at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a vibe, it is a vibe, it is a vibe. Y'all gotta come on through. And also, we got this very special package that we have, the holiday sale for the Majara Magic Holiday Package. This is a holiday sale that you don't want to miss. Get yours now so we can get you your package before the holidays come through. We got the new Majara Magic Rootwork Deodorant. It is the best smelling rootwork deodorant. Smells very, very good. You're going to love it. I guarantee it. It has that Majara Magic energy that you feel when you wear this deodorant. This is the first deodorant that is rooted strictly in foundation of Black American culture, in our rootwork culture. All right? So go to rootworkstyle.com. Who is that? Somebody said something. Hold on. That's rootworkstyle.com. You don't want to miss that deal, ladies and gentlemen. Arizona girl, she said, don't nobody want deodorant for Christmas. Ma'am, do you come from a musty tether family? That sounds like tether talk. Yeah, if you're used to must, yeah, you don't want it. Everybody wants to smell good for the holidays. Yes, you do. Rootwork deodorant, it is not just a deodorant, it's a vibe. Oh, it's deeper than a deodorant. We're talking about part of rootwork hoodoo culture. All right? You're getting not just the deodorant, not just the fresh scent, not just the all-day protection. You're getting some of that spiritual energy that comes with it, because we've designed it in a way patterned after our rootwork ceremonies. This is heavy. We got that High John the Conqueror in it. Yeah, once you wear it, you're not going to wear nothing else. You're never going to wear anything else. People tell me all the time, I don't wear no more deodorant other than rootwork. It is a vibe. It is a vibe. Yeah. Man. Wait, what did Nay say? Did you say it sounds demonic? Ma'am, your must is demonic. It's your must, ma'am. You come from a musty lineage. How is smelling fresh, with something that's rooted in our spiritual energy? That's no, ma'am. Your must is evil. You smell like the devil under your arms, ma'am. That's why you need some shit like rootwork. All right? She said it sounds demonic. No, ma'am, stinking up your blouse is demonic. Yeah. You try to lay up with a dude and he take off that little musty bra strap and he throw it down on the bed. Now the bed musty. That's evil. So you got to get it together, beloved. That's demonic. All right? Yeah, them musty titties. All right? Your titties smell like cheese puffs. That's demonic. That's why you need some root work. All right? Musty titties is not the wave. Yeah? So yeah, that's why you need some, beloved. All right? Man. But anywho, go to rootworkstyle.com. That's where you need to go. Get some of that root work. Get that package we got. Understand? Get it for your family. Hey, if y'all have a musty coworker, get it for the musty coworker. Send a message. What is this? Oh, this is root work. Root whack? What does it do? It's some natural deodorant. It's all natural and it has certain spiritual. It's based in the root work spirit. Root whack? What is this? I can't get jiggy with this shit. I like the way I smell. You're trying to send a message? No, I'm not trying to send a message. I just thought this would be something you like. Do I look like I wear this shit? I'm natural. I'm not like you, Akata, with seeds under your arms. I'm natural like a warrior. Now, I got to go to the cafeteria. Who took my bushmeat? Who took the bushmeat from the cooking pot? Oh, goodness. Man. So yeah, just give it to some of your musty neighbors and coworkers. Just do it like that. All right. Man, anyway, let me get out of here. Y'all gonna have me on here all night. Thank y'all for the 500,000 hearts. Respect to the family. But yeah, get your root work package right now for the holidays at rootworkstyle.com, ladies and gentlemen. Rootworkstyle.com. I'm up out of here, guys. Puppy akute lalavuve to the family. Peace.
From the culture of the American South, where roots hold stories, comes a natural deodorant inspired by generations of wisdom. Introducing Root Work, the all-natural foundational Black American-based deodorant infused with the magic of High John the Conqueror root. Our unique blend enriched with this legendary root offers 24-hour protection, rooted in the power of nature. Embrace this deodorant that celebrates culture, history, and your well-being. Unlock the magic of root work today. Experience the pure essence of nature. Visit rootworkstyle.com and make the switch to a healthier cultural choice.
Let's get Lisa.
Hey there, how's it going? So I just have one question for you, right? So I agree with, your message about delineation, right? I think that's important.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's important. The only thing I don't honestly agree with is the separation that you push. And why is it only other Blacks that you refer to as tethers, right? Because I would think that in a way, we all need each other, right? I support reparations for foundational Black Americans. I love foundational Black Americans. I'm not one. My children are. You know what I mean? So I just.
Now, where you from? What's your lineage
I'm
here?
from.
Where you from?
I'm from Jamaica. I was originally born in Jamaica,
Got
but I grew up here.
Mhm.
I serve this country. I love this country. I love Black Americans. You know what I mean? I look at y'all as my brothers and sisters. I don't see myself apart from you all, and whatever struggle that you guys have, I'd be there to support that. You know what I mean? And that's how I feel
Mhm.
about it. So my question is like, why do you push that sort of division? And also, why is it only other Black immigrants that you have an issue for? Because see, listen, they don't turn away the Cubans. They don't turn away the people that come from other places. And it's more of those types of immigrants that are here in America that is taken away from your benefits than it is. They don't hardly they turn all the Haitians away. I know you know all this, Tariq. So that's my question.
Now, what issue do I have with the Caribbeans and the Africans? What issue do you think I have with them?
I mean, I don't know. What I'm saying is, why are you
Well, you
targeting
said it, man.
why are you targeting other Black groups when there are other immigrants that come to this country besides Black people? It seems as though
Targeting
it's
how?
calling us tethers and focusing your talking points around just other people that actually look like you that just happen to not have been born here. That's my question.
Right.
Right. So where's that
Right.
same energy for the other racial groups of people that come to the United States of America and get pushed up in front of everybody? Okay. What about
Do you
those
want
people?
me to answer, dear?
Yes, I do.
Do you want an answer?
Please.
You already know the answer. You know the answer. You already know the answer. The tethers are a people who do certain things. It's not just because you're an immigrant. We don't call people tethers just because they're immigrants. We call them tethers based on the actions they take against us. When you pop up looking like us, and then all of a sudden you get elevated to a certain position and start talking about, hey, guess what, guys? We don't need no reparations. We need to stop begging these white people. And then we're looking around like, who is this nigga? Where did he come from? And then all of a sudden we find out you're Caribbean. That means you're a tether and you're a problem. We don't need people like that misrepresenting us, do we? Ma'am?
No, I'm here. I've heard, I don't know necessarily that it's people from the Caribbean saying that. I've heard a lot of
Yeah, it
FBA
is.
people say that. I've heard your own people having that argument, but still,
Who?
many.
On a major? No. Who did you hear on a major level, on a major platform saying that? Because I'm not talking about just some goofy coons in little Twitter spaces. You get some people who are elevated to significant positions to talk about what we shouldn't get, and these people aren't even qualified to get reparations. And yes, that's a tether move, because we couldn't do that in Jamaica. I couldn't go to Jamaica and start telling Jamaicans what y'all can't get. They would stone me to death.
Well, I don't agree with that. For people that are not, that should have a voice for Foundation of Black Americans, I wholeheartedly disagree with that. So if that is the case, then it should be dealt with, and you guys have every right to stand on that platform and speak about it and push back against that. My only issue is that everybody's getting lumped in, and you know what I'm saying?
No, you're not. No, you're not. No. Everybody's not getting lumped in. This is why we designate some of our non-FBA riders from the tethers. We're making a distinction. Everybody who's an immigrant is not a tether. This is why we're saying that nigga over there who's talking about we shouldn't get this or that and they're not even qualified, that's a tether and he's a problem. If you are a non-FBA person and you ride with us, we ride with you. But there is a tether class that we cannot let undermine us. And we've been telling you guys for decades, why don't y'all deal with y'all coon class? Because see, we deal with our coons over here. We let people know who the coons are here. Our FBA coons like a Jesse Lee Peterson or a Larry Elder, we warn y'all before they even come in the room. We say, hey, look, there's a couple of goofy niggas. They about to come in talking crazy. Don't even trip. They're coons. None of us take them seriously. Y'all don't let us know who your tethers and coons are. You don't let us know who's going to come among us trying to undermine our movements. So we have to find out for ourselves. And when we start slashing and dashing, there might be some shrapnel getting hit on certain people. But that means y'all need to be letting us know who the Sambos are within your ranks so that we don't have to deal with them, because it gets ugly when we deal with them, because we're dealing with them now. We're not letting nobody come among us with that goofy ass shit no more, undermining everything we do. We're looking at everybody's paperwork and we're starting to see a lot of goofy stuff that's going down. Their paperwork is funny and don't nobody know where these folks are from. And then when we start looking into their background, we find out they're not even part of our lineage. And that's a significant thing when it comes to us trying to build something. You understand?
I understand everything that you're saying. All I'm going to say is have the same energy for other racial groups as well. Don't just target other Black.
Oh, we do.
That's it. That's all.
We're not targeting anybody. No, thank you, dear. Thank you. Okay, you're just saying the same thing. We're not targeting anybody. We're not targeting anybody. We're just getting some straightening. Nobody's being quote unquote targeted. Let's be very real, because y'all get on that. Y'all targeting us. Look, let me be real. Let me be real. Foundation of Black Americans don't be thinking about y'all. Let's stop with that. We targeting you. The Foundation of Black America, we don't sit around thinking about you. We really don't. We don't think about you. We're not sitting around talking about what some Haitians are doing. We're not sitting around talking about, damn, I wonder what them Jamaicans are doing. We don't. We really don't. But we don't want to start getting into political circles trying to handle business and getting stuff for our group. Then all of a sudden somebody runs up and they're sitting in our mix pretending to be us. And then the minute we start talking about getting some tangibles for us, they go and do something goofy to sabotage it. And then we're looking around like, who is this? Your man? Whose man is this? Who is this person? and don't nobody know who they are, and then we find out it's a damn tether. That's a problem, and we keep seeing that over and over again. Let me get my sister Cece, Miss Connie, in here. How are you, dear?
Hey, Tariq, how are you?
I'm good, dear. What's on your mind?
In response to the lady that just spoke, she irked me so badly. One, I just want to say, if she's still in the space, we have smoke for everyone, anyone that disrespects us. The problem with melanated immigrants is they cloak themselves in our identity. And like Tariq said, right, they start saying we. We're not the same ethnicity. A Japanese can't speak for a Chinese person. A Jamaican should not speak for a Black American. And further to the point, the melanated immigrants are a lot more dangerous because they're like Trojan horses. They come in, they smile in our faces, they hide their identities until, like Tariq said, they get on top. They start participating in white mediocrity, white supremacy, locking us out, only hiring their own, getting on television saying, huh?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and then one last couple of things. They get on television saying, when I win office, I'm getting rid of Black History Month. What? Right, crazy things. Then they straddle the ethnic fence. 1 minute they're us, they get with the white man, and they're like, "Oh, I am Jamaican. I'm better than them. We work harder." And the Africans, like, they all do that. So that woman, I think, like you said, she knows what the deal is. These people just get butt hurt. And my last thing is, go call out your people. Stop running up on our stages. You hold a space and talk to your people about their bad deeds. Thanks, Tariq.
There you go. Yeah, that's another thing. Y'all always y'all come among us talking about, oh, don't why are you so mean and you be targeting us? Nobody's targeting you, but y'all, the tethers be all up in clubhouse spaces talking greasy about us all the time. Y'all get in these Twitter spaces, get in these little rooms talking real greasy about us all the time. And nobody ever says nothing. Y'all never go into those rooms and say, hey, we need to stop talking about these FBAs. We need to chill out. Y'all don't do that. So yeah, we're getting some straightening because it's extremely disrespectful for any type of greasy talk coming from these people. It's very disrespectful. Especially when it was foundational Black Americans, and I keep reiterating this point, that helped get you up out of whatever third world you came from. Y'all sit up and act like y'all got over here because of white folks saw your hard work ethic. You understand? And let's be clear, all of these other different groups of people, they were able to come here because foundational Black Americans was stomping the yard to help them get over here, to get some of those laws. Every law that allows you to come over here, foundational Black Americans had to stomp the yard for that law. From top to bottom, going back to the 1800s. I'm talking about from the 14th Amendment to the immigration law in the early 1900s to the civil rights laws and the immigration laws in the late 60s. That's been us at the forefront of that. Not only that, hell, even some of your independence movements over in Africa in particular, that was us stomping the yard for that too. We were lighting the spark. We were helping to put in work. Over in Ethiopia, it was foundational Black Americans going over there to help out. And certain other independence movements. And with South Africa, foundational Black Americans were at the forefront of making noise about that, ending apartheid. We were stomping the yard heavy for a lot of people. So we just don't want any disrespect. We help out so many people, then they come over and start disrespecting. Who's this person? Who is Mimi? Who is this Mimi person? You're making a lot of hand gestures, Mimi. Is this some trolling you're gonna do? Because I don't think you can disagree with what I'm saying, Mimi. Hop on, Mimi.
I'm right here, but what do you went out of the United States of America? I'm not stingy.
We what?
I don't think we're stingy as Americans, but you talked about all the other continents. It's like you're no different than Biden. Do you want to send Ukraine some money?
What are you talking about,
I mean,
ma'am? Are
because
you
that's what you
on
just
fentanyl?
did, brother man.
What do you? Okay, first, ma'am, get your thoughts together
Well,
and
let
lay
me
off
ask
the
you
fentanyl.
something.
Hold on. No, Gladys. Get your thoughts together.
You gonna call me
Because
Gladys? I'm gonna call you Stevie Wonder.
Okay, that don't make any sense, Gladys. Now let's get your thoughts together. Now, what are you talking
At least
about? Let's
Gladys
start from
had the pimps. Stevie Wonder was out there, not even blind.
Okay, Bertrice. It's too early to be drinking.
Well, we're not going to do that. We're not
over.
going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how Stevie Wonder was able to get all those hits and that motherfucker not blind. You don't want to talk about the FBA now.
Ma'am, can your grandkids come
Don't
and get
call
your
me
bottles from you?
me. That's my handle. I call you Tariq. You
I
in your little
respect my
beaded
elders.
jacket. Let me find out that you're not even a U.S. citizen. If I don't have the time to do it, because I know you got your, I know, I see you, you big. But,
ma'am.
Well.
Bertrice, you're way too old to be using fentanyl. Who gave you some of that stepped on ass dope? Whoever your drug dealer is.
Listen, let me tell you something.
Ma'am, you got some leftover LSD from the 60s. Ma'am, how did you keep that LSD and keep it that potent for so long? You on old dope. You on angel dust. You on dope that they ain't even got no more.
You
got
so obedient. Where you get that curly hair from? With your
ma'am, where did you get the old dope from?
Tariq, I just noticed like crackhead.
Ma'am, you're on speed. What kind of old ass dope are you on, ma'am? You're not even on recent dope. Damn,
I just
Gladys.
noticed like crackhead children that got pretty hair.
Oh, okay, God, somebody get y'all grandmothers. Y'all get your grandmother. I had to let her go. Lord, what was she talking about? It's too early in the day to be that high. All right. Somebody get their granny off the pipe. Take granny to rehab or take her to a good church. All right. Lord, granny had a relapse. Oh, man. And she's the kind of person who be up in church giving testimonies. Back in the day, I was with a whole bunch of men's. And I was on all of the doobies and the narcotics until I found Jesus. So, girl, you need to find Jesus one more time. Okay. We don't need fentanyl grannies. Let's see who else we got. Let's get User Rubber. Okay. My dude's name is User Rubber. All right.
dig it? I'm on my way.
Where you going, Rootwork Jones?
There's some musty suckers on the streets. I got to go handle that. I got to split, baby. Can you dig it?
When you need to clean the stank off the streets, you don't call your mama. You call Rootwork Jones. Rootwork Jones is a stone-cold dude that keeps the stanky suckers shaking in their boots.
Listen up, chumps. I'm looking for Dolomus. Can you dig it?
Rootwork Jones is getting down to the nitty-gritty, taking on the mustiest sucker in the city.
Dolomust is my name, and staying good and musty is my game. Where is Rootwork Jones?
This is a super soul brother getting rid of the stank. And you can for sure take that to the bank.
Take that, you musty jive turkeys.
When Rootwork Jones is not dealing with drama, he finds time to deal with foxy mamas.
Why don't you come on over here and give me some of that root work, sugar?
Rootwork Jones. He's bold, he's bad, and he's keeping the suckers musty mad. Rootwork Jones coming to a theater near you. Go to rootworkstyle.com.
Boom. There it is. All right, what's going on, man? We're live. We are indeed live, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the building. Glad to have everybody in here. Y'all let everybody know that we are indeed live. Glad to have everybody in the building. Y'all come on in the room. All right. Let me shout out some of the family here. Let me make my quality very high so I can see myself in HD. Where are my moderators? Shout out to my mods in here. Happy Foundational Black American History Month, by the way. Happy Foundational Black American History Month. Where's my brother Wartox? There you are. Wartox, I need to holler at you about something, about a website, Wartox. Said I'm glowing. I feel like I'm glowing. I know. I feel like I'm glowing. Wartox, I need to holler at you. Remind me, Wartox, send me a message on the gram. I need to holler at you about a website. But shout out to Wartox. Shout out to Nikki the God. Shout out to Sister Ebony. I know y'all probably in here somewhere. Black Butterfly, what's up, beloved? Let me shout out some more of the family in here. I need to energize some of the family's energy in here. Well, love you too, Sandy. Jay Coleman, respect to Jay. God Locks Golden, respect to you. Shout out to, we got a lot of folks in here already. I love it. A lot of stuff we're going to cover on the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. All right, well, we got a lot of people coming in real fast. I like that. I like that. Again, y'all stay tuned for the Hidden Colors 6 trailer. That's coming soon. We're just putting some little pieces together, getting some things organized. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. Let me lotion my hands. Oh, man. Where are my people who follow me on TikTok? Boy, I was smashing Tethers today on TikTok. If y'all follow me on TikTok, I was on Tethers bumper today. I was in one of them moods. Oh, man. I woke up and I was just kind of scrolling TikTok. And, you know, they always have like these little whiny tether spaces about me. So today I just felt like I just went in different rooms, smashing down on tethers. Oh, I had them in an uproar. Oh, I was smashing down on them. I was embarrassing them. I just, you know, I was the tether slayer today. I was going in different rooms. I went in about 5-6 rooms, just smashing them. Because they just sitting in there whining about me all day, whining about us, whining about our lineage. I was sniping them real fast. They didn't know what, just several rooms. Yeah, it was several rooms. I was just on there swiping them. They were crying. Yeah, I go in, smack them up, and then leave, and then just let them whine some more. Because they can't do nothing. That's the great thing. I just like messing with them at this point. They can whine all day. That whining further helps us delineate. You understand? And let me tell you something. When I was smacking them up, the truth started coming out. Oh, the truth started coming out. It was one tether woman. Boy, she started going off on the whole lineage. You know, that's why you are slaves. You guys are slaves. The white man had to feed you. The white man beat you. You don't have a country. You don't have a homeland. I can go back to my homeland. They started, oh yeah, that's what I want. I want y'all to bring all that out. Stop playing. Stop dancing around it. Come up the middle. Just say what y'all been saying. All right? Just say what y'all been saying. Come up the middle. Spew your anti-FBA hate. And just say that. So we can further delineate. All right? Shout out to everybody in here. We got 14,000 people in here already. All right? Oh yeah, just let's stop playing. So I want y'all to understand. We're not at a stage now where we're gonna play games with tethers. Right now, we don't let them know. We've already delineated. Delineation is here. Delineation is here. They're gonna have to deal with it, whining about it. That's futile. Complaining, whining about me, that's not going to do anything. These people feel powerless and they're crashing out. They're making threats against us. And we've made a power move, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what we're talking about on the broadcast this evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about us delineating and why separating from the term African American is essential. We should have been separating from that term. This is why so many people are having a problem with our delineation. All right, we're going to drive that point home, ladies and gentlemen. That African American term was problematic for us. It didn't work for us, and we have to continue separating from that term. African American, that was a government assigned category. You understand? The government brought that to us. That was a top-down situation. Y'all feel me? The term African American they brought to us, 88, 89, Jesse Jackson, the Congressional Black Caucus, and the DNC. They brought that to us. That came from the top. And that came from the top for a very specific reason. It was meant to dilute who we are. And it was working for a long time. Because now everybody and their mama can come in and claim African American. But see, foundational Black American, that is a grassroots term. That term comes from the soil. Did not come from the top. It came from the soil. It came from the grassroots. And because it came from the grassroots and caught on, see, that's the thing. It caught on. It was a term that caught on and it shut down the tethering. See, African American, that was a state-sanctioned umbrella term to group all Black people in the U.S. as one group, regardless of origin. So if somebody just came over here yesterday, they were African American. A white person is technically an African American. Elon Musk is an African American. Charlize Theron is an African American. You understand? That's the reality. So, foundational Black American, that's fundamentally different. That's a self-defined lineage marker that's rooted in the descendants of U.S. slavery, descendants of slavery. It's an ethnogenesis term. And power begins when people name themselves, not when the state names them. When the state gives you a name, you become subjugated to the state. You name yourself, that's where the power comes in. Ethnogenesis matters, ladies and gentlemen. People try to always, and this only happens with us, they try to make us these generic Africans. Yes, Mandani is a damn African American. The mayor of New York, he listed himself as an African American. They know that's a weak term for us and an empowerment term for everybody else. That term works for everybody because they can leech off of our legacy. When we say foundational Black American, that cuts all that off. And that's what people have a problem with. No, y'all are African. No. We have African genetics, but we are a very unique, distinct ethnic group. We became a distinct people on this soil. We are not simply Africans who forgot their tribes. Over 400, 500 years, we've developed a unique dialect continuum. We have a kinship system formed under slavery and oppression here. We have a religious system, Black Christianity and hoodoo. We have cultural practices, music practices. That process is an ethnogenesis, ladies and gentlemen. That's how all modern ethnic groups form. So when people try to deny our ethnogenesis and they try to freeze us into a permanent origin myth, instead of recognizing us as a fully formed people, see, they try to undermine us, and we're just not letting that happen. So we define ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, and that's where the power is. You see? They tried this, well, your lineage is Africa. Your lineage, what you talking about lineage? Lineage. Our lineage goes to the beginning of this country, ladies and gentlemen. Almost every group on the planet got some kind of genealogy that goes to Africa. That doesn't make them African ethnically. Lineage, ladies and gentlemen, is about a continuous peoplehood. It ain't about no distant genetic origin. We as foundational Black Americans, we have cemeteries here in the U.S. that could date back to the 18 and 1700s with tombstones of our ancestors. We have that. That's not an ideology. That's not a mindset. That is a locked in stone reality. Do you understand? We have a documented continuity under the label Black or different variations of Black, Negro, colored, whatever, African American, whatever, which we're getting away from that term. So that continuity is unbroken. You understand? That's what makes us very unique. Some of these other groups who they try to get us to identify as, we can't say African. African has been remixed so much. We don't know what those tribes are over there. We're not connected with that. We're not connected with that. Those African nations have been remixed, recarved, recolonized over and over. People have been moved around. So there is no cultural continuity over there like that. That's not being mean. We're just talking historic facts here. You see? And that umbrella label, ladies and gentlemen, that enables a lot of resource capture by a lot of non-FBAs. See, when you use the term African American, and that includes everybody Black, see, then we get into reparations, that we get that in Cobra shit. Well, everybody's supposed to get reparations, everybody got treated wrong. No. If that happens, the reparations that's a done deal. Reparations is cooked. If we sit here and let everybody lay claim to it, we're done. They did that with affirmative action and minority benefits. They sit around waiting on us to get all the bumps and bruises and the punches and the kicks so that everybody else can come along and capitalize off of the resources from that. We ain't doing that game no more. We're not playing that game no more. Now, delineation is not about exclusion, it's about eligibility clarity. Delineation is not about hate. See how they always try to frame delineation with, you hate Africa, nigga? Why do you hate the motherland? That's a projection. That's a shaming tactic. You understand? That's a shaming tactic to try to stop us from recognizing our unique lineage. Yeah, affirmative action, yeah, we got finessed out of that. That was supposed to be corrective action for us. You see? And understand something. Foundational Black American delineation, that's a direct threat to white supremacy. That's why it's attacked. You understand? See, the white supremacists, see, they benefit when Black Americans are vague, divided, unable to claim specific historic injury. See, if we're just mixed in with everybody, that muddies the claims. So we start talking about reparations and then some non-FBA gets out here as a spokesperson for reparations. They're going to do what they did with Byron Donalds. Remember what they did, the right-wingers? They said, well, Byron Donalds, you're talking about racism. Hey, you're not even from here. You're not a foundational Black American, Byron Donalds. Yeah? See, that's why it's important for us to delineate, ladies and gentlemen. You see, a lineage-based claim, it forces accountability, ladies and gentlemen. Who was enslaved? Who built the country? Who is owed repair? People who just got here, you're not owed repair from slavery, especially when you were a part of the group who was selling. See, we got to watch them with that double dipping shit. We got to watch that double dipping. You go over there to Africa and they got these slave castles and slave dungeons that they're still making money off of, charging us extra money to go over there. You understand? And then you want to come over here. I was victimized too. I need reparative justice, nigga. No. We're not doing that. Oh, we're not doing that. And listen, no other group is required or forced to collapse their identity this way. Well, Irish Americans, they're not told, well, they're all just still Europeans. Jewish people, they're not told they got to identify as Middle Eastern nationals. You know? We're the only group that's pressured to disappear into a continent-wide abstraction. That's not them trying to be unified. That's erasure. Let's be very clear. We better understand erasure when we see it under the package of fake unity. Listen, the foundation of Black American experience, that's the moral foundation of American democracy. Slavery, Jim Crow, Reconstruction, civil rights. These are not Black immigrant histories. These are foundation of Black American histories, and they shape constitutional amendments, labor laws, voting rights, cultural norms. We had to suffer all that. That's why, I hate when tethers be like, well, Caribbeans, with the civil rights movement, 4 people. There were like 4 people, that's it. We were the ones being martyred with the civil rights movement. We were being martyred in the civil rights movement. You see? That was happening to us. So yeah, we're not going to let people get into the stolen valor thing. We're stopping that, and these people feel a certain way about it. And understand, delineation is, we're being defensive to a certain degree. We're not being hostile. This is a reaction to everybody else. Everybody else is delineated from us. Let's be very clear. These people know that we are a distinct ethnic group because they use pejorative terms against us. These people use terms like Akata, Jareer, Abids. The Caribbeans say, you Yanks, stay away from the Yanks, stay away from the Akata, stay away from the Abids, stay away from the Jareers. So they are already delineated and use pejorative terms to describe our lineage. And they've been doing it for decades. You understand? And then lie about it. That's another thing about that. They'll lie about Akata. Not only will they not take accountability and check the people who use these derogatory terms, they sit up here and make excuses. Well, Akata is not a bad word, nigga. It just means they were talking about the Black Panthers, so they were paying homage to Black American. Stop. I've heard Tethers say this, man. The term Akata has always been used as a negative pejorative term against us. It's always stay away from the Akatas. Don't be like the Akatas. Oh, that dirty Akata girl. Oh, that ghetto Akata. It's always negative. And they lie about it to this day, ladies and gentlemen. That's why delineate. That's why we got to delineate. I'm going to talk about academics in a minute. I heard that academics thing. I'm going to get on academics in a minute. Speaking of Tether, I'll get on him in a minute. But like I said, listen, you can't repair what you refuse to name. You know what I'm saying? We got to get repair, and we got to heal. So we got to name who needs the healing. African American, that term is too broad. We can't use that term. That term is garbage. We got to throw it away. Most of us have thrown it away. That's good. We got to keep throwing it away. That term undermines us. We got to get as far away as we can from the term African American so that we can heal, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? Because look, power comes from those who name you. You see, when we get these outside people naming us, they have power. When you name yourself, you generate your own power. See, government created labels. Those are meant to be managed. You know, they label you so they can track you, regulate you, dilute you, reclassify you when they feel like it. So this is why there's so much pushback, man. We made a power move designating ourselves, and now they're trying to catch up. You understand? And when we talk about Foundation of Black American, that's a grassroots term. Grassroots language can't be co-opted so easily. See, governments and corporations, they love terms that they could rebrand, market, hollow out, and all that. They can't really do that with Foundation of Black American because it has clear boundaries. It has historic criteria. It emerged outside of their control. So that's why you see resistance, mockery. They're deliberately trying to distort it. You see? Because if they created it, they could control it. That's why when tethers be like, the FBA, that's the government, the CIA created them. Stop. If the CIA and the FBI created our lineage designation, these alphabet agencies wouldn't be fighting so hard to undermine it. Yeah? Yeah, they wouldn't be, you wouldn't be fighting so hard to undermine it. And the Democrat shills and all these people, if they created it. Do we have tethers in here? We got some shout out to the tethers if we got tethers in here. Respect. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to the tethers in here. But self-definition, see, that breaks the dependency cycle, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? So we're not dependent on people who name us. They name us and they get to determine who's who. And no. We, as a unified front, as a grassroots entity, we defined ourselves and define who we are and who we're not and who's not us. So now when people come around us cosplaying, the grassroots is getting them up out of here. And pushback proves the power of it. Nobody fights harmless labels. That aggressive reaction to Foundation of Black American, that proves that it clarifies claim, it exposes contradiction, it disrupts all of the delusions. If it were weak, it would be ignored. The fact that you got people online just 24 hours a day just whining about it, political operatives whining about it, that shows that it shifted the conversation out of institutional control, and that's real power. So understand, it's Foundation of Black American is a very powerful term. It's self-authored, it's lineage-based, historically grounded. Logically, it makes sense. It's tether-proof. Folks can't latch on to it. And it's hard to infiltrate. And the name of the game with us, with Black Americans, is all about infiltrating us. That's what the COINTELPRO program was about. It was all about sending operatives in our circles to infiltrate. Now that this delineation is coming up from a grassroots perspective, anybody who comes around, we're asking questions. We're asking questions about things. We're asking questions about who they are. Who are you? Where are you from? Where are your parents from? So if something looks strange, we're calling it out at this point. And they don't like that, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to everybody in here. We're in here deep, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're talking about something on and listen, Foundation of Black American delineation, it's embedded into political identity. Politics don't reverse. Listen, politicians, government agencies, data collectors, policy discussions, now the people are acknowledging Foundation of Black Americans as a distinct group. People are going to political rallies, city council meetings, and getting on the record specifying their Foundation of Black American lineage. It is a thing, ladies and gentlemen. And once a identity becomes politically recognized, especially in the context of reparations, resource allocations, census categories, voting patterns, political organizing, it can't be undone. See, yeah, an identity, that's one of the hardest things to reverse once it's set in motion. And right now, the grassroots, they're too energized. Everybody's too unified and too informed for outsiders to come in and try to derail the delineation movement. The delineation movement is not a top-down movement. It's bottom-up. It's from the grassroots. And understand, man, many bottoms-up grassroots movements are damn near historically bulletproof. You got activists, personalities, scholars, lawyers, genealogists, community organizers, everyday citizens talking lineage language. When millions of everyday people internalize a truth, that truth becomes cultural law. Let me say that one more time. When millions of everyday people internalize a truth like foundational Black American lineage, that's a truth, that truth has become cultural law. And at that point, opposition becomes futile. See, us recognizing our foundational Black American lineage, that is a cultural law, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to understand that. When people agree on what the lineage is, millions of people do it, and it's in the culture now. Outsiders look dumb trying to argue against it. See, you know why? Let me tell why some of the tether class and the Pan-Africans, the Pan-African artists, why you're pulling your hair out right now and you're stressing yourselves out and you're whining and crying and losing sleep over the delineation movement. See, you can't stop the movement because nobody seeks your damn approval. That's the thing. Foundational Black Americans made y'all completely irrelevant. That's your problem. See, a movement can only derail, and it's only derailable when it needs approval or acceptance of others. Nobody gives a shit about y'all. See, foundational Black American delineation is built on self-recognition, self-definition, internal consensus, and foundational Black Americans are really no longer trying to fit into Pan-African categories. You're not trying to be accepted by immigrant groups. You're not trying to justify our identity to outsiders. You're damn sure not trying to get approval from Pan-Africans. Once a group stops caring about outside validation, outside opposition loses all power. That's why these people are stressing. They have no power. That's why they just yelling and screaming all the time. You FBA, you're African. You're an immigrant too, like me. No, we're not. Now go get your ass up out of here. Not only do we not need your approval, get the fuck away from us. That's the attitude, and that's what's killing people. We don't really want you around, to be honest. If you ain't gonna show respect, get your mustache on somewhere. What, nigga? What is this shit? That's what we are. That's how much we don't give a damn. They don't like that. People hate that we just don't give a shit about them, their opinions, nothing. We don't care. Yeah? They feel powerless. Get on somewhere. We don't want to hear what you have to say. You're dismissed. That's the thing that's hurting them. Because, yeah, your identity was contingent upon you leeching off of us. So if you're not going to come in with respect, we don't want to hear what you got to say. And they don't like that. We are calling the damn shots. We're setting the cultural law. Yeah? We're not, you're not going to Africanize us. No, we don't want to do no disrespect to Africa. You're not going to Africanize us. We're not continental Africans. We are foundational Black Americans, so we respect our culture. You will do the same, or you won't get the hell up out of here. You just don't come around. We're not forced to sit here and hear your horse shit. So yeah, all they try to do now is just come around with shaming tactics. So yeah, you can't reverse something that's now generational, is documented, it's institutionally embraced. The children now are being raised with lineage clarity. Schools are now using lineage terminology. Museums are documenting foundational Black American heritage. Books, films, media outlets are naming the lineage plainly. Okay? It's being archived. Yeah? The genie is out of the damn bottle. Ethnic clarity cannot be reversed. All right? Oh, do we have any trolls? Well, we got trolls in the room. All right. Let me see. Let's say, what if you delineate? Well, what's up, boy? Okay, this is one of the Bussy brothers. Hold on. This look like this one of the Bussy brothers.
What's good?
What's going on, man? What's happening? Were you Haitian?
I am Haitian. Yeah, I'm Haitian.
There you go. Were you in Miami or New York?
From New York, Miami living. Everything.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Now hop on camera and talk to us, brother. Don't hide. Hop on camera.
Let's do it.
Yes, no. Hop on there. Don't have your bussy out or nothing like that. But hop on. Let's talk. There you go.
Good?
What's going on?
What's on your mind? And I think you're right. We should delineate.
Yeah.
We should delineate. How much is that deodorant?
Do you have now? You're Haitian. What scent do you like?
What you got?
You got
cocoa. You got coconut butter. You got vanilla.
Right.
What else is there? What else is there?
Now your level of musk, you might have to get the new one. You might have to get the Majora Magic. I think that'll work on you.
Interesting.
Right. Now
you ever been to Haiti? You ever been to Haiti?
I have been to Haiti.
I know you've been to Haiti. You did the whole documentary, right?
Yes, I did. 1804. One of my favorite films that I did.
Great stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know the Constitution, right? We black.
Mm-hmm.
Black. Like that. Black.
Mm-hmm.
Black. Sometimes we yellow too.
Right.
Yeah.
Now you said, now what if you delineate? But y'all delineated. You're Haitian. Y'all delineated. You acknowledge your Haitian ancestry.
Who's paying you?
For what?
Who's paying you?
For what? Paying me for what?
One of them alphabet boys, right?
Paying me for what?
Who's paying you? Come on.
Okay, I'm asking you. Saying lying over and over just means you are lying tether. So you don't want to do that. Don't be a stereotype.
Who's paying you?
For what? Who's paying for what?
Who's paying you? The people want to know.
Paying for what?
The people want to know who's paying you.
And the fact that you can't say for what shows that you are running out of material, sir.
You want that government contract, don't you?
For what?
You want that government contract. Tell your people.
You're not important enough to be paid to do
What's your
anything.
lineage, though? I just came across you like a few months ago.
But you're not
what's your
important,
lineage?
sir.
What's your lineage?
You're not important enough to be paid.
I'm a foundational Black Caribbean. Now I want to know your lineage.
Yeah. He's doing the 4 T's. Okay. Do you think you whining, lining, and trolling, is that going to stop delineation?
What's trolling?
Yeah, you just asking dumb questions and projecting.
I mean, we're all going to be together. Like you don't even have.
No. You know, don't talk over me. We don't hear you. Listen, do you think trolling and just sitting up here lying and fantasizing about somebody being paid for whatever reason, because you don't have anything to be paid? Nobody can hear you, sir. See, this is how these tethers, y'all hate the fact that you ain't running nothing. You don't control nothing. You're up here running your mouth and nobody can hear you. We're running this, sir. You see, you're up here talking. The people can't even hear you. You're not running anything, sir. You came up here to try to say some. Yeah, you're not running anything. So do you feel upset because you don't control nothing?
I'm feeling marvelous.
You probably don't. You know, I don't think so.
What do
You're not controlling
you
anything.
control?
You don't. I'm controlling you. See how I muted you? I control you.
I mean, that's the extent.
I control you, and the delineation movement controls your tethering, sir. And is that the thing that's making you upset? And you're up here trying to act like somebody has to be paid to delineate away from you? Nobody has to. No, you can't. You up here just saying random stuff. That doesn't change our lineage, sir.
It's not about.
Yeah, you're just saying shit out of frustration. Now, sir, are you frustrated because you don't run nothing over here?
It's not about the deodorant.
Are you upset because you can't leech off of us?
Nah, I don't know. Why would I leech off of black people?
Yeah, because you ain't got nothing.
Leech off of black people?
Off foundational black, you ain't got nothing.
No, listen.
You what?
We got to siphon from the real system. You
just over. Are you upset because you're trying to be passive aggressive because you can't leech off of us? Is that what the problem is?
Nah, leech. What is there to leech off of?
Yeah, everything. You sitting here with your hat on backwards, looking like us, acting like us.
Oh, doing the hippity hoppity stuff, right?
Yeah, doing the hippity hoppity stuff.
Oh, the hippity hoppity. Yeah, the hippity.
You over here looking and acting like us. Yeah.
The hippity hoppity.
In our homeland that we built, that you had to flee to.
You know how many doppelgangers you got in Haiti? You know how many doppelgangers you got in Congo?
No, I don't. We don't have any
doppelgangers you got in Brazil.
We don't. Yeah, you're not us, sir. You're from a different lineage, and that's okay.
Like they not like us. So what's your lineage though? Not dead ass. What's your lineage?
Not fleeing. That's not fleeing like you.
I think you fled too. You fled. You fled to Samana.
That's a projection, sir.
You fled to Samana. I know about you. You fled.
What the hell is that?
You fled to the Dominican Republic. You fled to Samana.
What the hell are you talking about?
You fled from the south to the north. That great migration. Listen, you fled, man. You let them people make y'all flee. Y'all fled.
South to the north?
Yeah,
I was just
south to the north.
My family still lives in the south. What are you talking about?
Y'all fled. Y'all fled Chicago, Detroit, New York. Y'all fled.
No, we didn't. It's called our country. This is our country.
Y'all fled. We got to take it back. We got to take it back from them, man. We're here to help y'all.
No, sir.
We're here to help y'all. We're here to help y'all.
Sir, we didn't abandon our homeland. You abandoned your homeland.
The YTs.
Sir, you're tether babbling. You don't really have an argument, sir. See, family, this is how great delineation is. They don't have an argument. So all they call up and do is abandon your homeland.
Family, they don't understand. When we say flee, we're talking about leaving your homeland to go to a foreign nation where you don't have citizenship, where you got to beg for citizenship. Relocating, moving from the south to the north, to the north to the west, to the west to the east, that's not fleeing, that's relocating in your homeland. They don't get that. Well, they do, but they're chasing, they're thirsty, they're reaching. Like, yeah, if somebody left from one part of Jamaica to another part of Jamaica, we won't call that fleeing. One part of North Nigeria to West Nigeria, that's not fleeing. Leaving Nigeria completely, leaving Jamaica completely to live somewhere else with better opportunities, that's fleeing. And unwilling to build your homeland up to make that successful, that's fleeing. We can't, we made our homeland successful. So we want to take advantage of success all throughout our nation. That's called taking advantage of things we built. These guys are too. Oh my God.
YT.
Sir, you're tether babbling. You don't really have an argument, sir. See, family, this is how great delineation is. They don't have an argument. So all they call up and do is tether babble. You don't have an argument. You're just trying to babble for relevance. You're just babbling, trying to be relevant. Okay, enough of this tether. Family, this is why delineation is a great thing. They don't really have an argument. You're just saying shit. They don't have an argument. Nothing is ever logical. They just get up here lying, babbling, and who paid you, nigga? Who paid? You fled too. You went to Chicago. You're just saying shit. The delineation movement has these people babbling out of their damn minds. This has made these folks lose their minds, ladies and gentlemen. They can't refute anything. So what they do, the name of the game, family, is for them to try to come around us to center themselves with babbling, because delineation leaves them in the dust. And I say, you're trying to be like us. How? Hey, you're sitting here looking like us, dressing like us. You're not dressing like the people in your homeland. Yeah. And the fact that we're owning our culture, now you have to acknowledge you're acting like us. That's the thing that's whooping his ass. We all black. No, you're acting like a foundational black American. You're trying to have our swag, sir. You understand? That's why I'm giving them just so much attention. When they are just clearly trying to get attention, I'm using them as a case study. The name of the game is to not give these people the attention that they crave. Because a lot of them, let me tell y'all something about babbling tethers, especially the Pan-African artist and the tether class. A lot of these people, family, they are contrary for content. A lot of these people are contrary for clicks. A lot of these people are contrary for clout chasing. You understand? And it's really rooted in jealousy, especially jealousy of me. They're jealous of us in general, but boy, when they always whining about me, that's out of jealousy. I want y'all to understand something. See, the tether class, especially when they always try to bring my name up, where the FBA was Tariq. See, these people, number one, they're jealous that I have influence that they can't manufacture. A lot of the Pan-African artists, they spend years trying to build platforms. And me, I just come along and organically move the culture, move trends, move language, move political conversations without institutions, without sponsors. And that level of organic influence, that breeds a lot of jealousy. So they'll try to fixate on me so they can basically try to ride my name to relevance, because they see my name is in the algorithms. So they need my name for online traffic. Also, your lineage, family, your lineage, everybody's talking about it. Foundational Black American and FBA, that's in all the algorithms. And they've realized, okay, we talk about foundational Black Americans, we can get clicks, we can get a little money. Yeah, there's like, what, 1,400 people here now, live. But they understand. Y'all see all these FBA spaces? They start talking about foundational Black Americans, they know that's going to get some clicks. You look on YouTube, all the channels using foundational Black American. There's people trying to get clicks, trying to get views. You understand? FBA discourse, that's one of the biggest Black topics online. And the tethers and the Pan-African artists, they depend on that algorithm boost. So they're farming for engagement. Notice when they ain't talking about foundational Black Americans, their videos don't get no clicks. Don't nobody want to hear what they got to say. They have to talk about foundational Black Americans in order to eat. So they get into this bad faith contrarianism. That's their branding strategy. These tethers and Pan-African artists don't have no organic content. They ain't got no original ideas. So their brand is basically whatever foundational Black Americans say, they're going to oppose it. You know, that's just them desperate for attention. You know, they're just being contrary just to be contrary. So whatever foundational Black Americans say, they're just going to be contrary. That's their whole brand. That's engagement farming. You know? And these tethers and Pan-African artists, they know that me, I'm a cultural barometer. So they think attacking me makes them feel relevant. You don't attack irrelevant people. And people they start using my name trying to clout chase because, you know, I'm in the center of a lot of cultural conversations. And a lot of these people, they are frustrated that their Pan-African projects never produce no damn results. Let's be real. For decades, these Pan-African artists, they promise unity, nation building, Akon City, African diasporic coalitions. Yeah, but it all remains theoretical, symbolic, and performative. These people don't have nothing. They ain't produced shit. You want to be real? And hell, me alone, I done produced best-selling films. We got a damn museum out here. We even got rallies popping with thousands of people showing up, conferences with thousands of people showing up, best-selling books, the whole tangible outputs. So productivity sometimes, that triggers envy. Yeah? Come on now. Us looking at our lineage and people getting on the lineage wave, you know, that makes them feel like their whole Pan-African shit is just completely obsolete. Because see, Pan-Africanism is built on the idea that all black people are just one big group. And foundational Black American delineation, that shows that lineage, history, and political differences, that shows the cracks in the Pan-African cosplay. So the thing is, their obsession with our lineage, that shows that they need foundational Black American culture to survive online. Yeah, most of these people, they can't go viral unless they attach themselves to foundational Black American conversations. They don't create no waves. They cling to the waves that foundational Black Americans create. And if they ain't talking about me or they ain't talking about our lineage, if they ain't talking about foundational Black Americans, their whole content crashes. They don't get no clicks and views. Yeah, I raised $1 million in a month. When I did that, boy, ooh, everybody, those tethers lost their minds. When I raised $1 million in a month, when that's when they start sending them feds on my ass. All them feds start showing up at the museum. Boy, it was Fed City. The feds filing frivolous lawsuits. But right when I got the museum, when I raised that money, they said, oh, shit. Uh-oh. When they saw that, because that's powerful to raise $1 million in a month. Yeah, that set a whole standard. They looked at that as dangerous. Family, I'm telling you, the alphabet people, when they saw me raise $1 million in a month, they looked at that as extremely dangerous. And all the tether class and the Pan-Africans, oh, that really chapped their ass. And most of them are on the take anyway by these alphabet people. Yeah. See, a lot of these people trying to get clout online who are Pan-African artists and tethers, they're very envious that the foundational Black American grassroots, they trust me more than they trust any of these Pan-African figures. The grassroots actually show up for me, while these Pan-African artists, they spend years trying to build up something and nobody rocks with them. People are not dumb. See, they try to insult the audience. Y'all are brain dead. Y'all is brain dead. Y'all ain't trying to follow me. How y'all follow listening to Tariq? Y'all ain't gonna listen to me. I'm trying to build a satellite solar powered city in Uganda. Y'all need to see my vision. Okay, and ain't nobody trying to rock with you. And they mad because people ain't rocking with that shit. Y'all have had decades to get the solar powered city in Angola somewhere. And ain't nobody on board. People are cool on that. People are cool on that. They can't, these Pan-African artists and tethers, you can't get no loyalty, nothing. And they see the kind of respect that I get without corporate sponsors or nothing. When I get thousands of people to show up somewhere multiple times, I can get thousands of people to show up to a movie theater, thousands of people to show up to DC, thousands of people to show up to a conference. Yeah? Because y'all don't understand, people like results. I'm a result person. I like to help people get results. I want to talk to people about results. I talk from a military science standpoint. I want to see people win. I don't come in the room selling pipe dreams and all that old bullshit. I'm going to tell you the real deal. I'm going to keep it 100, good, bad, or the ugly, and people can respect that. So that's why when I see saw the tethers doing what they're doing, I'm checking the tethers. I'm not going to sit here and go along to get along. If it's going to lose a couple of dollars or whatever, that's fine. I ain't here for the money. I'm here for the truth. Because if I just wanted to get some paper, I'd just sit up here and play the kumbaya role. You understand? And just be like, I'm going to ignore all the fuck shit y'all doing so that people around the world can buy my movies. Because my movies sell around the world. It's no big deal. But what people are not going to do, I'm not going to keep quiet about folks coming over here specifically undermining people of my lineage. I ain't going to be quiet about that because I sell films around the world. I'm not, no. We're not going to do that. Yeah, it ain't that serious to me. It's going to be some respect on this end. You know, it's going to be some respect. You know? That's what it is. Who is this? Rebel Cats. Rebel Cats, hop on in. Ask me your questions. Rebel Cat, hop on in. Rebel Cat, yeah, if you say something, you need to hop on in with it. Yeah, don't be saying stuff in the comment section. You got to stand up on it. Yeah, Spike Lee is FBA. Yeah, Spike Lee is FBA. Yeah. Yes, but the tether class, they get very upset when they see people like me get results done, because then that makes them look obsolete. Just the fact that we get results over here, that makes these plebiscite babblers look completely obsolete. And they're upset because I can bring together different classes of Black people, the street culture, the intellectuals, the artists, the entrepreneurs, the grassroots activists. You know, these Pan-African groups, they can really they can mobilize think piece communities, but that's a shrinking audience. And they resent the fact that my reach, it cuts across age, class, lifestyle lines. See, that's where a lot of that jealousy comes from. You know? And these people, they keep trying to attack our lineage because that's the #1 cultural topic right now. The Foundation of Black American Delineation movement, it's not a niche at all. It's not a niche. Right now, this is the biggest Black social movement going on right now. The delineation movement, the Foundation of Black American Delineation Renaissance, because it's a renaissance, family. This is a renaissance. This is a renaissance. And the Pan-African influencers, man, they try to exploit that visibility so they can stay relevant in these digital places. Yeah. So these people are just trying to clout chase because they ain't got nothing going. They're trying to clout chase off of our lineage. Yeah. Man. All right, let me get some folks in here. Let me get a couple of folks in here. Yeah, while I'm talking. Who's that? Angela. What's up, Angela?
Hey, Tariq. This is Miss Angela from X. You know, the one in Ohio. I'll be up here giving the YT supremacists the business.
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm glad you're doing good, and I hope your holidays was good. I got 2 quick little points to make, Tariq, real quick.
Yes.
My first point, are you Africans and you YT supremacists? Stop calling us African Americans. We done told you 10 years that we are not that anymore. We want to be classified as foundational Black Americans. At this point now, it's becoming disrespectful. Every time you say it, I get sick to my stomach. I done told every office, all my doctor's offices, do not refer to me as African American. You Africans want us to be with y'all so bad, but you ain't sent one boat over here. You ain't sent a goddamn rollerblade, a car, nothing. So stop acting like we your cousins. We not related. We not the same. Stop that shit. Second of all, Tariq done told y'all 50,000 times he is not the leader of a lineage. And we know why you're doing it. You're sending whistles because you know what happens to our leaders. Well, let me make one thing fucking clear with y'all right now. You let one hair get touched on Tariq's head, my brother, and you ain't seen turn up. You think you seen this country turn up George Floyd? Baby, you ain't seen burnt down. We will tear this fucking country up about Tariq. So stop saying that shit. Okay, period, point blank, and that's it, and I'm gonna land my plane. And I love all of y'all, love, peace, and reparations to my FBA family. And like I said, we are not African Americans. We are foundational Black Americans. Respect it or reject it or get the hell out of our face, period.
Respect to that sister. Respect to that beautiful sister right there. Yes, indeed. Man. Respect to the family. Man. Yeah, people, look, at this point, people know what the lineage is. They know they're deliberately trying to be disrespectful at this point. Look, the Tethers, they're not dumb. They're not dumb. I want y'all to understand something. Ain't nobody dumb at this point. They're not dumb. They know exactly what the definition of a foundational Black American is. They know I ain't the leader. They know that. They know that it's a lineage and you cannot be the leader of no damn lineage. They know that. So what they're trying to do is just undermine our entire lineage because they never respected it in the first place. Again, our lineage is something for them to exploit. It's always been something for them to exploit. Always. It was something for them to come over here and leech off of to show disrespect. And the fact that we are calling them out on that, and we are controlling the narrative, and we're controlling what we're going to be called and what we identify as, and we've created a boundary, these people don't have no control. So they want to come in our spaces and basically, well, I call it wiping your ass on the curtains. You're like, you walk in somebody's house, you ain't bringing nothing, and the sole purpose is to come in to just vandalize. You want to come in and vandalize. It's like, okay, if I can't leech off of it, I want to sully it. I want to dirty it up. Okay, so now that I can't come in and cosplay off you guys and leech off of you, I'm going to come in and I'm going to just say some bullshit, which is the in a white ass on somebody's curtains. Yeah. Fuck your couch, fuck your curtain, nigga, and then just leave. That's what they do. They come in our rooms, they try to pretend to, that's where the 4 T's come from, tiptoeing and twist, troll, and tap out. They try to pretend they're talking in good faith, but you let them keep talking, then they just crash out. Well, fuck y'all, y'all stupid, I don't like y'all, y'all slaves. Yeah, you're just trying to come in and wipe your ass on the curtains. All right, just to show disrespect as a form of control. Like, yeah, I'm in control because I went up in their spaces and I just crapped on everybody. So yeah, I feel like I'm in control. You know, that's a control mechanism or a false control mechanism. You see, they think they have the illusion of control because they can't really do anything now. I mean, we've delineated. We're recognizing our foundational Black American lineage and shit. Nothing can be done about it. Ain't no leader. You can talk about me until you can Tariq Nasheed hate until you blue in the damn face. That don't work. That's not going to do anything. That's not going to make people not recognize their lineage. Yeah? They're not going to stop recognizing their foundational Black American lineage. Well, let me see. Let's see who we got. Let me see. Y'all want to raise those hands and let me know y'all want to get in here? Y'all want to raise those hands? Let's get Judy. I'm gonna just get random people in here. B1 Business, Judy, B1 Business. Who else? I'm just gonna get random people I see in the queue. Darius, hop on. Who we got? I'm just getting random people in here. Safete something. Excuse me. B1 Business. B1 Business. Okay, B1 Business ain't saying nothing. All right. Okay, let's get come on now. And y'all hit those hearts, by the way. Everybody hit those hearts. Hit those hearts, ladies and gentlemen. Hit those hearts. Hit those hearts. Let's get T-Girl in the building. All right, people in the comment section, if you want to get on, just put your hands up now. Put a hand up so I can get you up. Let's do it like that. If you want to get on, raise your hand. What's up, Tierra Dynamite? And by the way, y'all come to the Hidden History Museum. We got an event Saturday, December 20th. Saturday, December 20th, we got the Hidden History Holiday Awake. We can't have these awakened people on no damn plantation, so we need to have y'all way over there. Y'all go out there to Indian territory. Yeah, we got some land. Y'all just go. Just get out of Florida. Leave us alone. We ain't gonna mess with you. And what do? They went out to Florida. They went out to Oklahoma and started founding all of these different towns. Oklahoma has the most black-founded towns in the United States. Most black-founded towns are in Oklahoma. Because that was where they sent those warriors, those black Seminoles, that black Seminole spirit. That's why Tulsa, Oklahoma was such a successful place. And then they had to get their lick back by dropping a bomb on it. Because remember, the Tulsa race riot and the first day, those black people were beating the brakes off them white supremacists. They couldn't beat them on a ground war. That's why Malcolm and Elijah Muhammad would say that. They said the big war with the white supremacists is going to be in the air. They cannot fight a ground war. It has to be in the air. They got to drop bombs and do all types of space shit to people now. At this point, they can't fight a ground war because you have to have courage to fight a ground war. And by definition, the white supremacists are cowards inherently. So they can't fight a ground war. You see? Yeah, we're different. Oh yeah, they got to do space shit at this point. You know, they got to use satellites and drones and all that stuff at this point. They can't fight a ground war. You know? Oh yeah. It's heavy. Oh man. Let me see who we got. Yeah, they learned that in Vietnam. And yeah, Vietnam, yeah, Ho Chi Minh, and they were learning the game from us. Remember the president of Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh, his ass is up in Harlem. Yeah, he came to Harlem and got some of the game from us. Ho Chi Minh, he went to Harlem. He was living in Harlem for a minute, around foundational black Americans, soaking up the game from us, studying us, seeing how we resisted and seeing our get down. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, we put the battery in a lot of people's backs. Yeah, a lot of folks don't know that. Yeah, people get around us and then they start getting that spirit too. Yeah, we're the blueprint, man. I'm telling you. We're gonna recognize that. I ain't about to dilute our wonderful ass foundational black Americans and then crush them into just being generic Africans. No. We don't do that. We don't do that. We don't do that. We are exceptional, like our brother Claude Anderson has been trying to tell us for decades. Foundational black Americans are exceptional people. Just because some of these folks don't like it, that don't change it. Just like that, going back to the mustache mammy who called up earlier, when I start talking about some of the great foundational Black Americans and their achievements, oh no, those were African Americans. No, that's a way for you to try to leech on to them. No, because they didn't call themselves African American. They were Black Americans who were foundational. The adjective is there whether you acknowledge it or not. Foundational is an adjective that describes what type of Black American you are. So the adjective is already there, whether you acknowledge the adjective or not. You understand? Man, we got to understand how phenomenal foundational Black Americans are and exceptional. And we're recognizing that, and we're not letting people come around us and talk crazy. That's just the new norm. All right? Let me see. Let's get Babalu. Babalu Aye.
Hey, what's good, brother? I didn't think I was gonna get picked first.
Oh yeah. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right.
Hop on camera. There you go.
Yeah, I just hopped on camera. He don't want to take his ass to bed.
What's up, young man? What's up, player? How old is big boy? How old is he?
He is 8 months.
Oh, big boy. He chilling. Now, what city y'all in?
We're in Houston.
Okay. Well, now, where y'all from originally?
Well, I'm in Houston. My people from Virginia. I got the Babalu. Yeah, I got that name from Bobby Hemmett.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm one of them Bobby Hemmites.
Oh yeah, Bobby Hemmitt's the truth, man. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, but you know one thing about with the African situation, I think they really hurt because like if Black people as a globe came together in like Voltron type situation, we'll be the head.
Yep.
So by us delineating that, one thing is the grift got to stop, and then they feel like disconnected. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, Erica. Hold on, dear. Hold on. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, they'll feel like, you know what I'm saying, we dissing them, but really we getting them in check because we the head. If we were to come together like Voltron, we'll be the head. And they don't like to be put in check, and that's what really need to happen.
Absolutely. My man.
Well, and that's all I had to really add to the situation, but appreciate you, man, for letting me up.
Thank you, brother. Okay, Erica, what's going on? Erica. Oh, well, Erica had some crazy ass picture up. Okay. Erica, what the hell was that? Okay, you making weird sounds. You all right over there, Erica? Did somebody sell you a bag of stepped on narcotics? What happened? Okay. She was looking and sounding crazy. Okay. All right, Erica. Let us know if you need some help. If somebody needs to come get you, we need to call you an Uber. If you need to get picked up from the trap house, something going on. All right, let's get Soul Food in here. Soul Food in the building. Mr. Soul Food? Soul Food, what's up, brother? All right, Mr. Soul Food ain't saying nothing. Let me get Soul Food out of here. All right. Let's raise those hands. Let me talk to the women. Shit, let's talk to the ladies. Where the sisters at? Raise your hands. Let me talk to the sisters. Raise your hands. If you can raise your hands, that would be absolutely phenomenal. Well, let's get Jamal. Jamal wanted to get in. Jamal wanted to get in. Jamal, hop on in. Jamal ain't saying nothing. Hold on, let me try you again. Jamal? Okay. Hold on. Because some of these people want to get up, and when I let them up, they don't say nothing. Bushmeat Barrister, get on camera, Bushmeat. I see you down there, Bushmeat. Bushmeat Barrister, get on camera. We told you, if you're in these spaces, get on camera. Get on camera, Bushmeat. All right. All right, come on now. Let me look in the chat room because I don't want to slow up the game here. All right, y'all raise your hand. We're going to get one more good call in here. Raise your hand if you're ready to get on. Raise your hand if you're ready to get on. All right. Raise your hand if you're ready to get on. Lacan, hop on in, Lacan, because you're saying weird stuff. So you got a real question? All right, realist reaction, hop on then. Send a request, realist reaction, because you're on a Finsta account and it's not letting you get on. So realist reaction, whatever your name is, hop on in. Send a request. All right, realist reaction, hop on in. And let us know what's on your mind. Mr. Realist Reaction, hop on in.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
What's up, Real? How are you?
Yeah, I appreciate you for adding me too, bro. I'm doing great. How you doing, brother?
Absolutely, I'm good, man. What city you in, bro?
I'm from Cali, man. I can't really say the city, but I'm by Sacramento, where I'm from.
Got it. What's on your mind?
Brother, yo, listen. This is something that's been troubling me for a minute, right? And I be wanting to know, like, sometimes, right? Like, I know you on that pro-black stuff, and I'm with the same thing too, right? But when a brother, like, offends you and does something against you, and you like, man, I gotta lay him down. I can't let you live. I gotta lay you down. Like as a person that believes in being pro-black or like whatever, how do you let go of something when you gotta lay somebody down? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you let that go? I gotta lay you down. I want to lay these mayonnaise monsters down. These bean burritos, these chicken curries, these sand riders, these carpet riders, sand rats, all egg rolls. I want to lay everybody else down, but you made your way to the top of the list. You had to play with me. How do you let that go when you don't want to unalive a black man because you love your people, but you have to let it go? How does that?
I don't know what this brother's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm laying people down. I don't know what that is. I have no idea what he's talking about, and it sounds a little oppish. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, whatever he's talking about, I don't know what he's talking about. Ain't nobody talking about laying nobody down. Bushmeat, you got to get on camera. Bushmeat, get on camera. There you go. Get on camera, Bushmeat. Bushmeat, get on camera. Bushmeat, get on camera. All right, yeah, Bushmeat, you got to get on camera. Yeah, don't go put on no wig and no shit. Bushmeat, get on camera. All right, whatever you're doing, he's trying to hide. You got to get on camera. That's the rule. Yeah, get your ass on camera if you come around here. All right. All right. Let's see. Let's get, let me see. Yeah, dude up here talking about laying folks down. Oh, man, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't with none of that. All right. I'm not with none of that. Man. Let me see who we got. Let's get, you blocked him? Yeah. Yeah, that's some weird talk right there. Let me see. Yeah, let me see. Deport alert. Let's get deport alert in here. Deport alert in the building. All right, let's get Styles.
Yeah.
What's up, Deport?
Yeah, hello? Hey, how you doing, Tariq?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you great.
I'm all right. All right, much love to you first, I want to say.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to know, did you know the Zumbi and Dandara in Brazil?
Zumbi, I know about Zumbi, yeah.
Yeah, so, I just thought that would make like a good Hidden Colors Like Gandara was his wife, and when what? Say again?
Go ahead, brother. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Okay.
Yeah. Hello.
Okay. Your reception is bad, brother. But yeah, I know about Zumbi the Maroon down in Brazil. I know about him. I know about all that stuff. Styles, what's up, Styles? Yo, Styles, are you here?
Yes, sir. 1 second, sir.
Yeah.
Got your boss?
Yes, indeed. Hop on in, Style. Get on camera.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Press save. Once you see yourself, press save.
What was that?
Okay. Can you see yourself on camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now press save so we can see you.
Everyone can see, yes.
Okay, we can't see you. You got to press save.
Oh.
There you go. There you go. There you go. All right. What's going on with your Styles?
Not much, you know what I mean?
Yes, indeed.
Came here to chat with you. You know, I've been seeing you on my feeds and stuff, and just right curious. I was like, let me go talk to this guy, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he might educate me. Maybe we might get into a debate to where we don't agree, but we'll agree to disagree. Let's see what it is.
Yes, indeed. Now, you are Dominican, right?
Yes, sir. Both parents, yes.
Both parents. Okay. And you live in New York?
Nah, Washington State.
Really? What is Dominican doing all the way in Washington State? How the hell you get all the way out there?
Hey, you know what? New experiences, and it's no different from the East.
There you go. There you go. So what's on your mind, man? So were you confused about anything as far as the lineage of foundational Black Americans?
Actually, no. I love studying Black American history. Like, honestly, when it comes about to it, I'm honestly disappointed within the American history course because there's just so much that I didn't know. I didn't know that Harriet Tubman existed all the way until the early 1900s upon her death.
Oh, yeah.
Yet the American educational system makes you want to think like, damn, that was like 200-300 years ago.
Oh, yeah. She died around 1913, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And actually, Cadillac is FBA, Fundamental Black American. Come on now. Without the 1930s, without Black America, Cadillac would have been gone. Trash.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Gone.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, you know what? If you were to ask me, like, outside, like, hey, let's talk logical versus emotional, like, I'd be like, you know what? Like, they have to separate themselves. They get mixed up and conjugated with everyone else. It's like, oh, yeah. There are different classifications of Black folks, right?
Right.
Fundamental Black Americans have been here from the very start, and I'm probably been here since the Native American days and beyond. I don't know much, but I would love to learn more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and then there's Caribbean Black Americans like myself who are just first generational. Like,
yeah,
I wasn't born over there. I'm born over here. Great. I'm blessed to be welcomed by the Black community because it's an honor. You know what I mean?
And by the way,
you even see white boys, or I mean,
and by the way,
individuals try to go all lengths just to try to even blend in with it, just to even get a slight sentence.
Right. And by the way, it's foundational Black American. Foundational.
Apologies, my voice is a little dry still.
Yes, indeed. It's all gravy. Now, in the Dominican, you know, there was a thing where a lot of Dominicans would be like, oh, I'm no black, I'm Dominican.
Oh, yeah, no. And you're definitely right. What happened was that there was a dictatorship between 1929 all the way until 1961.
The Trujillo.
When the dictatorship, Trujillo just, got assassinated.
Right.
And he literally murdered anybody that was black but here's the thing. You had to say Bernay in the Dominican Republic. You had to say Bernay in a certain way. But if you spoke Creole, it would sound a different way. So literally the pronunciation of a certain word meant life or death.
Right, the parsley.
And so there's generational trauma off that too. Also, you must ask yourself, who controls the media, right? Because who controls the media controls the mind. It's the old saying, you know this.
All right. Well, thank you so much, bro. Let me touch on that. Okay. I'm going to get on that in a second. I don't do what I don't like. With respect to him, I think he was being, I think he was being genuine. But a lot of people do the media made us do this, the media made us do that. People see, we have this same media. We're right here with the media. And our response to the media showing those negative images was the Harlem Renaissance. That's why the Harlem Renaissance was started. They started the Harlem Renaissance to say, hey, these negative images that the media is putting out about us, those are false. We're going to take control of our own narrative. We're going to tell the world who we are. We're going to show the world of our greatness. See, a lot of people use ideas, and again, I'm not trying to beat up on the guy. I think he was genuine when he came in. But that's what a lot of people do with the Pan-African thing when they come in our spaces trying to reprimand us for checking people, because we're responding to a lot of stuff. We're checking people who have been disrespecting us for decades. Notice how people can always find the foundational Black American online spaces and all hear what we have to say about tethers. They can never find the tethers running around here calling us Akatas. They can never find them. They don't know shit. When we say, hey, man, what about all these tethers calling us Akatas, Yanks, Jareers, Abids, all these horrible names? I don't see them. I don't know where they are. Y'all never see them. Y'all never see them. They're just invisible to you, huh? But yeah, anything we say, boy, y'all right up on it. Y'all, every word we say, y'all got a damn little dossier where you document everything. We say, well, last month you had said this, and 2 years ago you had said you had liked Africa, so that means you must have been Pan-African. But on December 8th in 2025, you had said this. But y'all got a dossier of everything we say, but the Akata talk, when they say that? Well, I haven't heard it, but you got to understand that, well, the media over there in Africa, you got to be sympathetic, because yeah, they be saying Akata. I heard about it. I ain't never heard it personally, but the media it be affecting their mind. So you got to blame the media for them calling you Akata if they said it, because I've never personally heard it. Fuck out of here. Yeah, people want to get dumb when it's, hey, you didn't hear all this shit they said about us? You didn't see this nigga who wouldn't pick us up in a cab? You didn't see these tethers hopping in the Congressional Black Caucus talking about we don't need no reparations? You don't see none of that? You don't see nothing? You don't see nothing? Y'all supposed to take the high road, because the media tricked them. Y'all know better. The media be tricking them. Y'all want to get the hell out of here? The hell out of here. Yeah, y'all got every excuse in the world for their fuckery, but anything we do, always say, hey, man, we're just going to delineate. We're just going to focus on elevating our people. This is diaspora war. What is this war? Shut up. No. About the media. Yeah, we had to deal with the same media, and we're still on code with each other. We know how to reject that stuff. So yeah, we ain't going for that. Who's this? Master Blaster? What's your name, bro? Master Blaster. What's up, Master Blaster? Okay. Master Blaster Jam something. What's your name? Yo, unmute your microphone, Master Blaster. All right, he just up here being musty and not doing nothing. All right, let's get Jamal in here. All right, Jamal, hop on in, Jamal.
What's up, B-Dog?
What's up, man? How you doing, Jay?
Just chilling, man. Just getting out of work. How you doing, father?
I'm good, man. What city you in, by the way, Jay?
I'm in Birmingham. This your the guy you talked to about
Oh yeah. You live in Inslee, right?
Yeah.
There you go. What's going on with you, Jay?
Hey, so look, right? I was trying to dig into getting like a lot of the like death certificates and all that for my folks. So like my uncle, one of my uncles, he was like over my grandma and them estate, so he got all of that, but he don't want to give them to me and my brother. My brother and myself, we was adopted by my grandparents, right?
Okay.
So I'm trying to trace everything back, and all of my folks mainly from Alabama, mainly like Livingston, Alabama, but my grandma and them moved up here to Birmingham when they got married. So
Okay.
like on my dad's side, I only ever knew his grandmother, and she was like old and blind when I was, you know, of age or whatever. But like,
Oh, damn.
I got to get with him to try to trace that down. But I was trying to see, was it some? I know you trace yours back. I'm just trying to see if it some other ways to circumvent my uncle, cause he kind of had a goddamn wild habits there since we got adopted by my grandma.
Yeah, man, get an account on Ancestry.com. Yeah, it can pull up all them records, Ancestry.com. You just get on that, and that'll just help you with a lot of birth certificates, death certificates, marriage certificates. So yeah, that'll be the best move. It's real simple.
Word. And another thing, I wanted to try to get up here when this motherfucker from Cape Town was talking about why we always acting like victims and the whole story and all that shit. That shit kind of pissed me off.
Yeah, he was trying to do that. He was trying to do that.
Him and ass moist ass Haitian dude talking about, you saw this motherfucker how he was looking at you, what lineage you from? Doing his lips like that and shit. I hate these moist ass tellers, man.
Man, real talk, man. Anyway, but thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, what's going on here? Man, shout out to everybody in here. Man. Glad to have everybody in here, ladies and gentlemen. Man, glad to have everybody in here. And don't forget, family, don't forget, go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com, get your tickets to join me at the Hidden History Museum December 20th. December 20th, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot of comedians, complimentary food, the whole shebang. Get your tickets to join me. Also, we got the new Rootwork Majora Magic Holiday Package available right now. Limited time only. This is a great gift for the holidays. Y'all know we got phenomenal holiday specials. This one is a great special, ladies and gentlemen. With this gift package, you're going to get the Majora Magic deodorant that's brand new. You're going to get the Lucky Lavender, the Coconut Butter, the Biloxi Blueberry, the Pure Vanilla. You're also going to get a Majora Prayer wooden plaque. That's absolutely beautiful. You can put it on your wall. You're going to get the Rootwork face towel, the exclusive towel. And you're going to get that for one low price, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great stocking stuffer. Go to rootworkstyle.com, ladies and gentlemen. That is rootworkstyle.com. All right, family, I'm up out of here. Y'all go to rootworkstyle.com. Thank everybody for tuning in. Papi Akute, Lola Vuve to the family. Peace.
Hey, y'all. Even at the party, I keep that root work on me. Get your root work now at rootworkstyle.com.
Slide on that root work. Slide.
All right, so later on, hopefully those Pan-African tethers had stopped a little live on Delineation. So later on, I'm gonna play their understanding of delineation, how they did everything, Tariq, and as we know they do, try to twist and babble what we said it was, and they're gonna pretend they don't know what it is. They had a whole panel of 1,000 people arguing about delineation. Hey, peace to the family. We're gonna touch on